Okay, shall I commence? Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to our presenters and to everyone online who has logged into this 6th International Conference on Big Data for Official Statistics. I would like to welcome you. It's an honor for me to be the moderator of the session. My name is Gordon Reichert, and I am the Senior Scientific Advisor for Remote Sensing and Geospatial Analysis at Statistics Canada. This is session 8, entitled Use of Satellite Data for Agriculture, Environment, and Oceans. We have 6 presenters, 90 minutes in total for all of it, with Q&A. We've broken the presentations up into 2 parts. We will have 3 presentations, then a 10-minute Q&A after that, and then we will have a second set of presentations using the same format. With that, I would like to begin with our first presenter, Shai Kei-Fen. Shai is the Director of Information Technology Division and Chief Statistician of the Department of Rural Statistics, NBS China. He joined the National Bureau of Statistics of China in 2006. He served as Director of Information Technology Division and is now the Chief Statistician of the Department of Rural Surveys of NBS China. He is in charge of methodology and information technology application, data administration, research, modern crop survey equipment, and procedures research. Early in his career, he was in charge of the crop acreage measurement with remote sensing technology. His expertise is on data processing, questionnaire design, and remote sensing applications. He has his license for fixed wing and multi-rotor drones. Dr. Kei-Fen, the floor is yours. CoStat, would you cue the presentation? CoStat, are you able to cue the first presentation? CoStat, are you present?
Oh, hello, Gordon. Waiting to.
So shall I begin then with the second presentation? CoStat. Proceed with the second presentation and come back to the first one once we resolve some of the technical difficulties. Permit me to bring up the second presenter. It's Dr. Carrie Mengerson and Dr. Jacinta Holloway-Brown. Just 1 second here, if I may. Here.
Hello, I'm Jacinta Holloway-Brown. I'll be presenting with my colleague Kerry Mangerson about developing data science methods and capability for Earth observation analysis. Australia has been a key contributor to Earth observation research and is leading work about monitoring coral reefs, forests, water quality and agriculture. The organisations listed on this slide are only a selection of the groups that are involved in this work. Missing data is a canonical problem for working with satellite images. At any time, on average, 67% of the world will be covered by clouds. An example of this is the NASA cloud fraction product, which is the figure on this slide, which shows us that the blue areas have been observed and the white areas have been blocked by cloud cover. So we can see that globally over the period from 25th of May to the 1st of June 2020, that a lot of the land cover was not observed by satellites. And this missing data problem exists even for the newer satellites, including Landsat 8 and Sentinel-2. Solving the missing data problem due to clouds is important because in order to monitor our land cover at large scales and frequently, we need to use satellite images. And we need faster ways to fill in the gaps. Now, the reason that we don't use radar images, which are made by shooting beams through clouds and then measuring how quickly they bounce back, is because they are black and white images, so they don't capture the forest cover indices that we're interested in, and these images can also be very noisy because of atmospheric effects. It's also not practical to wait for the next clear image, particularly in tropical regions that have rainforest, because there might be weeks or months of persistent cloud cover that is blocking our view. At QUT, Kerry Mangerson and myself worked with our colleague Kate Helmstead to come up with a new method for filling the data gaps in satellite images and also classifying land cover. And this method is called Stochastic Spatial Random Forest, or SSRF, and that was recently published in the Journal of Big Data. Our method is fast and scalable and accurate for classifying satellite images, and it uses a machine learning algorithm, Random Forest, as a base. It fills missing data gaps and has comparable performance with remote sensing approaches, with the additional benefit that it quantifies the uncertainty of our classifications. So we get a probability of forest cover in addition to a classification. I'll keep the description of our SSRF method brief. If people are interested to know more detail, you can find our paper in the Journal of Big Data. So in our approach, we start with a satellite image. We then calculate a measurement of greenness, NDVI, which shows us where forest cover is. And then we create class variables, in this case, forest and not forest. We create training data sets of the observed parts of the images to train random forest models. And then we get probabilities out of the random forest models. From these probabilities, we then construct a probability distribution, or a beta distribution, and based on the values of that distribution, we then get probabilities of land cover for our missing parts of the images. So to interpolate missing values due to clouds in our image at T+1, we use random forest results from the two previous images that are observed. Our case study site is Injune, which is in Queensland, Australia. So you can see this is the map of Australia, this is Queensland, and the area Injune, which our satellite images are taken from, are here. These are plots of forest cover in green and not forest in grey from two smaller areas within the overall Injune site at pixel scale. And to validate our method, we simulated our own cloud patterns independently of the land cover data. We can see that we've done this for multiple dates as well. These are just two examples. And we also did this for neighbourhood scale data, which is smoother. This is an example of the types of results that we get from the model, and I've plotted these by latitude and longitude so we can see where they are in space. And this is a sample of 20,000 pixels that were missing and taken at random. So we can see that the pixels that have a high probability of forest are in light blue. Those with a low probability of being forest are dark, very dark blue, and then there are gradients in between. So 0.5 is a lighter blue as well. To summarise the overall results, the SSRF method can accurately interpolate missing data when land cover is relatively stable over time. However, when significant change occurred between the images, the SSRF method tended to have lower accuracy. The measurement of uncertainty, or the probability, for the interpolated values is an advantage over other interpolation methods. And the SSRF can also be implemented as a Bayesian updating scheme. Since publishing this paper, we have extended the SSRF approach to accurately detect change events by simulating forest clearing. Our method could extend to other challenges in environment, agriculture, and oceans using satellite images. Our method is one example of new developments in Earth observation analysis. There is opportunity for many different types of new methods and technologies to be developed in this field. I will now pass over to Kerry Mengersen to discuss more on this point.
Thanks, Jacinta. We've been involved with the UN for over 5 years in their journey to develop research and training to enable the use of Earth observation data by official statistics agencies around the world. The journey has taken us from the initial steps of evaluating the use of satellite data for official statistics, led by the Australian Bureau of Statistics, to the current step of building the enabling platform and tools led by Statistics Canada. This puts us on the path to adopting this new technology in practice. All 3 steps of this journey have required research and review, case studies and pilot studies, and training. This photo was taken at our short course at the UN Big Data Conference in Bangkok a few years ago. Perhaps you recognise some of your colleagues. The focus of our group is on the development of data science tools to analyse EO data. We now have a wider range of tools to enable us to manage and display EO data, to identify and describe features of interest such as the presence of forest clearing and agricultural crops. And as discussed by Jacinta, we have a growing array of tools that take us from identification to estimation. And research is focused now on taking this a step further to prediction. The horizon is prescription, where the estimates and predictions are fed back to farmers, managers, and policymakers to make proactive decisions about what data to collect, what information to extract, and what further predictions to make. But our research doesn't stop there. We are also developing statistical methods to combine EO data with other data sources, from mobile phones, citizen scientists, social media, virtual reality, and so on. We're learning to do this not only in the context of forests and agriculture, but also for monitoring our ocean treasures such as the Great Barrier Reef, all with a strong focus on addressing the UN SDGs. So we've come a long way, but we still have a long way to go. This is a call to arms to help us in this journey. As part of this build stage, we need your input into collaborative research to develop appropriate methods and software, information about successful use of EO data by official statistics agencies that we can share as case studies to inspire and inform others, information about training material and short courses about all aspects of the EO pipeline, from acquisition and management of the data to data analysis and communication. And also, we need early adopters of the UN platform to lead the way to the next stage. Please contact us if you can help with any of these. Individually, we can walk along this journey, but together we can fly. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie and Jacinta. Due to a technical difficulty at the beginning, a minor one, I will introduce the two speakers since they've already given their presentation. Dr. Carrie Mengersen is a distinguished professor in statistics at the Queensland University of Technology in Brisbane, Australia. She is the Deputy Director of the Australian Research Council Centre of Excellence in Mathematical Frontiers and the Director of the QUT Centre for Data Science. Carrie is also an elected Fellow of the Australian Academy of Science and the Australian Academy of Social Sciences, and a member of the Statistical Society of Australia and the IMS, ASA, RSS, ISBA, and ISI. Her research interests are in mathematical statistics and its application to substantive challenges in health, environment, and industry, with particular focus on Bayesian methods. Dr. Jacinta Holloway-Brown is a postdoctorate fellow in the School of Mathematical Sciences of Queensland University of Technology in Brisbane, Australia. Previously, she was a research associate and PhD candidate in the Australian Research Council of Excellence for Mathematical and Statistical Frontiers, ACUMS. Jacinta's research is focused on developing open source statistical machine learning methods for analysis, satellite images for environmental SDG monitoring. Jacinta has developed and taught hands-on workshops on machine learning methods for analysis, for analyzing satellite imagery data for the United Nations, and run these workshops in Bogota, Colombia, and Bangkok. She has also worked for the Australian Bureau of Statistics for years, more recently in methodology and tourism statistical roles. We will now move on to our third presentation, and we'll come back to Dr. Kai Fen after. The third presenter is Dr. Ken Bagstad, and permit me to introduce him. Dr. Ken Bagstad is a research economist with the U.S. Geological Survey in Denver, Colorado. He co-leads a team developing UN System of Environmental Economic Accounts for the United States and has advised other nations in the development of SIA accounts while serving on various international initiatives to improve implementation of SIA. Ken has also helped lead development of findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable data and models within the Artificial Intelligence for Ecosystem Services project for over a decade. Kostat, cue the presentation, please.
My name's Ken Bagstad, and I'm going to be speaking today about the application of a tool called ARES for the development of rapid and more credible ecosystem accounts under the System of Environmental Economic Accounting. So the SIA, as it's called for those who aren't familiar with it, is a UN-developed system that's designed to give a fully comprehensive view of the extent, condition, and the services provided by ecosystems in both physical and monetary terms. Critically, it's coherent with the System of National Accounts, which is another UN-designed system for tracking economic activity and accounts consistently across the world. It's also connected to many of the other key global initiatives mentioned here. However, one of the key limitations in applying SIA at a really large scale thus far has been its heavy spatial modeling component. So this is very time and data intensive and requires quite a bit of expertise. So if we're to take the long view of the development of global ecosystem accounts and other geospatial modeling, we can see that we've definitely made progress over, say, the last 8 years since the SIA was first developed. However, the independent compilation, use, and institutionalization of accounts everywhere in the world is a target that we haven't reached. And this is an admittedly high bar. But if we look to the future, based on our past experience, we can continue to make progress toward this goal, but I would argue we're still a fair ways off from it. And one of our interests with this tool called ARES is to develop an approach that can really get us there much faster. So there's been an assumption in ecosystem service modeling, but I think in most geospatial modeling approaches that these are painstakingly slow approaches that take a lot of time, money, and expertise. The conventional model is to throw a lot of money and time at a problem, to have a GIS analyst and other experts working away and developing either your accounts or the results of your other models, and ultimately, hopefully, putting their results in a data repository. So there's an assumption that we can't have accounts that are high quality and quick and relatively inexpensive. However, with new technology and approaches from the semantic web, I would argue that this is no longer the case. And if we can more successfully and on a larger scale have experts contributing their knowledge, data, and models to the semantic web, which is a collection of linked online resources that a computer system can automatically access and integrate, we should be able to do all this in a much faster and cheaper way. So this is what ARIES is all about, and we'll hear a lot from many approaches that use machine learning and specifically neural networks and deep learning. Some of these areas of AI have been really heavily used and have made some real breakthroughs in recent years, but I'm going to talk about an area that may be less familiar called semantics and machine reasoning, which is really the guts of this system and is another key AI tool. In fact, some of the leaders in AI for scientific modeling argue that semantics are actually the key tool because what they do is they provide a consistent language for computers to understand and recognize data and model elements. And without these, we can't hope to have computers automatically assembling and reusing data and models on their own. So what ARIES does is it takes a series of what's called reasoning algorithms and decision rules that are designed to provide a computer with a way to make decisions about how to assemble data and models. We have open data and models that have semantics that work in a multidisciplinary manner with these reasoning algorithms and the open source software to support them. And what that all enables is ideally fast, fair, and multidisciplinary modeling. And fair in this case refers to findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable data, which is pretty much the gold standard these days for modern data science, but for which the interoperability and reusability, especially in an automated way by computers, has so far eluded us. So with the coming together of these two worlds, the AI and machine reasoning and the SIA-IA, our aim is to be able to produce rapid and standardized ecosystem accounts. So we want to support the adoption of the SIA-IA as a statistical standard by providing a faster and better way to do this anywhere on Earth, even in data scarce countries or countries that don't have a lot of technical expertise. And we do this by providing a set of global models that run on global data and that can be run easily anywhere in the world, but also a way to more quickly and easily customize them wherever we have better local data. So it's global, but it's also automatically customizable. There's an automation of the production of maps and accounting tables as part of this, and this is a project that just began earlier this year, but which we're rapidly ramping up. So the aim here really is to produce a global knowledge network for ecosystem service data and models, and these are the data and models that could underlie a lot of other geospatial modeling approaches beyond ecosystem services as well. But essentially what we have is global data and models that could run anywhere on Earth. We have time series data that go back to 2000 or even earlier, and then the ability, as I said, to replace global data by local data wherever possible. ARIES for SIA-IA has a custom web interface, so the user, when they're running the application, will pop open their web browser and automatically be able to select which accounts they want to compile, which indicators they want to compile, and how they want to aggregate those. Also, what years they want to compile the accounts across. And the system will go out onto the web, search for the needed data and models, and run them and return the results for the user, all in an automated fashion. So as a few quick examples of this, we have ways to model ecosystem extent using some of IUCN's most recent work on global ecosystem types. This is a very new approach, so there aren't any standardized global maps yet, but we've coded in 25 of the different ecosystem types using global models, and these can, as before, be replaced with local land cover data sets. We can also use annual or multi-year land cover change data to look at how ecosystems are changing over time. And this is an example of the Aries web browser where we've run a model of ecosystem extent for Nepal, a fairly data scarce place, using global data. And we completed the estimate in about a minute. Similarly, we can examine ecosystem condition, and this is a standard method that's being developed to look at forest ecosystem condition. In this case, pulling down NDVI data off the web, which has to do with forest greenness, comparing that to NDVI in protected areas, and mapping out the condition of forest in a quartile method. And as before, this is done in minutes on a web browser using cloud-based data, and it can be done anywhere on Earth. Finally, we model ecosystem service supply and use, and these are some quick examples of modeling and mapping carbon storage and sediment regulation. We have other services as well. And of course, when a system is automating all these processes and using artificial intelligence to do so, it's important that we're able to very transparently report on what choices were made along the way. And so Aries includes a data flow diagram, which I show here, where we can see the different steps in the processing pipeline. And when you click on any of these, you get information about the underlying data sets that were used, information about the algorithms that were used at each step of the process. And in addition, Aries also produces an automated report which shows the methods, a description of what's been calculated, the results, and any caveats associated with it. So there's a high degree of transparency that goes along with this automation and describes what choices were made and why. Finally, thinking toward the future, we're continuing to expand this work for supporting ecosystem accounting on the UN Global Platform. But there's quite a few features included in Aries already, including the ingestion of remote sensing data, the ability for experts to contribute data and models, but also for non-technical users to use and gain from the system, and the integration of a whole variety of modeling paradigms into one sort of overarching linkable system. There are a number of possible applications that you can think of beyond ecosystem accounting that this could also support. And for those who are interested, I'm happy to talk more about those. And you can find more information about the project here, as well as some contact information below. And I think the key question with all of this is making the global community aware of the benefits of fully fair, findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable data and models, and asking how willing are we to change our habits with data and model storage in order to achieve these benefits. And I hope I've shown some of those benefits today, and that we're able to progress as a community using AI in a smarter way to integrate data and models in support of global goals. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Bagstad. We will go back to our first presenter. Unfortunately, we had a minor technical difficulty at the beginning, but it's been resolved. I've introduced Dr. Kai Fen earlier. Dr. Kai Fen, the floor is yours.
Is it okay?
Share screen.
Share screen.
GoStat, are we able to cue the pre-recorded presentation, or shall we wait to see if Dr. Kai Fen's headphones will resolve the problem?
Hello, everyone hear me now?
Yes.
还有声音。Hello, everyone, hear me now? Hello, everyone, hear me now?
不行，反应太重了。
有问题。
你那个麦好好使，笔记本不是有麦吗？
笔记本也有麦。Hello, sorry. Everyone hear me?
Co-staff, are you able to hear Dr. Kai-Fen?
Is it okay?
We now have the application presentation full screen, Dr. Kai-Fen.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Garden. All the participants, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry for the connection errors of I'm glad to be invited to introduce the brief working of image big data application in agricultural statistics in NBS China. I would like to share my presentation in 4 parts. The first part is about man condition. We started a new research program about application of remote sensing technology in 2003. We already prepared for the application of image data in agricultural statistics for more than 17 years. We written the methodology into our yearly report system in 2019, but there are still many problems needed to solve. We established the accuracy estimation. I think there are 3 key characters in our methodology. Remote sensing do the best it can do, and sampling servers do the best they can do. We already funded complete working foundation, including national coverage, 20,000 sampling villages. House into view data, field survey supporting crop classification, and so on. Supporting automatic measurement in field and the ability of our and the arrow measurement with we try to enhance the quality monitoring ability. The Surveyor app and record all the operations. This means they need to do more. And indoor operators can amend the severe mistake based on the high spatial resolution remote sensing image. Remote sensing technology gave us a spatial perspective. Mr. Gordon Rickard, all participants, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and good evening. I'm glad to be invited to introduce the brief working of image big data application in agricultural statistics in China. I hope we can discuss the program, thoughts, plans for big data application with all the experts from the countries and organizations around the world. I would like to share my presentation in 4 parts. The first part is about man condition. We start a new research program about the application of remote sensing technology in 2003. We already prepared for the application of image data in agricultural statistics for more than 17 years. We wrote the methodology into our year report system in 2019, but there are still many problems needed to solve. We established a scientific accurate estimation methodology. There are 3 key characters in our methodology. Remote sensing do the best it can do. Sampling do the best it can do. Surveillance do the best it can do. We founded a complete working foundation, including national covered satellite image with multi-resolution, more than 20,000 sampling villages, more than 1,000 pilots and drones in the whole country. The second part is about 4 key points of our application. We use digital land data to replace householding interview data for sampling, field surveyor supporting, crop classification, and so on, which can improve the objectivity of basic data, obtain location of sampling land, supporting automatic area measurement. We use digital land data to build 2 kinds of field survey. The first is artificial field survey based on land data. The second is rapid field survey by drone. These surveys means expand the ability of our surveyors. They can finish big areas surveying by automatic navigation and aerial measurement with survey app or drone. We try to enhance the quality monitoring ability. The surveying app can record all the operation steps for every surveyors. This means they need to do their job more carefully. Indoor operators can amend their survey mistake based on high resolution remote sensing image. Remote sensing technology gave us spatial perspective. We can focus on data and issue overall. Then we can monitor growth and yield production timely based on remote sensing data. In the sad part, I will show you some new research and experiments. We interpret grassland data by satellite remote sensing image and investigate big farmers or sampling land by drone. The recognition accuracy for the outdoor cattle by neural networking machine learning algorithm can reach 98%. Last year, we developing a new experiment about peak surveillance by image data based on camera monitoring imaging. The accuracy can reach 95%. We try to develop a united operation app for field survey and drone survey. I will show you a video for the detail. Before the flying, the two pilots are checking the status of drone and flying environment. The drone is unlocked. "50 meters height. The drone reached the given height already. Now start route flying. Then it shows the data processing. This step needs about 15 minutes. 45 minutes later, the survey is finished. In the fourth part, I will discuss some trend situation and our plan. When we come into big data era, we face new situation, which is digitalization, networking, intelligence. And the digitalization will change all industry, including our statistic job. So we acknowledge, maybe we will face fault transferring, data consumption, data resource demand, data collection principle, data processing mode. The first transferring is data consumption. Many experts gave the data consumption for us, but what is data is still confusion. So we need to recognize about data consumption. And more and more data resource needed to involve in our daily job. We must collect more and more data, and there's a new data processing needed to build. So we needed to build a new statistic survey procedure, which is real online networking job supporting system, which support our daily data processing by cloud calculation, which will help us finish acreage measurement, crop classification, yield estimation automatically. Maybe we will build a new statistic system with combination of observation ability in the space, in the sky, and on the ground. So that's all. Thank you very much. Thanks for your patience.
Thank you, Dr. Kai-Fen. We had a bit of technical difficulty with the live feed, so we had to resort to the pre-recorded message. As a result, we are going to adjust our schedule. The Q&A period that was going to follow these three presentations will be amalgamated with the last set of Q&A, and we'll have an open Q&A for all 6 presenters at the end of the presentation. That then takes us to our next speaker, Lorenzo. And just permit me to get the right computer working here. I'll introduce Dr. De Simone. Lorenzo graduated in forestry science in 2001 and specialized in Earth observations during his research work at University of California, Santa Barbara, and at the University of Federico, Naples, and the University of Basilicata in Italy, where he obtained his PhD in agriculture engineering in 2006. For the last 15 years, Dr. De Simone has worked for FAO in his capacity of Earth observation expert in the field of land cover mapping, crop mapping, and agroecological mapping. He has been responsible for project implementation in Africa, the Middle East, and in Southeast Asia. He is currently working on the use of EO data for official agriculture statistics and SDG monitoring crop type mapping projects in Senegal, Uganda, and Lesotho, using both supervised and unsupervised methods. Kostat, would you please cue the presentation?
Good morning. My name is Lorenzo De Simone. I'm a senior expert in Earth observations, and I work in the office of the Chief Statistician in FAO. Today, I'd like to talk to you about the partnership between FAO and the UN Global Platform and how we're leveraging this platform to build capacity in Senegal in the use of Earth observation data to generate official crop statistics. My presentation will focus on 3 main points: a brief overview of the FAO geospatial work more in general, then I will go into the details of the collaboration, and finally, what are the next steps. FAO has more than 30 years of experience in the development and use of geospatial data, methods and tools, ranging from national to regional and global scale applications. So examples are the AfriCover, which focused on the mapping of land cover in Africa. It was a multi-year program. Afghanistan, for example, national land cover mapping. This is dated 2016, it's more recent. Lesotho national land cover mapping in 2018. Definition of agroecological zoning. Monitoring of agricultural stress index. SDG monitoring and reporting, and this is an example on SDG 15.4.2, mountain green cover ETEX, crop mapping and statistics, and more recently the development of the hand-in-hand geospatial platform. The work is organized and delivered to developing countries through projects and programs that are carried out in headquarters as well as in regional, sub-regional, and national offices, to ensure that the best practices and standards are adopted and implemented. And FAO presence in countries is almost global, so this allows us to have this country-oriented approach. The focus, of course, in our projects is on capacity building. So through a tight engagement with stakeholders, gathering of requirements from them, building skills and co-creation of solutions. So the work together is carried out rather than just us implementing. Another key aspect of this is the data sharing, especially with regards to in situ data. And as a final result, this is about building trust with countries. Of course, FAO achieves these results also through partnerships with public and private entities, and especially within the geospatial sector. So we have established and formalized collaboration with the European Space Agency, with the NASA, with Google, with Esri, with the University of Louvain and other universities, and more recently with the Big Data Group of UN, as we will see. So now let's dive into the details of the collaboration between FAO and the UN Global Platform. So first of all, the context of the collaboration is the EOSTAT project that was launched by FAO in 2020 with the scope of building capacity in Senegal in the use of Earth observation to generate agricultural statistics, both acreage and yield. Our main counterpart in the country is DAPSA, which is the Directorate for Analysis and Forecast of Agricultural Statistics, embodied within the Ministry of Agriculture. And of course, we have also other stakeholders. Our implementing partner is the University of Louvain. The time frame is 2020, and the methodology is supervised classification of satellite images. So we work especially with Sentinel-2 data, and we use a software called Sen2Agri, which was developed by the European Space Agency. When it comes to the platform, this is where the collaboration starts. So we decided, after an analysis of alternatives, we decided to partner with the UN Big Data Platform because of all the advantages that it provides us. And essentially, the UN Big Data Platform is hosting our solution. This is just a diagram. I will not go into the details of this, but I would like to highlight the advantages that the platform provides, which is the storage and computing power required. It's optimized for performance and low running costs, which is very important, especially for the sustainability. It's scalable, so we can reproduce the solution for more countries. It allows for secure hosting of country data, which is a very sensitive topic. It allows for sharing of trusted data, methods, and algorithms. It can act as an incubator, accelerator for innovations, and it provides a platform for final dissemination and visibility. In this image, we display the main actors and components of the project. So on the top left, we have the main actors, which is the DAPSA, as we mentioned earlier, the Center of Agricultural Research, the Center of Ecological Research, and the National Bureau of Statistics. On the right-hand side, as input data, we have the Sentinel data and the Agri-Survey for the in-situ data collection. And finally, we have the technology, so a combination of the Sen2Agri toolbox, where the classification algorithms and the image pre-processing is performed, and the UN Global Platform hosting the system. So by the joint effort of those components, we can achieve the national agricultural statistics. How does the Sen2Agri work? So a brief introduction. It's based on two phases. The first phase is the development of crop masks. This is done through a random forest classification. So Sentinel-2 time series data is pre-processed for the cloud removal and the smoothing and interpolation. In situ data is gathered, or pre-existing land cover maps are used to define crop and non-crop area. And finally, a crop mask is generated so that we know where the crops are for the ongoing season. The process can also be run using object-based analysis. The second step of the Sen2Agri, that's where the crop type maps are generated. So reference data is gathered in the field, in situ data. The data set is divided into training and validation data. Feature information is extracted from the remote sense data, so top of canopy, NDVI, NDWI, brightness, and other EO variables. A random forest algorithm is trained, and finally a model is obtained. This model for classification is applied within the crop mask, and finally we obtain the crop type map, and then we proceed with the validation of the product. Where are we with this project? So in February 2020, we had initiation mission to Senegal. In March 2020, we had the stakeholder follow-up and communication plan. In April 2020, we had the platform deployed on Amazon Web Services, so it's ready to go, and a big thanks to the UN Global Platform team. In June 2020, we delivered the first online training. And finally, in July 2020, we, after engagement with stakeholders, finally there was the official nomination of the focal point within the DAPSA. So what are the next steps? So September 2020, we're planning to deliver a training on best practices on in situ data collection and georeferencing. October, November, the in situ data collection will take place in Senegal. This will be led by DAPSA and the field teams. November, we're aiming at delivering a training on classification of the EO data, so the generation of the crop type maps and validation, and final extraction of crop acreage. December, January 2021, presentation of final results. And finally, in 2021, sharing the training material and results, of course, through the UN Global Platform. Within the EOSTAT project, we've recently launched also a new activity as of June, with the scope of carrying out unsupervised crop type mapping and generation of statistics. And our partner in this exercise is the country of Lesotho, and our stakeholders are the Bureau of Statistics and the Ministry of Agriculture. For the time being, the prototype is being developed using the Google Earth Engine platform, Python, and Jupyter Notebook. The main achievements as of July 2020 are the development of the methodological guidelines after a thorough literature review. And the methodology is essentially based on the use of NDVI harmonics and coupled with k-means clustering, gathering of administrative level agricultural statistics from the Bureau of Statistics, which then help us to label the clusters with the correct crop. This allows us then to finally generate the crop type maps and estimations of acreage at the administrative level and then at the national level. And jointly with this, we've also developed a crop type mapping app, which is still in its prototype phase. It's quite a simple interface, but allows the user to perform the mapping without coding. And the next steps, of course, are the validation of those results with in situ data from the country. So we're speaking to the country right now to find a way to gather specific crop data at specific locations. Of course, we would like to improve the app. So if there is buy-in from the country, we're gonna certainly further invest into that direction. And of course, explore also the possibility to integrate this tool within the UN Global Platform. I thank you for your attention, and I hope you enjoyed my presentation, and I am available for question and further clarification. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lorenzo. We will move on to our fifth speaker, Juan Viet Ang. He is a geoscience specialist with a focus on forest ecology and natural resources management. He has worked with governments, NGOs, and development organizations in Vietnam and Southeast Asia countries on projects including GIS-based IT system development, forest ecology, biodiversity, carbon accounting, and climate change. The floor is yours, Viet Ang. Kostat, would you cue the presentation?
Hello and good morning from Hanoi, Vietnam. My name is Viet Anh. I'm part of a research team at East Bonray, Vietnam. So about 2 years ago, we conducted ESCAP funded study on piloting ocean accounting for case study provinces in Vietnam. So in this talk, we try to present and summarize our result and finding. So first of all, some background and why ocean account is important from a provincial perspective. Quảng Ninh is among the top 5 economic provinces in Vietnam. It's a UNESCO heritage site, and the income from tourism in 2018 was about $1 billion. So we posed some hypothetical question to the provincial government. What if there is no more coral reef and seagrass in the ocean? What if there is less and less mangrove forests along the coastline? And what if the sea is heavily polluted because of human activity? Given that condition, will the Quảng Ninh still be a favorite destination for tourism and for the investment? We need to measure and report the ocean value, its contribution to the economy, and its environment condition. Only when the ocean account is fully recognized, we could start to include the ocean into the economic planning more effectively. Some additional statistics about the Quảng Ninh province. It's a top 5 province to contribute to the state budget revenue. For the last 6 years, the annual economic growth rate is about 10%. The GDP per capita is double of the country average. It's one of the key provinces in the regional development plan of the northern area. The coal mine production is about 80% of the national, thermal energy 20% of the national, cement 15%. It's a very important province for sea transportation and industry. The tourism, as I said before, is about $1 billion a year. And this map shows how many industrial parks we have in Quảng Ninh. For the methodology, we follow the guideline provided by UN Statistics and ESCAP. We start by collecting data on ocean and land in 3 main categories: socio-economic, ecological service, and environment. We then conduct a series of calculation and analysis to produce necessary accounting value for the reporting. Among the set of ocean account indicator, we only focus on ocean extent and ocean condition. That is because of the limited on data availability. So this is the data set being used for the study. Most of them are coming from statistic or previous inventory in Vietnam. For the coral reef and seagrass, we use a location map from WCMC and verify and enhance it with some in-country scientific research report. So first step is mapping of drainage basin and marine unit of Quảng Ninh province. We run the hydrological watershed model on the DEM of Quảng Ninh and coming up with about 30 basin. We then conducted a flow analysis and tried to combine them into 3 main basins that flow into the sea. For the marine unit, we adapted from the map of environmental protection planning of the province. So the final product is a map of 3 main land basins and the marine units that are receiving water flow and pollution from those basins. This diagram summarizes our method to calculate the impact from land-based pollution to the ocean. First of all, by overlaying the basin map with land use map and population map, we can get a table of land cover area by category for each basin and each sector. So from this and using like proxy data for the pollution rate, we can calculate the wastewater estimation for the whole province. From that, we can calculate the wastewater and BOD for each land basin, and from that we overlay with the marine map unit and we can calculate the wastewater and BOD received by each marine unit. So this is our initial reason. On the first table, we have 5 pollution sources, or we call a sector. That is population, industry, agriculture, coal mine, and tourism, and it's breakdown by the contribution from each basin, and the second table we have wastewater and BOD from each sector per year. For this, further study will be required. So the second part is the mapping of the ecosystem type on the ocean, that is protected area, seagrass and coral. So some of the key issues identified from ecosystem mapping are for mangrove during the last 20 years, it's reduction about 25% of the mangrove area due to land conversion for industry, urbanization, and aquaculture farm. For seagrass and coral, we have very few systematic study with update status. However, the latest reason shows that for seagrass in Quảng Ninh, we have 3 sites that have lost 100% of its seagrass area, and the other 3 sites have lost more than 80% of the area. For the coral reef, it's reduced about 30% of the species richness and about 70% of the area. The main driver for this reduction are aquaculture and construction and the use of toxic chemical in fishing. For example, water sample in 2007 at Koto Island have the cyanure of 3 to 5 times higher than standard. Also, some flash flood that pushing sediment into the sea that kill the seagrasses. So this table shows the data from 6 seagrasses sites in Quảng Ninh with data from 1995 and 2003. You can see that for most of the sites, the seagrass area is reduced by 100% or more than 90%. For coral reef, before the year 2000, the total area of coral is about 465 hectares. That is located at 3 locations: the Ba Mun Island, the Ha Long Bay, and the Koto Island. In the latest survey in 2007, the coral is only remain in Koto Island, and the coverage it's very spare, only from 1 to 7%. After that, the mangrove deforestation has been slowed down. For the last 5 years, only a few hundred hectares of mangrove has been cleared. However, due to the new economic development plan of Quảng Ninh, there will be maybe a few several thousand hectares of mangrove is at risk because of the opening and expanding of a new industrial park near Hải Phòng. To measure the ocean pollution, we borrow a data set from the Vietnam Agency for Island and Ocean. This data set have about 120 measurement points that is measured for both aquaculture and island with human activity. The chemical chemical test measure including the pH, ammonium, oil, BOD, TDS, among others. We then analyze the result and compare it with the Vietnam environmental standard for each chemical characteristic, and based on that we be able to rank each location as non-pollution, high pollution, and medium pollution. The result shows that all aquaculture site is heavily polluted. That is site with more than 3 parameters above the ocean water standard. Bãi Tử Long marine unit is the most heavily polluted among 7 marine units, and the source of pollution is very broad. Including both polluted from marine boat, polluted from tourist boat, polluted from fishing boat, as well as polluted from human activity. The 2 small islands, Ba Mun and Koh Toh, that include marine protected area, it's also heavily polluted by human activity. To start, we will collect the data from 3 years, from 2016 to 2018, and we collect 4 indicators, including the number of tourism, total revenue, contribution to the GRDP, and the number of jobs created by the aggregate impact of Quảng Ninh tourism sector. Based on this data, we were able to calculate the tourist expenditure breakdown by each sub-activity, and we can see that 2 largest activity are food service. It's about 7,005 billion Vietnam dong, and accommodation service about 4,000 billion Vietnam dong. From this, we can then calculate the effect of tourism on Quảng Ninh value-added economic in 2018. Again, we see the 3 sectors with the highest value-added food service, about 3,005 billion Vietnam dong, accommodation service, and transportation service. In general, the tourism contribute about 11% of share for the provincial GDP. Of that, 6% is direct contribution, and 4.3% is indirect contribution. The last activity in this study is to calculate the wastewater discharge from tourists in Quảng Ninh province. For this, we use value transfer method that citing the reason calculated by a UNEP study in 1984 that have the amount of waste discharge for each tourist person. So we calculate it for 8 indicators like COD, BOD, TNTP, NO3, ammonium, PO4, and TSS. This is one of the limitations of this study. In the context of this workshop, we actually didn't use big data or a lot of data at all. The requirement for the accounting method actually constrain the set of data that can be used so that the selected data can be compared in terms of thematic area, space, and time. We see that the data availability and the option to estimate the indicator from GIS and remote sensing is one of the key issues to be addressed for the more effective ocean accounting study. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vietnam. We'll move on to Bruno Sanchez Andrade Nuno. He is the principal scientist at Microsoft AI for Earth, building the planetary computer. By training, he has a PhD in astrophysics. He's a rocket scientist by postdoc. Bruno has helped lead big data innovations at the World Bank Innovation Labs, served as VP social impact at the satellite company Satellogic, and chief scientist at Mapbox. Bruno has published the book Impact Science on the role of science and research for social and environmental impact. He was awarded Mirzayan Science Policy Fellow of the U.S. National Academics of Science and a Young Global Leader of the World Economic Forum. Now, just prior to going to his presentation, this is the last presentation. I would encourage you to put in your questions in the chat box at the bottom of the web page. And at the end of the presentations, we will have a quick Q&A and we'll address some of the questions that have come in. Bruno, the floor is yours. Kostat, would you cue the presentation? Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Bruno Sánchez Andrade Nuño, and I'm the principal scientist at Microsoft AI for Earth. It is a pleasure to come back to this conference after a few years. I was here before wearing the hat of the World Bank. I used to work with some of the colleagues that are speaking in this conference, also on the use of satellite data for agriculture, environment, and socioeconomic development in general. But in this talk, what I want to talk about mostly, the main message, can be summarized in the book that just was released this week by Enrique Sala, which is The Nature of Nature. And he says, if we take care of nature, she will take care of us. Also, the opposite is true, I think. If we don't take care of nature, we will face many challenges. And this other way to visualize in this cartoon. Today, we're living in very unprecedented times with the crisis of COVID, but also we have the looming dangers of the recession and climate change. And behind that, I would argue biodiversity collapse. And these two things, biodiversity collapse and climate change, these are a consequence of we not taking care of nature. So we have to take care of nature so that we don't have these problems of climate change that can turn back the clock of socioeconomic development that we can create, but also because of that idea of taking care of biodiversity also takes care and provides a lot of opportunities. There is this work that the Nature Conservancy did that also highlights this interconnectedness of nature and socioeconomic development. They map these locations that they call the last chance ecosystems. And these last chance ecosystems, if you see the map of the world, they align very much with places that are developing countries. So the relation between, or the interrelation of weak ecosystems, speaking socioeconomically, but or speaking in terms of biodiversity, is very strong. And we cannot think of development in one area without thinking the consequences in the other, and how taking care of the environment can also take care of socioeconomic development. There are many examples of both directions. Climate change is the biggest one of when we don't take care of nature. But there are also opportunities, and there are many examples, like, for example, when we create fisheries and we protect zones where we cannot fish, that the overflow of these regions end up creating more fish in the overall area than if you didn't have a protected area. So it's an example of how taking care of protecting biodiversity also provides an opportunity for more socioeconomic development. I'm happy to talk about these issues later in the Q&A. But let's talk quickly on big numbers of these problems of the planetary scale in terms of biodiversity. We only have 420 gigatons of carbon remaining before the biggest tipping point starts to happen, according to the models. We know we have around 55% of people who lack access to sanitation water. We waste 1.5 gigatons of food every year, and 25% of species are threatened with extinction. So this is a huge problem. But at the same time, we live also in times of huge opportunities. As this whole conference talks about big data, satellite images, but also the Internet of Things, and big computes offer an unprecedented opportunity to leverage all of this amount of data to create information to help us move. There's also market mechanisms that have proven to be extremely effective to create value. So this is the opportunity we face today. At AI for Earth, at the program at Microsoft, we have helped more than 613 grantees, researchers and NGOs around 90 countries to access the data they need to make their studies of agriculture and climate change and in general biodiversity, also to help them run the codes so that not only you need a PhD on the environment, but you don't need to have another PhD in cloud computing. So we have helped them, but also we have helped some companies do projects at a global scale. And I wanted to talk briefly about these ones that I would say also are under the umbrella of huge commitments that Microsoft has done, like for example, being carbon negative by 2030, including the scope 3, so not only direct emissions, but also indirect emissions, or the commitment to be waste-free by 2030, or to protect more land than it uses. These are huge commitments that I believe also help and hopefully inspire other companies or governments to have also these commitments of being carbon negative, like Bhutan is today, but also to protect the land they use or to have waste-free operations. One of the first examples I want to touch briefly is this company, iNaturalist, which allows anyone to take a picture of a species, of a plant, and then it tells you which plant there is. But the trick here is that then all of that data is fed back in the background so that governments, NGOs, and scientists can start to see what's the distribution of these plants, like for example, invasive species or not invasive species, and figure out what is the complexity and biodiversity of their environment. They have around 3 million registered users with 44 million observations, and they observe almost 250,000 species. And some of them have been rediscovered with this method. There's also an example of WildMe, which is a similar approach, so allowing people to take pictures of animals. That also allows them to have the range of the species, but also identify specific individuals. Like for example, if the lion has moved to another place, or the whale or the shape of the whale is the same whale that you can see it in different places, you can see migration patterns. This is all possible through these AI systems to identify individual animals and species. But let's go to the core of some of the examples that we can use with satellite images. One is land cover mapping. We've worked with the Chesapeake Conservancy and Esri in this project, where we had the data at very high resolution for the watershed of the Chesapeake Conservancy. And it took 10 months and $1 million to create these high resolution images. And the question is, how can we do that for the whole of the US or the whole of the world? We need this data. We don't have the amount of budget that it would require to do this at scale. So what do we leverage? We leverage and this is the 17 million people living in this Chesapeake watershed and 64,000 square miles. It's a really big size, but we need it much bigger. And so, as I was saying, we use deep learning mechanisms to do land classification training and then expose that training to new data and see how it correlates with the places where we also have this super high resolution data, so that we can use the same model in other places where we don't have this very high resolution model. Only with the medium resolution or low resolution, we can have this land classification. And this is an example on the top left. We have aerial imagery, and in the bottom right, you see the classification. And I go quickly to some examples. This is another company, Silvia Terra, who was able to map the entire 92 billion trees of the US, processing 800 terabytes of data, again using satellite images, but also LiDAR images, and to process 500 million acres. We have this opportunity to scale these types of applications that we can define, and we like to think about applications of classification, applications of forecasting, applications of planning, and attribution. And that's why thinking in this way of how we can scale up these opportunities with satellite images and AI, that's why Microsoft has committed to create a planetary computer to allow the planetary scale geospatial operations to support the examples that I had said before, but also many more coming from governments, from scientists, for NGOs, putting together these amazing data sets, the infrastructure that is needed, and the models to allow app developers, data scientists, and everyone to use it. We are out of time, but I love to keep talking about possible applications or possible examples of this kind of data. So happy to go into questions to answer opportunities or brainstorming we can do and work together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bruno, and thank you to all the presenters. We now enter the last portion. We have a reduced amount of time for Q&A. I'll ask CoStat if we can perhaps borrow a few minutes from the break between the two sessions if there are additional questions. We've got a number of them that have come on screen. Some of them have already been responded to via email, so that's encouraging. And what I would like to do is just bring up the list of questions that I have received here. The first question comes from Rike Monk Hansen, and it's to Mr. Ang. She asks, has there been any interest or use of the results so far by provincial decision makers? And what are your plans for further study?
Thank you. So we have initial discussion with the province. So in Vietnam, we have the new law on the planning that require we will have the master planning plan for own province in Vietnam in the next 3 years. Before we have a separate planning for each thematic sector. So province is interesting to include this ocean accounting into their planning process. But due to the COVID-19 situation, we just been able to have initial discussion, and we expect to work more. And we currently have another project with the Quảng Ninh province to further introduce and integrate this data into their planning. And for the second question, could you repeat the second question again?
I think permit me to unmute it now. I'll represent the second part of the question. What are your plans for further study?
Yeah. So actually, the first study we kind of having time limited and resources, so we don't have access to many of the data that it's required for this study. For example, for the comparison of land use, land cover at 2 periods to access the change condition. We have to wait for the 2020 land inventory. So we didn't been able to conduct detailed land use chain matrix using the latest data. Also, we try to in the future we try to include satellite data for assessment of the water condition. In this study, we have like more than 100 points that sampling the water quality, but it's mainly in the near shore and focus on some specific area. And we definitely want to look at the satellite-based indexes for water quality assessment.
Very good. Thank you very much. Next question goes to Dr. Bagstad. The question is, may I know how many countries can provide 100% data for SEEA systems?
Thanks. Well, right now, we're relying on global data sets, as I mentioned, and so we have quite a number of those that let us examine ecosystem extent, condition, and services. But generally, the philosophy behind our approach, which we call global but automatically customizable modeling, is that countries could rely on global data, yet can contribute their own data and keep that private if they choose to, or can share that with the world if they choose to, so that the data ecosystem continues to grow. So I would say that right now we rely mostly on global data, but more countries are contributing data, and the more do so, the stronger our accounts can get.
Very good. We have a question for Kai Fen. Is he online? Or I see that I don't see an image of him, so I'm not sure if he's online. I'll ask the question and hopefully he can respond. The question is, what is the most important component for a national statistical organization to build a new methodology in order to support image data applications for statistics? Okay, I will presume that he's unable to respond to that. I'm just looking at the time. We've gone over by 1 minute. However, I would like to leverage or present a question to Carrie and Jacinta in a comment that you made, or an open invitation that you made in your presentation, and that was for others to participate if they would like. Carrie, how can they do that?
Thank you, Gordon. We would really like to hear from people, and there's been some inspiring presentations in this session about research and also increasing the capability and the capacity to undertake Earth observation analysis or analysis of Earth observation data for official statistics, and in particular for agriculture, environment, and oceans. We'd like to hear from other people and about their products and research, and also training courses. And they can do that either through emailing us or through emailing you, Gordon, through the UN task team, and also Lorenzo is a part of that team as well. So the emails are part of the presentations. We'd love to hear from people. Perhaps you'd like to expand on that, Gordon, given that you're leading this task team. You're on mute.
I was just saying it was not a baited question. You had opened the invitation to others, and I'm sure there are many that are eager to participate. We have two components within this. One is a training session working towards e-learning courses that would be accredited. And Carrie and Jacinta and others are handling that portion of it. And then there's also a component that's looking at using supervised, unsupervised classifications for land cover as part of SDG monitoring. So again, we invite anybody to contact us, either call us or give us, send us an email is probably the best way, and we'll get back to you and we can discuss this further with you. We are out of time, unfortunately. There are a number of questions that unfortunately we've been unable to get to. I wish to say a thank you to everyone again. We've had some very dynamic presentations, a wide range of topics, and it's been most pleasant to be the moderator for this. I congratulate you all, and thank you everyone from whatever part of the world you're in, whatever time of the day it is for you. Thank you for being with us and sharing and participating. One last thing, there will be a 10-minute break before the next session begins. So COSTAT, for my part as moderator, I call this session 8 closed. Back to you, COSTAT.
Bye.
Yeah, bye. Thank you. Thank you very much.
you.
Hello and good morning in Korea and good evening from New York, and hello to all the friends in between. My name is Stefan Schweinfest. I'm the director of the UN Statistics Division. Welcome to this session number 9, which is on global data collaboratives and co-investments. So the two things we will be talking about a lot is collaboration and a little bit about money and resources also. So I'm very much looking forward. We have this structured in 2 parts. We will first have a dialogue with development cooperation perspectives, and then we have a dialogue with the user perspective. So there will be 4 segments of about 20 minutes. I will first talk to the first panel and ask some questions. Then you, the audience, can ask questions, and then I will introduce the second panel and ask my questions, and then we will finish with the user questions. So what is the subject really that we are talking about? It is called the UN Global Platform. What is the UN Global Platform? Let me read it to you. It's a cloud service ecosystem to support international collaboration in the compilation of official statistics using new data sources and innovative methods to help countries measure the Sustainable Development Goals. So there are 4 elements. What is it? A cloud service ecosystem. Why did we invent it? To support international collaboration for official statisticians. The main purpose is to use new data and innovative methods, and the ultimate policy objective is to support the Sustainable Development Goals through the compilation of information. The Office of National Statistics of the United Kingdom has supported us to build this platform. They have taken the lead on this and invested heavily, so I'm grateful for that. And they had also the support, in-kind support from Statistics Netherlands, Statistics Canada. My office was also very much involved. This has been going on for a couple of years. We have at the United Nations, under the Statistical Commission, a global working group on big data. And this group has been supervising the work of this UN platform. And there was a report for the 2020 Commission that described how far we had gotten at that point. And what we had on the global platform there at that moment were AIS, Automatic Identification System data. They track the position of every ship minute by minute and help to estimate indicators on trade, travel, and transportation. And the other project, lead project, we had satellite imagery for the mapping of crops and land cover. So these were the original proofs of concepts, as we call them. And we worked extensively with the ONS in the UK. But we also had early partners in the regions, and we have now developed a number of regional hubs in China, Rwanda, and the United Arab Emirates. And we will hear a little bit, certainly, from the Chinese hub in this conversation. So where are we with this now? The UN Global Platform has been turned over to us, to the global statistical community, on the 1st of June 2020. So this is a very recent development. So the global platform is now for all of us. The idea is to put there 3 things: data, tools, and training. So we want to discuss in this session how we can do it, what are the partners that we need, and how can the various partners support what we are doing there. We are seeking active collaboration, in-kind contributions, that is the experiences, the data, and so we need to work not only with statisticians, but also with data scientists, data engineers, academia, the private sector, and non-governmental institutions. So this is a very broad partnership, and you will see that also our speakers in the session do represent this broad spectrum of communities. We will also, in order to scale this up and make this happen, as a point where everybody can come and bring their expertise and get expertise for the countries. In order to scale this up, we will also need financial support. So we will also have to talk to the donor community, trying to get them excited about this mechanism. So this is a little bit the background of where we are. You can imagine this is a big responsibility for my office, and it's a recent responsibility because we have been really taking this fully over since June this year. So I'm very happy that in the first part of the panel, we will have the development cooperation perspectives, and I have three speakers, Mr. Dominique Boursier from Global Affairs Canada, Mrs. Elaine Tan from the Asian Development Bank, and Mr. Xian Zhude from the National Bureau of Statistics of China. So I will talk to them, I will have a little chat with them one by one, ask them a couple of questions, and then I will invite all of you to also come in with your questions. So may I start with my conversation, and I invite Mr. Dominique Boursier to sort of join me on the podium, the virtual podium, and Elaine, and of course, Mr. Xian. And I start with Dominic. I will not give long bios. If you want to know all the youthful sins of our speakers, you can go to the website. I'm sure you will find interesting information there. I will just give the general institutional titles of our speakers. So Dominic Boursier is the Deputy Director, Public Financial Management and Natural Resources Specialists at Global Affairs Canada. And he has been with Global Affairs Canada since 1999. So this is quite a moment. So Dominic, maybe to begin, perhaps you can explain to us a little bit the vision and the portfolio of Global Affairs Canada. What are you mostly supporting? And then in particular, of course, we want to know about what are you doing for statistics. We know that you have supported many projects in capacity building in developing countries, formerly through CEDA. And most notably, I have gotten to know you through the Caribbean project, but I understand most recently you have also started to work with West Africa. So perhaps could you give us an overview on your ongoing projects and your planned projects, or these national or regional projects, and how could countries who are interested to work with you get involved or included in such initiatives? And then, of course, finally, because the topic of our meeting is very much data innovation and the use of big data, I would like to know whether this topic of data innovation and the use of big data and new skills like data science and modernization of statistics are part of what you consider statistical capacity building initiatives. So Dominique, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Stefan, for the kind introduction, and thank you for inviting me to be part of this panel. It's an honor to join all of you today to outline Global Affairs Canada, the effort to strengthen statistical capacity in developing countries. So in terms of our overall vision and portfolio, our overarching framework in support of statistical capacity to developing countries is underpinned by Canada's Feminist International Assistance Policy, which emphasize the need for strengthened data systems for evidence-based policymaking and promote the use of gender disaggregated data. It also supports ensuring no one is left behind by strengthening the capacity of national statistics systems to remove statistical barriers to inclusion, including gender disaggregation and inclusion of marginalized persons. So Global Affairs Canada works in close collaboration with the International Development Research Centre, IDRC, and Statistics Canada to provide funding and technical assistance to data and statistics capacity building in developing countries. So over the last few years, Canada has provided approximately 25 million American dollar per year in multilateral and bilateral support to strengthen statistical capacity, primarily in the Americas, Africa, Asia, and Eastern Europe. In line with Canada's continued commitment toward global health, particularly with regards to maternal, newborn, and child health, and the empowerment of women and girls, Global Affairs Canada main areas of focus for statistical capacity building is on strengthening civil registration and vital statistics systems and promoting the gathering and use of gender disaggregated data. So for instance, Canada established in 2015 the Center of Excellence for CRVS, Civil Registration and Vital Statistics, which is a global resource hub that actively supports national effort to develop, strengthen, and scale up sustainable CRVS system by facilitating access to technical assistance, global norms and standard, and evidence and best practice on those systems. Now, in terms of specifics and projects, so as you said, Stefan, we've funded a number of projects over the year to build statistical capacity in developing countries. So two of them that I wanted to highlight more closely. The one in Senegal with Global Affairs funding, Statistics Canada provided technical assistance between 2016 and March 2020 to the National Agency of Statistics and Demography of Senegal and line ministries to improve the coordination and collaboration of the national statistical system and the production of quality statistics in the education, agriculture, and extractive sectors. So for instance, Canada worked with Senegal and built a collection and dissemination platform for the extractive data collection activities. In the Caribbean, through the Project for the Advancement of Statistics in the Caribbean, Global Affairs provides funding also to Statistics Canada to improve the statistical capacity of 14 English-speaking member states of the Caribbean Community, CARICOM, between 2015 and 2022. So there are four main streams to that project. One is business survey, so including the creation of business registers and other business survey, including CPI. Two is enhancing the national accounts. Three is household surveys, so including the census and labor force surveys. And four is about communication and dissemination, so creating websites, helping create statistical information product and disseminate them. We are also helping these countries on a responsive basis on SDGs and data science. And finally, in terms of data innovation and use of big data, obviously our department supports innovative approach and solution for all its international system programming, including statistical capacity building, while we're being responsive to the needs and priorities of developing countries. So an example of project using innovative technology is in Tanzania, where Global Affairs Canada works with UNICEF to register and issue birth certificate to 3.5 million girls and boys under the age of 5 through an innovative birth registration system, which was developed by Tanzania's Birth Registration Agency in partnership with Tigo, which is a mobile service provider. So the system used innovative technology that quickly uploads records of all birth registration to a centralized system through text message sent from mobile phones. So this allowed for real-time monitoring of birth registrations at national, regional, and local level, and greatly simplifies the registration process. So basically, this is what I want to highlight from Global Affairs Canada, and thank you for allowing me to present what are our main support in terms of statistical capacity building in developing countries.
Wow, I mean, thank you for sharing all of this. I can see you have a very broad experience, broad in terms of geography, spanning the entire globe, and broad also in terms of topics. I note, I mean, your focus on gender and marginalized groups, and of course, we all know that Canada is working strongly to support the CRVS agenda, and I can see you are doing it in a very modern fashion with what you just described in Tanzania. So thank you for sharing this. I mean, it's always nice to hear that the donors are also paying attention to our sometimes seemingly boring, very technical issues. But I mean, if there's a true understanding how important these underlying data are, that is very much appreciated. Moving on to Elaine Tan from the Asian Development Bank. She is the advisor of the Office of the Chief Economist and Director General and head of something that is called Statistics and Data Innovation Unit at the Asian Development Bank. So now that sounds already very exciting. Her work at the ADB includes building statistical capacity in developing member countries, undertaking economic research, and using new data sources and methods. So let me ask you the following question. The Asian Development Bank has a long history of supporting the statistical community, and actually we work very closely together. I mean, I think we had one of the last workshops together before, unfortunately, the pandemic hit in Manila in February this year. So, I mean, we have been always very pleased to work with you. I must ask you about the Statistics and Data Innovation Unit. That sounds like a very exciting title. So you are heading that. Could you describe the main objectives and functions of your unit, and Does this also really mean that data innovation is part of the overall strategy of the Asian Development Bank? If we look at the funding for statistical activities, what kind of innovative projects are you particularly interested in? And is it more at the country or at the regional level that you're active? And what criteria do you normally use? I'm sure you're getting many requests for funding and you will have to take a difficult decision where you want to invest your resources. And then, of course, we are coming here now from the UN Global Platform. Would a project like that, an infrastructural project at the global level, actually also have any chance to be supported and funded, or through country projects? Perhaps we could explore this. And because we believe that a project like ours could reduce cost at the country intervention. And of course, same question as I asked Dominic. I mean, when we think of statistical capacity building, we may think sometimes of the more traditional sectors of statistics, but does modernization of statistics, use of big data, data science, play an important role in your funding of statistical capacity projects? Helene, thank you for being here, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Stefan. May I first congratulate you and your team in Statistics Korea for an excellent conference. I attended a few sessions and I was very impressed by the level of presentations and discussions. And that tells me that the statistical community is really eager to do more in the area of big data. And yes, you're right. ADB has long recognized the importance of statistical capacity building in our developing member economies. And we recently had a Strategy 2030 review. And one emphasis is the strengthening of governance and institutional capacity, and in particular, statistical capacity building. And that is one of the objectives of the Statistics and Data Innovation Unit, which was set up last year. I like the name of the unit very much. I'm not responsible for the name, by the way. I just happen to head it. But when they set it up, they named it Statistics and Data Innovation Unit. And I like it very much because I think it strikes the right balance between core traditional statistics on one hand and the new data sources, new technologies, and new techniques like big data, machine learning, artificial intelligence on the other hand. And ADB is already very well known for its economic statistics, supply use tables, multi-regional IO tables, global value chains, statistical business registers, and of course ICP for the Asia and Pacific region. And we do intend to maintain these areas of statistical strengths. And are very grateful for the support and collaboration from many of our developing member economies. And I believe that core statistics have in fact stood the test of time. One of the key tools used to study the impact of the pandemic has been the multi-regional IO tables. So many international agencies such as WTO, ILO, BIS have in fact used it to show how shocks in one country reverberates across the region and what the pandemic means for the flow of goods and services, youth unemployment, and trade finance. So while the attention is on big data, I think the core statistical tools have also been carrying the day. And ADB through SDIU will definitely continue to support those. So our unit is called Statistics and Data Innovation. So we want to look at data innovation as well. We've started a number of projects over the last few months, and we'll be happy to share our experiences and our findings once those are completed. One area of big data, which I'd like to highlight, that ADB has completed a lot of work on is remote sensing and the use of satellite imagery. Last year, we published a handbook on how national statistical agencies can use remote sensing technology to estimate rice crop areas and production. We did the pilot study with 4 countries, Laos PDR, Vietnam, the Philippines, and Thailand. And it was used for land cover mapping and the generation of more timely agricultural statistics. We had the support of the Japanese Space Agency as well, for which we're very, very grateful. And another example of our unit's work on remote sensing is the use of satellite imagery, applying deep learning models to develop more granular poverty maps. ADB will be releasing a report next week on this study. And in brief, what we did was we integrated satellite imagery with census and survey data to generate poverty maps which are more granular than available data. And we believe that this granular poverty map as a pilot not only promotes SDGs and not leaving anyone behind, but it is also being used in ADB's operations. So for example, in May, during the lockdown in Metro Manila, ADB launched a food distribution program for Filipino families. And the more granular poverty map that SDRU developed was one of the many data sources the ADB colleagues used to identify neighborhoods for food distribution. So we did these two remote sensing projects in collaboration with the national statistical agencies of our member countries. So definitely we do see statistical capacity building as involving that as well. So in that way, we hope through pilot studies to build up statistical capacity building as well as new capacity in data innovation. And I'm also very grateful for the support and enthusiasm of these countries because they're willing to carry on with the projects after ADB's pilot studies. So institutionalization becomes really important. After the period of experimentation, there should be efforts to institutionalize these pilot studies. Stefan, I think you asked about the kinds of big data projects that NSOs could look into. I have two suggestions. First of all, I would say start small, but start now. And the first thing I would suggest is to look at where the greatest data needs are in terms of topics and domains, and where the available big data sources are. And I would suggest that the best project would be the intersection between the needs and data availability. And once that project is identified, I will encourage NSOs to start with a small scope because there'll be learning by doing, there'll be experimentation, and there'll be new tools, new techniques to learn. So most of the learning will be done by doing, as opposed to sitting in the classroom and going through the theoretical concepts. My second suggestion to operationalize something like this would be to ring fence a small team to take the project forward. And a team like that should already be subject experts. So their brief could then be to look at new data sources and new techniques, but because they are already subject experts, that would give the project the greatest chance of aligning with official statistics. So it will be official statisticians looking into these new data sources. And by ring fencing a team, I think you can ensure greater experimentation. So you set aside time for them to learn, play around with the models, and just do learning by doing. And then that also increases the chance that the pilot, the project will go beyond the pilot phase. So those are my initial thoughts. I hope we can start a conversation with those. But thank you very much for the conference. I thought it was excellent. I'm already looking forward to the next one, and I'm looking forward to UNSC in New York, fingers crossed, in March. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Wow. And I mean, these projects with the remote sensing, that sounds really interesting. And I think I've always been a believer that in the intersection between statistics and geospatial information, there is a lot to be gained. I also particularly liked one formulation that you used you said play around. So I think, of course, we are all in very serious business here, but I think the platform in the way we conceive it by putting tools and data and training together in one place should really unleash the creativity of people and dig for the deeper value that is often hidden in the data. So I'm very grateful that you alluded to that. Okay, thank you, and we will certainly be looking forward to working with you and knocking on your door, perhaps for some tripartite kind of projects where a country and the Asian Development Bank and we, with the global platform, can work together. I think that could be a promising configuration. The last speaker on the first panel is Mr. Xian. Have had the pleasure of knowing him for quite a while. I always joke when I come to China talking about big data. There are very big data in China because it's a very big country and there are lots of data and big data. So Mr. Xian is the Deputy Commissioner of the National Bureau of Statistics since December 2016. We have been working very closely with the NBS for over 10 years now, and I have to be very grateful. They have created a trust fund that has allowed us international cooperation and statistical training, first focusing mostly on Asia and the Pacific, but going well beyond Asia and the Pacific in recent years. China has also agreed to help us with the funding of this transition phase of the UN Global Platform, and I really want to put on record our gratitude for China to allow us to work on this important transformation of the global platform from a proof of concept to a viable instrument. China is working with us to create a regional hub for big data in Hangzhou, in the southern city of China. And this will be a research and training center, and we are very much looking forward working on big data in Hangzhou with the NBS. Now, my question to Mr. Xian is perhaps, can you tell us a little bit about what is going on currently in China with respect to big data? What is the NBS's program in this respect? And what will be the role of the regional hub in China in Hangzhou? How do you envision this? And how can that help you at the national level, but also, of course, at the international level? And when you look at the training activities that we have conducted, where do you see the main priorities for the coming 5 years? I mean, the use of big data and data science, modernization of statistics are part of our statistical capacity building initiatives, and I'm sure they're also part of yours, and perhaps you can tell us a little bit about that. I think Mr. Xian will speak through an interpreter, but I'm very grateful that you are here. So thank you very much and greetings to Beijing.
感谢史蒂芬先生，大家全天好。
Thanks to Mr. Swanfest and good day to everyone.
这个祝贺您主持召开了一次非常成功的大会。
So first, my congratulations goes to the success of this conference.
正像您刚才说的，这几年中国国家统计局一直在推进大数据的创新和应用，我们也有一个工作计划。
As you mentioned, the National Bureau of Statistics of China has been promoting the use of big data in recent years, and we also constructed some working programs.
我们这个计划的核心之一就是让人人参与，特别是让年轻人参与。
So the core of this program is have a wide participation of statisticians, especially for the young statisticians.
通过这几年的努力，我们已经有了几十个这个案例，几十个方案。
So with the past several years of efforts, we have made many successful cases.
这些方案呢，就像一些鸡蛋一样，很快就会孵出小鸡。
So it's like many eggs, and in the future we can expect more chickens come out.
目前来看，比较成功的有这么几个方面。
So I would like to introduce you some successful cases.
第一个方面呢，就是在联合国高级别小组中提出的2个创新项目，我们取得了进展。
So the first two examples is the two data innovation solutions we have mentioned in the UN high-level group.
卫星和遥感数据应用于农业谷产，这个我们已经取得了 成功，并且呢，今天上午我的同事已经给大家做了讲解。
So, for example, the satellite imaging and the remote sensing has been applied in the agriculture statistics, especially the crop measurement. So my colleague, Mr. Stephen, has introduced this aspect in the last session.
价格和快速经济调查使用电子商务数据，我们已经与多家这个企业取得了联系，也取得了进展。
So we also made some progress in the application of e-commerce data to produce price statistics and also rapid economic monitoring.
在取得进展的第二方面，就是我们在部门合作之间，充分利用部门的行政记录，以改进我们的统计。
So the second big aspect is the use of admin data.
第三个方面呢，就是与这个企业合作，利用企业这个交易平台的交易数据，这个改进统计工作。
So we have cooperated with many government ministries to use the admin data. And the third one is we are making progress in the business statistics. That means we are using the transaction data from the e-platforms to improve our business statistics.
就像刚才史蒂芬先生说的一样，杭州的中国区域中心作为全球平台的一部分，我们将按照全球平台的规则，积极参与和支持全球平台的工作。
So just now, Mr. Swanfest has mentioned we have created jointly a regional hub in Hangzhou for the global platform. So as part of the global platform, the Hangzhou Regional Center in China will cooperate with the global platform and following all the rules and guidelines of the UNGP.
从国内的定位来讲，它是我们中国国家统计局的大数据的应用中心。 它是一个引领者。
So, facing the domestic of China, this regional center will be the big data application center of the National Bureau of Statistics of China, and we will try to be playing a leading role in this area.
在国际来讲，刚才说了，我们是全球这个平台的一部分，我们将以推进 SDG 和官方统计大数据应用为目标，积极参与
So internationally, as I have mentioned, this regional center will be part of the UNGP. So we'll take the promotion of SDG, statistical monitoring, and also the application of big data in official statistics as our objectives.
在新时期，社会经济发展，特别是在面对新冠疫情的情况下，加强国际合作是非常重要的。
So in this new era of data explosion and also facing the pandemic impacts, the international cooperation is quite significant.
我们真诚地欢迎国际统计机构、专家学者到中国杭州区域中心来交流访问。
So we sincerely invite the international experts to visit the Hangzhou Regional Center and to communicate with us on the use of big data.
我们已经准备好了1层的办公区域，1000平方米，有10几个办公室，每一个办公室都比史蒂芬先生的办公室要大。
So we have made full preparations. So I can tell you that in Hangzhou, the regional center has 1 floor for the international experts. So we have an 1,000 square meters space area, and we also has more than 10 offices to accompany you.
他的办公室大。
So I would like to tell a joke that each office is bigger than the office of Mr. Swanfest.
这个还有咖啡和茶。
And yeah, we also equipped with coffee and teas and everything.
Free. 这个关于培训问题，我认为在未来5年，关于大数据和数据科学，特别是在统计当中的这个培训是最重要的。
So talking about the priorities for the training in the coming 5 years, I think the big data and data science should be put on top.
我觉得呢，这个大学的培养和我们工作当中的培训这两方面的工作，我们都要加强。
So we should work from one aspect with the universities to improve this college training, and in another part we should have this capacity building in statistical agencies.
在很多大学，我们开设了大数据和数据科学的专业。
So in colleges we have this curriculum of big data and data science.
中国国家统计局和贵州省政府在贵州财经学院开办了大数据统计学院。
So we worked together with the Guizhou provincial government to set up a college in Guizhou Financial University to teach big data and data science, especially.
建立了大数据统计学院。
So we set up a big data and statistics college in the Guizhou Financial University.
这个同时呢，我们也要这个通过中国和联合国能力开发信托基金项目，这个开展国际培训，提高发展中国家的这个能力。
So at the same time, we will make full use of this China UN Trust Fund to improve the capacity building of the developing economies.
谢谢大家。
Thank you.
Thank you. I have to quickly find my unmute button again. Thank you, Mr. Xian, and I can assure you, everything he said about the center is true. I have been there. I have had the pleasure of visiting Hangzhou, and it is very impressive. And Mr. Xian also knows me very, very well by saying Haiyao Cafe. He knows exactly that with coffee, I can always be lured to go almost everywhere on the planet. So I'm giving a little secret away here. So this is the moment where we can open to audience questions. I think we got one question. Perhaps we start with Dominic. Somebody was particularly interested that there is the issue of resilience right now, which is one of the very key concerns now of statistical institutions and capacities that we build. And of course, given your experience, perhaps particularly in working in the Caribbean, can you perhaps reflect on that a little bit and say something how important is that when you fund a project, and are there some elements in what you have done in the past that would ensure a certain degree of resilience, or do you have any other ideas or proposals what we could do differently in the future to be more resilient? Dominic.
Well, thank you for the question. I think it's a very important point. It's something that we always take into account when we fund a project. If I take, for instance, some of the lessons learned that we've learned throughout our support is that we need to pay attention to the country context and making sure that to respect the priorities of the national statistical offices. So donor coordination is very important. It's important that we tailor to the country context, the country specific needs. Also trying to look at what is every country, like especially in a regional context, what is every country's comparative advantage? Sometimes maybe one statistical office will be very good at one area, and maybe this is something where you can create a regional center of excellence, and foster South-South cooperation with the other countries in that neighborhood, so in the neighboring region. But resilience is very important. It's always something that we take into account. We want to ensure that the results are going to be sustainable, especially in that context right now of COVID-19. We know how National Statistical Office have been hampered in their ability to deliver on their mandate, and how the production of quality statistics is so important. It was already important even before the pandemic, but now it's even more important. And so that's why we need to ensure that whatever we're funding, like we're building the capacity of the National Statistical Office to be resilient in the long term.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for these reflections. Perhaps a question to Elaine. This question comes a little bit from me. I must confess. I mean, but I consider myself part of the audience too. I want to have some fun here too. Funding this project of the global platform is a little bit of a nightmare for a manager, because it's by nature a kind of infrastructural kind of a project. So it doesn't sort of show very immediate impacts, as sort of a bit of an underlying project. And of course, it is very global and it's very broad. From your perspective as working in a bank, I mean, do you have some advice? You started to elaborate it a little bit, of how we could perhaps access resources from your institutions. How do we get the interest of the people who have the purse in an institution like yours?
That's a very subtle way of asking.
No, it's not subtle at all. I'll confess shamelessly.
I guess we will prioritize institutionalization. As I've said a number of times in my opening remarks, that what we want to do is to build people up and also help them carry on in their way. So what we want to do is to fund pilot studies, which then the developing member economies and the national statistical offices in particular will take over and run with it thereafter. So I think that is one aspect that I think would be really important. And I think what Dominic said is really important as well. We need to cater to the individual needs of the country as well as the region. So some countries might have strengths and certain needs. So when we did the remote sensing for the croplands, we focused on rice. And we worked with the 4 countries for whom rice is a major exporting crop. And so that's how we try to tailor needs to the capacity building we're trying to build. But I would again underline institutionalization. What we hope to see is people trying different things that again meet their needs. But having done that, they can take on board the pilot studies and then continue with it thereafter. And we do see that happening for the rice crop projects, which we're very encouraged by.
Oh, thank you for this. I think the pilot approach is a very key word, because I mean we need to do both. We need to experiment a little bit and show immediate results in a very specific context, but at the same time use part of the underlying investment as an investment in something more infrastructural, and this has to be the trick, how we operate in the future. Well, perhaps the last question is to Mr. Xian, whether the China Hub has already implemented some projects, or you have some projects in mind that where would you like to start with the big data work in Hangzhou?
提的问题是我们目前的中国中心是否已经有正在进行的项目，或者是将要进行的项目，请介绍一下。
好，这个谢谢史蒂芬先生。我们杭州中心呢，现在是初期的建设阶段，已经开始了一些项目。
So thank you, Mr. Xuanfas. So the China Regional Center is still under initial construction, but we have started some program.
一个呢就是这个卫星和遥感数据的应用。
So the first one is the application of satellite imaging data and remote sensing.
第二呢就是 CPI 的这个利用超市、医院这些的交易数据来这个收集 CPI 的数据。
So the second one is to collect data for CPI from the hospitals, especially their transaction data.
对，我们下一步呢还要跟这个有关的企业，你比如说阿里巴巴，还有一些网上的企业，跟他们进行战略的合作，就是利用他们的数据来改进我们的统计。
So the third one is one in mind that we are going to cooperate with Alibaba and other e-platforms to improve our statistics.
同时呢，杭州中心呢还将为中国国内的 大数据在官方统计应用当中要组织相关的应用项目。
So we are facing the domestic. We are also the China Regional Center will start some programs on the application of big data in official statistics.
就像我刚才讲了，我们已经有了几十个鸡蛋，我们要通过这个中心来让它们变成小鸡。
So as I have mentioned, we already have some eggs there, and we are trying to take use of this regional center to make some chickens.
在这个过程当中呢，我们希望得到国际的专家，包括另外几个中心的这个帮助，和我们要多加强交流合作，共同努力，共同提高。
So during this process, we welcome all the communications and helps from the UNGP and from other regional centers, and also from all international statistical communities.
也希望史蒂文先生再次到杭州中心去，看一看，喝咖啡。
So we also welcome Mr. Xuan West and also your colleagues to visit this center again.
Coffee.
And have coffee. Yes, I understood that. That was the most important part. No, thank you very much. No, thank you to all the partners of the first panel. I really appreciate because such a big undertaking, we need the help from all the friends that we can get, regional, global funding mechanisms, private, public, countries, governments. And I just wanted to pick up on one point that Mr. Xian has mentioned, Alibaba. Of course, that's one of the reasons I believe that the big data center is actually located in Hangzhou, because it's close to Alibaba headquarters, and that creates particular opportunities to work together in completely new ways between a public and private partnership. So, and I have seen this happening, so this is quite fascinating. And so allow me to move on to the second panel, where we now shift a little bit to the user perspective. And we're starting with none other than my dear friend, Ms. Gemma van Halderen from UN ESCAP, from the UN family. Gemma has been my friend for over 100 years. No, that's not entirely correct. But for a very long time already, we've known each other since she has been, of course, working for the Australian Bureau of Statistics and had a leading function there, contributing to the Australian government's data integration partnership. And of course, I have in particular gotten to know and to respect and appreciate her as a colleague, because she has been one of the leading figures in the UN to work on the integration of geospatial and statistical information. Now she has the job in ESCAP, so she is responsible for the whole of Asia and the Pacific, well, all the statistics in this part of the world. And you just had your big meeting there, and perhaps we can jump in right there. And last week at your ESCAP Statistics Committee, you were talking about big data, and also you were talking in one segment about human resources management. So I'm interested about those connections. What are your takeaways? What did you hear? What do countries want and need in your part of the world in terms of training, in terms of support? Gemma, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Stefan. And yes, I'm very happy that you corrected the 100 years there, because I think both of us are much younger than 100 years. So lovely to see you. And likewise, we also share coffee wherever we do meet. So yes, as Stefan said, our biennial committee on statistics for Asia and the Pacific concluded last week. And I'd like, we had about 260 participants from 39 countries in our region, actually and wider, including many that are with us today here from MBS China, from Cambodia, COSTAT, Denmark, ADB and UNSD there. So we had a very good cross-section of countries as well as partners. So I'd just like to focus on 3 takeaways on the priorities and needs of the NSOs that were reflected at this committee and the events that were associated with it. And then I'll draw that back to the global platform that we're talking about here today. So a very big message that comes from countries in Asia and the Pacific is they are very keen to hear from other national statistical officers on their experiences in using big data for official statistics. So it's about sharing National Statistics Office experience. And the focus is on statistics themselves, less so about the big data, but more so the focus is on the official statistics. You know, were the statistics that you produced using this data, were they experimental or were they official? How did you validate them? How did you apply confidentiality to them? So they're really trying to understand what's the statistical business process if my data source changes. And it's also not what could be done, but what has been done. So I think sharing of experiences of what could be done, which we're very much hearing a lot at this conference, they also like to say what has been done. The second point is the priorities are both technical and strategic. And on the technical side, this is technological, it's methodological, it's business process. But on the strategic side, I'd like to highlight two issues. The first one is the legal framework. There is a lot, again, what have countries done with respect to their legal framework? Have they had to make any changes? Is their legal framework already able for them to acquire big data? But what are the legal framework issues associated with producing official statistics from big data? The second one is around data sharing. And the data sharing comment was two-way. How do the National Statistics Offices access alternative data sources like administrative data, like satellite data? But then once they've got that data, produced it into official statistics, how do then they share that back out? Can they share the data back out? Can they only share the statistics? Can it only be confidentialized, and so on? So there's a whole package of issues, strategic issues around the two-way data sharing. And then the third point, and I think this wasn't explicit, but implicit is in all of the discussions, was a priority around cultural change. And this goes to both the big data, but also the management and HR. What is our NSO's mandate? What is the mandate of a National Statistics Office? And for many, many National Statistics Office, you know, their brand, if you like, is conducting large-scale censuses and conducting large-scale household and business surveys. And a lot of the resources in a statistical office goes towards data collection activities. But here with these new data sources, the mandate is sort of changing in a way. Should the mandate actually be the production of a trusted, relevant official statistics, whatever the data source? And I think here this is the cultural dimension of both big data and training and human resource management is how do we change the cultural understanding of what's the job of a National Statistics Officer, a leader of a statistics office, and is it certainly the fundamental principle of official statistics give us the mandate to use whatever data source is available that's the best cost-effective way and quality way. But at the same time, we need to make sure that leadership level is about producing a trusted, relevant official statistics, whatever your data source. And to me, that's a cultural shift. So bringing this to the role that the global platform can help. So the global data platform, the global platform actually has four objectives. First of all, to exchange ideas and methods for processing, analysing, visualising big data. Now here this is, you know, and there's a lot of work in that area. The second is to be a global hub for storing data. Now, and we've also just heard that the regional hubs and access to data like the Alibaba data, that's a very good role. But I'd like to highlight the last two roles. The global platform is to demonstrate the value of big data in better decision-making through official statistics, through pilots and through case studies. And I'm particularly pleased that Niels is with us today from Statistics Denmark, because they're leading a task team on the use of big data for official statistics for the SDGs. And I think this is where we can provide some country pilots and country case studies that can be shared. And then finally, the global platform is a resource hub for training materials and workshops. And here again, the training materials and workshops are an absolutely important modality for bringing the countries together to hear from other countries, to share their experiences, perspective on how have they produced official statistics using these new data sources and new methods for their governments. So Stefan, thank you very much for the opportunity to be with you today as part of this session and the entire week. It's been wonderful. Back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, and of course you look very good in front of this beautiful ESCAP building and the blue Thai sky there. You can already sense, I wasn't perhaps so explicit, with the second segment we moved into the user perspective, and you will see these are all national statisticians, if I count Gemma from her Australia past, and now still as a regional statisticians, you are still very close to the national statistics systems. And we immediately emphasize, we should not forget, our working group is called Big Data for Official Statistics. So, I mean, we are now moving to that second part of the title, and we are immediately entering the practical perspectives. And I thank you for Gemma for helping us with that shift of view. I mean, reflecting on the legalities and the accessibilities and the issues and the practical issues that chief statisticians are fighting with and battling with on a day-to-day basis. So we have a number of distinguished representatives from national statistical offices still to come. The next one, Gemma already mentioned him, is Niels. Hello, Niels. Niels Plough from Statistics Denmark is the director of Social Statistics Division, and at the same time he's also a professor in economic sociology at the University of Copenhagen and a professor in empirical economics at the Copenhagen Business School. And we have in particular known Niels as the co-chair of the UN Global Working Group almost since the very beginning. So this leads me immediately to my first question. Niels, you have been there since the very beginning with the whole big data discussion since 2014, and you've been co-chair for the last 4 years. How do you see the evolution? I mean, what has changed? Where did we start? Where are we now? Has there been a change in the mindset? What were sort of the early accomplishments? And you are in particular very knowledgeable about all of the various task teams that are operating there. And Gemma again mentioned one with the SDG support. What is the role of these task teams, and how can or should national statistical offices all around the world participate in this work? Niels, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Stefan. Thank you very much. For me, the important part of the title of the Global Working Group is the official statistics part. So I think we should have the focus on what can we actually do of statistics. And I think the development has been that in the beginning we saw a lot of nice presentations, most of them maybe not from statistical offices, but from others, of all the nice things you can do with big data, but they were not kind of directed towards do the repetitive production of statistical products. But I think actually we are actually there. There are more and more statistical offices that are using new data sources to support their production of statistics. And the big data is an add-on to the sources that we already have. So it's a supplement that we can use, and it has a number of advantages. Now, you mentioned the task teams, and I think one could say that the task teams is one of the two backbones of what the Global Working Group is doing. The global platform is the other backbone. And the task team is where the real experts come together. Sometimes somebody confuses me for being an expert on big data, which I'm not. But those who really work with the data, they come together in the task teams. I always encourage people to visit the website of the Global Working Group to look into both the number of task teams we have on each of the different data sources, but also the very rich material that the task team has produced, handbooks and examples of what they can use in new data sources for to get inspired, and also, of course, to join, because this is where the national statistical offices and their experts come together with the experts from the agencies to work specifically on the use of a specific data source, satellite data, mobile phone data, or other kinds of data. And the combination of that and then being able to share the products of what the task team has done through the global platform, I think is a very rich and powerful setup that I hope we will be able to bring forward just as we have been doing it for the last years. Allow me to mention an example from Statistics Denmark of what can happen for as we are a relatively small statistical agency in relation to the use of big data. We had a visit a few years ago by the guys who were setting up the global platform. And at that time, we were introduced to the AIS data, the data on ship positioning. So some of the people at my office took an interest in that. We had a hackathon where they tried to get sense of the data in relation to doing statistics in a Danish setting. We wanted the AIS data to support our harbor statistics. And we actually managed to do that so that instead of asking those who were managing the harbors for information, we took the information from the AIS data. I guess basically nobody outside of Statistics Denmark kind of realized that that happened, but for us it was a big thing. Then came the pandemic. And now through the AIS data, we were able to do harbor statistics not on a quarterly basis, but basically on a weekly basis. And suddenly core users like the National Bank and the Minister of Finance and everybody else realized that this was a very rich source that could not only reduce the reporting from the managers of the harbors, but actually do very timely statistics in a situation where that was needed. So for me, it's a core example of what you can do if you dig into those new data sources. So it's about getting access to new data, but it's also about increasing the timeliness of the data in a specific situation. So I think there's a lot that we can use those data for in order to improve the services that we are doing as statistical agencies for our users. I think I will keep it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Niels, and thank you always for being so inspiring. There's nothing as inspiring as a very concrete story where you can tell, where you convince people easily of the value of something. And thank you for almost making the United Nations sound like a place of fun, because I believe that that is exactly what it is, because like-minded people are coming together. And yes, we have these very traditional names of a task team, but it is exactly what you're saying. It's a couple of people who all share similar responsibilities and similar ideas and visions, and they come together and they work together and they enjoy doing so. So if there are still in the audience people from national statistical offices and institutes that have not been involved in any of our task teams of the Global Big Data working group, please check out our website, tell us what you're interested in, and you are certainly most welcome here to work with us. So thank you, Niels. Let's move on to Robert McLellan from Statistics Canada. He is the Chief Technology Officer and Director of Enterprise Architecture, Strategy and Innovation at Statistics Canada. The title already sounds super modern. I must say, you have to leave it to the Canadians to do this. And he is also the current chair of the Technical Delivery Board of the UN Global Platform. So just in one word, he is responsible for all of this. And I hope this is an appropriately scary description for what you're doing, Robert. Now, the platform, as we all know, was handed over from the UK to the United Nations on the 1st of June. And as the chair of the Technical Delivery Board of the platform, Robert, you now have to give advice and make proposals which will directly influence the development of the platform. So as you have been very much involved, I want to ask you the Quo Vadis question. Where are we going? what do you see as the capabilities of the platforms? How can national statistical institutions use it? Which needs can the platform meet, and where would you like to see the platform go? So, Robert, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stefan, and hello to everybody that's virtually in the conference today. So I think I would start with saying that, recount a little bit of a story from one of our technical delivery board sprints that we had hosted by the ONS in the UK. And in that one, we took SDG 911 access to all season roads. And it highlighted for me personally that oftentimes we create models, insights, indices, whatever. What are they for? Now, instinctively, everybody who's been in the statistics business, they just know that in their body and soul. But I do think that the important question is we have before us a set of complex questions. And we talk a lot about data and the need to use that data to generate insights and help us make decisions. We become a little fixated on the data. We forget about the human capital aspect of it, which is around skills and capacity. We also we need to remember, of course, that we need to provide the typically capitalized infrastructure assets to make that happen. So that could be software, it could be computing infrastructure, and so on. And so if I'm to actually generate interesting and either modified outputs that will actually create outcomes through decision making, through policy, through investment, through measurement, how do I actually remove all of the barriers to access and to action on the part of statisticians and methodologists, subject matter specialists, data stewards and data engineers, and so on. So for me, intrinsically, the platform then, what is accomplished in its first period prior to transition, is that it's demonstrated that this is entirely feasible and useful. So I think that's the first thing to highlight. So there's a couple of important things that are part of that story. So first of all, we have a scalable infrastructure that provides hopefully universal access to the capabilities that are out there today via cloud services. And what that means is that it doesn't really matter what country you're in or what agency that you're in, you have access to the necessary scalable computing and storage and so on to support the kinds of analysis with big data you might need to do. And I think if I build on that, then clearly one of the things that we need to bring to bear then is tools. So we have developer services that are part of the actual platform. And we also have method services. So either pre-existing methods or ones that are developed together through collaboration. These provide the means to do something interesting with the data to generate the insights. If I build on that, then data is key. And so today we have very rich data sources, very large data sources, whether it be flight data, ADS data, the shipping data, AIS that's been mentioned. I think the other thing is that we see ourselves as being part of a pathway to unlock the enormously rich Earth observation data that is out there. And of course, not to take it away, so to speak, from, say, physical Earth sciences and things, but what we want to do is to take that data, extract the value, combine it with our statistical data, and now all of a sudden we have something very powerful, both in terms of addressing issues around granularity. How do I generate the insights in a timely way at the level of granularity that people need potentially to take action in a cost-effective and cost-efficient way, because there's always pressure on budgets, and the COVID economic impact is also having a very negative effect. And so really the key platform capabilities then, the marketplace to find what it is that you might want to use, the learnings and collaboration that's there to basically help you either develop your own capacity or connect with others, the method and developer services, and the data services. So one of the key questions then I think is, well, that's great. How do I actually get access to those services? And so again, we see that with my colleague Ronald from the UNSD in New York, excuse me, we have then support for the platform, and there are ways and means by which you can get accounts. And I encourage you to reach out. Niels talked about the task teams that were going on. So I think, again, technology for its own sake is kind of a waste of time. I'm deeply technical by nature and history, but if there aren't people wanting to use it for purpose, who cares? So I think that task teams provide a means by which the data and the expertise have been coming together to take advantage of the platform services to generate insights. We also have projects going on. So for example, the Cambodian Statistics Agency is working with us on the .stat initiative. This is a platform that was developed originally by the OECD and other people, such as Australia. And it provides, again, a ready-made platform that we can put in our platform services, and now all of a sudden we give yet even more capability to people for them to do what they need to do. I'd like to quickly highlight, of course, that we have regional hubs, and Stefan mentioned at the top, we have the various Rwanda and the United Arab Emirates and colleagues in China. And again, I think that there is now an ecosystem that we are creating that will help us with that. So what is the competitive advantage of the platform? Why should it exist? What is it for? And what I would say here is that unlike other platforms, particularly commercial ones, this one is open to all developing and developed nations to work together and their agencies. We can also invite researchers or experts from university and academia and other places as part of our task teams to help inform and lead us forward. I think it provides the basis to I say democratize the tools and methods. It's all available. And it's a platform business model where the net value of the platform goes up the more the data providers, consumers, the statisticians, and so on participate. So what's key for us here then is to say, how do we grow that? Where do we go to next? And so finally, what I would say here is, excuse me, I think the key thing we have is we have some success today. We need to celebrate what those are and tell those stories everywhere. Because again, action and output and outcome is a very compelling narrative, always is. The next thing I would say is that we are going to reach out as a result of some sprint activities that we had. We're reaching out to the task teams for a further re-engagement to say, what are your needs roadmaps? And that is basically going to drive then what services we need to put in place. We're looking to evolve the marketplace model that we have today. And so we can talk about that more at another time. We are refining how the hubs and the central platforms work together from the point of view of governance and services. Clearly, sustainable funding driven by examples of success is critical. You know, as I look at international efforts and listening to Dominic at the top, one thing I would suggest is that today we go off and we engage in very excellent development programs. And how are those technologies or platforms being created to support those activities? I suggest that there is a synergy where we connect our global platform activities increasingly, potentially with member countries to see how they might make more use of that in their activities. And then I think that we want to refine the services. We have been reviewing some services that we have today that need to be pruned. They're lower value, they don't get much use. We continue to look to optimize cost. And we want to be driven really by the work that users and so on need to do. Data as a service will be a key focus for us as we go forward, and we are already seeing increased activities. So I'm mindful that I've probably used my time here. I'll stop and let you continue.
All right. Thank you, Robert. And I think everybody can see why we have you on board, not only on board, but we have you chairing the board, because you are definitely very knowledgeable. And I think you bring also I was almost going to say a refreshing business perspective, I mean, to our statistical community. And I think that is certainly something we need. I wanted to pick up on one thought that you mentioned with the .stat, and that is then my transition to our last speaker. I mean, one of the things that I've always been particularly excited and proud of is that the United Nations is a family of developed and developing countries, and we are all in this together. And we can help each other. Of course, the transfer of knowledge is often from the developed countries to the developing countries. And one such example is the .stat technology, which was originally, as you mentioned, developed by the OECD, but in an OECD context, but is now through us and our projects being applied in developing countries. And Cambodia is such a country. That's why I'm so pleased to have Lena Hung here from the National Institute of Statistics of Cambodia, where she is, of course, the Director General, and she can surely tell us a little bit about that experience. So she has, she's a very young lady. She has 40 years of experience in statistics, and her focus has always been on population census surveys, gender statistics, and gender mainstreaming. And of course, she's also an expert in various statistical surveys. Now, Lena works in a country that has a strong focus on Digital Cambodia 2020 and the ASEAN Ministerial Forum on ICT digitalization were well supported by the government of Cambodia. So you seem to be working in a context where there is a general awareness of the need for digitalization and modernization. So I was just wondering, perhaps you can explain to us how that affects your work, how that perhaps helps the goals of modernizing your institute. And then we know, of course, from our close cooperation with your office that you have been involved in quite advanced IT projects. And the CAMSTAT project is one of them that you're doing actually with the UN Global Platform. So I'm very curious to hear from you. How is your assessment of this experience? What do your staff tell you? What was their experience, both with the platform as such and as a human tool in terms of human capacity building? So how can we learn new skills and new techniques by working with these new tools? So Lena, the floor is yours, and thank you for being with us this morning. Lena, can you hear us?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Stephen. For Cambodia, the Royal Government of Cambodia recently hosted a digital conference known as Digital Cambodia 2020 and the ASEAN Ministerial Forum on ICT, which is the first annual conference that celebrated the kingdom's growing technology startup sector and discussing and showcasing the recent trend and development in the digital technology and provide perspective challenges facing the global and local information technology as well as the opportunity of developmental purposes. Digital Cambodia 2020 is a pillar to achieve the policy that the Royal Government has prepared, for example, the digital economy policy and the digital government. In this aspect, the National Institute of Statistics of Cambodia received a great opportunity to promote the importance of digital and information technologies and telecommunication to improve statistical system and data production more efficiency and strengthen technical skill of its staff. Furthermore, through Digital Cambodia 2020 and the ASEAN Ministerial Forum on ICT, it served up a good experience for the National Institute of Statistics to engage more closely from different private sector entities and organizations, especially National Institute of Statistics and development partners have been closely looking at ways to improve their collaboration and coordination toward a joint framework of action under the overall framework of the National Strategy for the Development of Statistics. Specific priorities are related to institutional strengthening, financing for statistics, and SDG dissemination, focusing not only the advanced digital tool for data exchanging and reporting, but also data disseminating platform for better policy making and user need. To modernization of the institution, National Institute of Statistics has set its vision 2030 as a Cambodian national statistical system must be independent, impartial, fully equipped, and capacitated to help transition Cambodia economy from the traditional to a digital economy with efficient, computerized and quality business processes. This is premised on the assumption that data will be collected, circulated, disseminated, and analyzed in a timely and quality fashion, relying increasingly on big data, open data, and partnership with the private sector. This should also be done with a client-oriented approach, espousing professionalism, integrity, quality, sustainability, and effectiveness in managing resource for expanding the use of administrating record and managing information system. How to reaching this vision? There are 4 key components. There are 4 key components to be visualized. First, effective institutional framework and budget autonomy of the NIS. Second, effective plan financing and prioritizing in line with the public finance management reform program. Third, human capital in statistics is the heart of modernization of the institution and data dissemination using modern ICT technology and infrastructure. At present, the National Institute of Statistics At present, the National Institute of Statistics, with technical support by UNSD in collaboration with other development partners such as OECD, UNFPA, UNICEF, and SIDA Statistics Sweden, has been implementing projects on SDG monitoring, which is mainly focused on data dissemination platform using statute technology and has localized a CAMSTAT database system in Cambodia. Through this implementation experience, I must say that it is a big IT-related project provide a new skill and new technology for the National Institute of Statistics. More specifically, the staff gain knowledge and experience how to export CAMINFO data out of the info, clean extracted data, structured data following SDMH standard, and upload data into CAMSTAT. The staff has also received opportunity to build their skill in data standard and tool of good practice in creating a customized data structure definition to include indicator and disaggregation and subnational area. In addition, the National Institute of Statistics has received training provided by the international agency in subjects such as the fundamental of data modeling, SDMH information model, START data explorer, data lifecycle manager, data sharing protocol, and CAMSTAT reporting platform. Even more on that, through the implementation experience of CAMSTAT, the National Institute of Statistics Cambodia has received an experience of building stronger coordination function of the statistical unit of the line ministry and closely coordinated between the National Institute of Statistics and UN system that has been providing support in the area of statistics in Cambodia, especially build open data and statistical ecosystem and can draw on information from line ministry for use in monitoring progress on SDG in a crucial impact. To more effectively implementation CAMSTAT and the strategy for the development of new skills and learning new technology, we recognize that the required additional training for statistical staff and manager of both at the National Institute of Statistics and Line Ministry should be continued. Also, in view of technical aspect, the development and maintenance of CAMSTAT serving as a national platform for SDG reporting to enable NIS as the central repository in reporting and disseminating SDG indicator and other national development indicator to make available to the broadest possible audience. In addition, the institutional arrangement for required effective data management and development of statistical protocol, including use of common concepts and methodologies, classification, more efficient development of tools for data exchanging, and keeping clean line of communication with a view of standardization of national statistical data and metadata to be integrated and exchanged between the National Institute of Stats.
Lina, sorry to interrupt, but we are running a little bit out of time. And is there a way for you perhaps to conclude in the next minute or so? It's very interesting what you're sharing, what it means at the practical level in your country.
To achieve that, however, the National Institute of Statistics developing and implementing an ICT strategy policies and a plan to provide stat of the ICT capacity to support all aspects of statistic process, collection, processing, analysis, maintenance, and dissemination through modernizing the ICT infrastructure and ensuring National Institute of Statistics is well-resourced, staffed, and equipped to provide the ICT device. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing it. And I really appreciate that you highlighted two things that I take away from your talk. Is one is the wonderful cooperation that you had at the national level, but also at the international level, because I could see that you've been quite successful of cooperating with a number of international institutions and actors and bringing them together to help you. And I think throughout your presentation, you always very much emphasize the human dimension, that this is not only about technology and tools and machines, but I mean, it is critically important that the humans keep, that we humans keep pace with all of the capabilities that are around us. So that's also a wonderful lead over to the questions. We are a little bit late, but we started also 10 minutes late, so I will rob from you a few minutes for at least two questions. I think I have an idea how we can do that. There were a number of questions, but I think they revolve around two issues. One is the private sector, the role of the private sector, and how do we work with the private sector? What are possibilities and pitfalls and experiences? And perhaps Niels and Robert can quickly talk to this question. And then the second question is the second group of questions is very much focused around training, the human dimension, the capital. How do we train people? How do we overcome perhaps the resistance of some people or the fear towards modern tools so that the humans do really keep pace? Where do we find experts that have practical experiences? And perhaps Gemma and Lina can talk a little bit about this training dimension. What do we need to do? How can we do it effectively? So I think with these two sets of questions, we will then also wrap it up. But I mean, I first give the floor to Niels on this reflection with how do we operate with the private sector here?
It's a very important point, and we do actually have a task team on access and partnership, because the access to those data, we need partnership. They are different in many ways, and one of them is that they are not produced by like public entities, they are produced by private companies. I think we have a lot of good experience, but it takes time, and it takes time to convince the private producers of the data, that what we want to use them for, which is official statistics, would not be in competition with what they want to use their data for. So I think we have a lot of good examples of how this can be done, but it is a new thing that we need to do in order to get the data we want to use. We are not used to kind of having this kind of negotiation and dialogue with the data users. But I think we have a lot of good examples of how that can be done in relation to, for instance, scanner data that we're using for the price indexes, but also in other areas. And it is a very important point. And I guess it's a point that never ends. We never kind of comes up with the general solution for everything. We need to have this dialogue from now on and forever in relation to getting access to those data.
Trong khốiដូចយើងនិយាយយើងមាន partnership collaboration ខ្ញុំឆ្លើយtrong khốiមិញហ្នឹង
Sorry, thank you very much, Niels. Robert, your perspective on the private sector cooperation?
Well, I agree with what Niels has just said. I think that one of the questions we have to ask ourselves, and it also links broadly to administrative data in the first place, I guess, is if we're hoping to actually create either alternate data sources or means of statistical production, we have to be addressing the issue of continuity of supply. And what is the alternate source of data should that actually become an issue? I think most corporations have some notion of philanthropic or corporate social responsibility aspirations. And I think that certainly to the extent that we can make clear what our purpose and what our use is intended to be, we benefit. If I take the technology point of view for just a second, one of the classic conversations we have is, am I getting locked in? Am I getting locked into commercial technology versus, for example, open source? We see so much technology out there in the open source domain that I think that we have established that there is much that we can harvest without being locked into a particular vendor. And I do think that the platform has taken a very good strategy, and it's actually working with all of the major cloud vendors, including Alibaba and others. So I think the trick for us is to understand what we are doing to make sure that we can transparently communicate what we want to do, satisfy ourselves that we meet the continuity aspirations or needs for statistical production, and also to really take an approach that doesn't see us end up in a strong commercial relationship that might be limiting. I will just make a final quick comment. My experiences on the privacy task team really shone a light on one of the key things about working with private sector people. They have some very deep research experts. And so there we worked with Kim Lane and other folks from corporations like Microsoft and others. And we were never anywhere near a product space. We were talking about how do we solve these problems. And so I think that is something we need to remember, that working with private corporations, how do we actually raise the level of knowledge and practice in all directions, including for them? And I think that that's another big opportunity.
Thank you very much, Robert, for sharing the perspectives. Let's move to the training and human resource dimension. Lina, you mentioned several times the importance of training. Can I perhaps ask what is your experience of what is the best training you have seen? What is important to be successful at the country level, such as yours? What would you like to see in terms of training? Lina, did you need to unmute your microphone? Yeah. Can you hear us, Lina? Yes,
yeah.
Wonderful, thank you. I asked a question about what is a good training in your view.
So I may say that CompStat will be an end-to-end statistics solution covering all phases of the statistic processing life cycle, from data collection through the dissemination. The implementation of the CompStat system has the goal to strengthen statistic cooperation throughout the national statistical system and international monitoring agency. It will improve coordination and harmonization in the production of dissemination of timely and highly quality data and statistical information to support government in the policy making. So we think that the training is very important.
Thank you very much. Perhaps then, and Gemma, last but not least, you started the whole second round, so I'm coming back to you to help to wrap it up. And I'm just thinking, I mean, we also talked about your meeting and we said big data and human resources, and there we are back to exactly that square one. I mean, some thoughts and advice from you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Stefan, and thank you very much to everyone. So just very briefly on the training side, I've seen two main forms of training, and both of them have great strengths. The first one is more the traditional classroom type training, and there we have, you know, quite a lot of e-learning courses and lecture style courses through the Statistical Institute for Asia and the Pacific, hold training courses in big data for official statistics. And we also partner with countries like COSTAT, who also provide training programs on the use of big data. I think the second one, though, is the one that I've seen real progress on. The second example is the one I've seen. When I first started in the UN about 2 years ago, we were holding a training program or workshop, if you like, in Bangkok, jointly between UNSD, the task team on satellite data, and ESCAP on the use of satellite data for producing official statistics. And this was a hands-on training course. The Queensland University of Technology joined forces with the two UN bodies. Countries were in the room. They went out into the field with their mobile phones, collected some data, came back into the office, tried to work out how to produce a statistic from the mobile phone data they had just collected in the field. Yes, they had a nice tour of Bangkok as well, but this was a very hands-on course. And then and trying to get that satellite data from their GPS. The second course was one that was hosted by BPS Indonesia, but it was the same model. This was on using mobile phone data for tourism, mobility statistics. And again, we had the task team on mobile phone data paired up with a country. Here it was BPS Indonesia with the development partners, in this case, UNSD and UNESCAP. And they put together a plan on how to use mobile phone data for what statistics, tried to produce it. We had the technology in the room, we had experts in the room, and then the countries have gone away with a plan on how to actually produce it. So it's exactly what both Niels and Robert were saying there. Experimentation, real life experimentation, learning how to use the technology, the data, the process, and then having the real, you know, happy moment at the end where they say, oh, I've produced a statistic here based on this new data source and based on these new methods. So to me, the two types of skill and training are equally important, the classroom one, but this hands-on one. And I think that just bringing it back again, the task teams and their role in the global marketplace and the global platform, really heartened to hear that that's the direction that Robert and the team are taking, because I think this is where the users who are currently the national stats officers really want to hear can get some real benefit. So Stefan, I'll leave there. I'm conscious of the time, but thank you very much for that. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. And thank you for finishing on such an upbeat note. So I have the pleasant task now to wrap it up. I really want to thank all of the speakers. It was fascinating. I mean, Dominic, Elaine, Mr. Xian, Gemma, Niels, Robert, Lena, I think, and of course thanking also our Korean team in the background that make it possible for us to talk to each other. This was wonderful, and all those, my team, to help to prepare the whole session, so it was great. Thank you also for managing the time, for contributing so much content. I really love our spirit. We are in the middle of a big crisis with COVID, but I think we are a good example of every crisis is an opportunity. And I think we're having really now more than ever moment. And I think that's exactly what we need to do, how we need to approach this. The UN Global Platform for me is a fascinating product because, I mean, it is true United Nations. It's a collaborative effort. When I started my career, I used to say the United Nations is this funny organization that puts a table in the middle of the room and then people come and sit and talk to each other. That is essence the United Nations. But I think the United Nations 2020 is a little bit more modern. We put a cloud in the middle of the room and everybody connects from all over the world. And that is the new United Nations. And in that sense, the Global Platform is a fascinating product. I must confess it keeps me up at night because, I mean, the sustainable financing aspect of it is not resolved yet. So, but I hear Robert and I like his approach, his upbeat approach, and says, let's base it on success. I hear Elaine, we need specific projects, core projects, pilot projects to build around it. So I hope that we together in the next year or two, we take that cap and put the UN Global Platform on a solid footing. Because yes, there are issues, there are difficulties about access and privacy protection and quality control, but there are also, as we heard tonight, enormous benefits. So I think we're always talking about unleashing the power of data. Well, I think this is the way to do it. And I was just thinking about it. I mean, here is a place, the UN Global Platform, where we have data, where we have tools, and where we have training. And if we translate that now into a different universe, doesn't that sound like you walk into a modern kitchen and everything works and the fridge is full and all the food ingredients are there, and on top of it you have the recipes right there and you have somebody helping you and teaching you to cook a wonderful meal. So this is how I like to think of the Global Platform, and I want us to finish on this note. Thank you very much for everybody who contributed. Thank you to everybody who listened. And then have a good rest of the day and good night to those where it's dark in the background. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So, hello everyone. Welcome to the session titled Training and the Use of New Data Sources and New Technologies. We have great panelists today with us, and I would like to introduce them briefly now. First, we'll have Christoph Bontemps from UN Statistical Institute for Asia and Pacific in Japan. Christoph joined this institute as a statistician, a lecturer in June 2020. Before joining the institute, Christoph was a research engineer specialist in statistics and econometrics at the Toulouse School of Economics. He worked on data analysis and estimation of applied econometrics models in several research programs addressing environmental and food economic issues. He has published a dozen research papers and has co-written a practical book in French on Stata software for Stata Press, which is pretty impressive. He was also a member of the organizing committee for several scientific conferences, including Use R. R is essential in our work every day, so this is also an interesting piece of information. In 2019, he's done that in 2019. He has an extensive experience in teaching statistics, revenue management, and data visualization at several universities, research institutions, and engineering schools in France, Italy, China, and India. Later on, we'll have Mrs. And I'm sorry, I will probably mispronounce that, Jean-Gran Kim. She is the director of Statistics Training Institute. She has joined this in 2000 and implemented training programs such as Introduction to Statistics, Project-Based Vital Statistics, etc. She has been working to develop statistical capacity of COSTAT. She worked at the University Divisions of Sample Design and Quality Management in between 2014 to 2019. Also during her career, she got a chance as a visiting scholar at the Institute for Social Research at the University of Michigan. Then we'll have David Johnson. David Johnson is Deputy Director at the Data Science Campus at the UK's Office for National Statistics, where he leads a range of data science capacity building programs for the national and international public sector. He has nearly 20 years experience in the US and the European tech sectors. Before co-founding the campus in 2016, he was part of the leadership team that set up Google's European headquarters in Dublin before founding his own machine learning startup and running an EU FP7 research program on the use of artificial intelligence for improved mobile search. So this is a pretty impressive career, and we're very happy to have you, David, here. Then we will have Kerry Regan, who is a senior capability program manager at the same data science campus in the UK. She is a member of the UN task team on skills training capacity development. Kerry has over 20 years experience of working at the ONS in training capacity and has played an instrumental role in designing many of the analytical and data science training programs that are being developed across ONS, the UK government, and internationally. And together with her, we'll present Dominika Nowak. She's the head of an experimental research unit at our institution in Statistics Poland. She coordinates programs dedicated to data stewardship and implementation of big data and advanced data processing techniques in statistical production processes across the whole institution. Prior to joining Statistics Poland in 2015, she pursued diplomatic career, which is surprising, fostering high-tech business development and R&D cooperation between Poland and Israel. And she led numerous research capacity building and social projects for the academia and nonprofit sector. At last but not the least, we'll have Alex Measure, who is an economist at the US Bureau of Labor Statistics and co-leader of the BLS Data Science Users Group. His work focuses on using machine learning and neural language processing techniques to automate difficult information processing tasks in government statistics, including text classification, information extraction, error detection, and record matching. Together with him, we'll have two presenters from Statistics Poland, Mrs. Marta Kruczek-Szepel and Mrs. Krystyna Piątkowska. They are both specialists at the data engineering department in this regional office, in the regional statistical office in Poznań, in Poland. And they're very much involved in the machine learning project led by the UNECE High-Level Group for the Modernization of Official Statistics. And we are very glad that we'll have them all together presenting at our panel session, so not to waste too much time, I'd like to now turn to the first presenter, who is Christoph Bontemps. Please, Christoph, the floor is yours.
Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. I would like to thank Dominic for chairing this session and Ralph Baker for the invitation. So before going into the topic of teaching big data, I have a disclaimer to do. I'm brand new at the United Nations. I just joined the Statistical Institute for Asia and the Pacific in June. And so my apologies for everybody that is involved in training and that I'm not citing here. I'm not fully aware of what is going on there. And all the views here express only myself and that are biased by 20 years of experience in the academics. So teaching with a question mark. Why this question mark about teaching? So as you all know, there is a difference between teaching and training. Right? Teaching is about knowledge and instruction. This is the kind of things that we learn at school, and training is about developing abilities, skills through practice with instruction and supervision. Of course, when we do training, we have to do teaching before, and at the CIAP, we do both in most of our courses. But I wanted to put that on the table as an introduction here, that there could be teaching and training. Also entitled my presentation Teaching Big Data, but big data here is a shortcut for new data sources and big data. So it's in a very broad sense. So why do we need to teach big data? With COVID-19, we have seen that NSO has to adapt. NSO, in fact, had new needs. And in fact, I think they also had now new missions. This mission include to provide decision-making data for governments, for responsible for data dissemination, for data-driven policies for politicians and for journalists and for a global audience, which is quite new, I think, at least with these constraints and timelines. So collecting big data is already an emerging trend within the NSO, and we know that they can complement official administrative data. And this is quite difficult to integrate, by the way. But this collection of big data is necessary and critical when it comes to emergency decisions, such as decisions taken during COVID-19 or for disasters. So this new constraint and new timelines, but some NSO have the resources to handle this big data and access to them. So it's an opportunity, but there are also some challenges to that. And I will come back to that in a minute. So I think it's really important, and hence this session here during this conference. So how can we help? Well, there are already many courses at CIAP that include GIS, data scanner data, web scraping, text mining, and we use R or Python that are the new tools in data science that use these languages. We have a course on big data with COSTATS since 2016. There is this course on innovation in use of new data sources and methodology for SDGs. ICT innovation for modernizing official statistics, data visualization with Paris 21, and a seminar on statistical capacity building for new data sources. And we expect to have many more resources on our LMS right now, because right now we are only teaching and training online. There are also many other resources online at the United Nations, on the Global Working Group Marketplace, on the global platform, at the SDG Learn, also at the World Bank with the Open Learning Campus, at Eurostat, at the FAO, everywhere. And there are MOOCs and platform tutorials and online university. So there are resources out there already. But I want to emphasize the fact that we will focus, and we should focus on some elements. So the first thing I have to say is that many of the courses, at least the courses we have at the CIAP, and many of the courses in different organizations already include chunks of big data. For example, in the course of gender statistics, my colleague has been introducing some data analytic part, and within this data analytics, they use that satellite data to enrich the survey about women marriage in Bangladesh. And they use also some predictive tools to help enrich the survey and the analysis at all. In a system of environmental and economic accounting, also they use satellite images and land recognition to enrich this accounting. In a statistical business register, for example, they could be some web scraping techniques so that you can gather information about firms, about M&E, or their structure, and a different firm they own in different countries. Of course, in data visualization course, we need to focus a little bit more on maps maybe, and also on big data visualization. And metadata, we need also some definition on how to put metadata, big data, metadata there. So there are chunks of big data everywhere, and this is a growing trend, I believe. So what should we focus on? And here by we, I intend the community, not of course just the CIAP, and it's a personal view. So I think we should focus on new methods. We cannot afford to have people using software, black boxes of programs, without a good understanding of the statistical foundation of these programs of software. So I think for data integration, this is very difficult to integrate this sort of non-traditional data into official data. So we need to have some new method, and we need to train for that. Many of this data needs also, or we are tempted to introduce some methods to enrich them or to analyze them using statistical learning, such as machine learning or artificial intelligence. For that, I think we need to teach and to increase the big data literacy, so that people really know how they come from and what we can do or cannot do with that. Because the data generating process of this big data is most of the time unknown, so we have to be careful. It's very different. So I think we should introduce statistical learning in our training. We should focus on that. Many of these sources of data also include spatial statistics or spatial or geocoded variable there. So aggregating and disaggregating that in the spatial, at the spatial level is also something that is quite tricky, and maybe we should focus on that. Of course, I already said that, but big data visualization to increase the visual literacy should be something we should focus on. But we also need practical training. And for the practical training, we probably need before to be fully aware of the theoretical content of that. But I think that the data gathering, whether it is for using satellite data or web scraping or mobile phone data, this process is complex, and we need to have some practical training on that. And I will say a word in a minute on how we should do this practical training. Should focus also on the fact that this data need maybe some curation before being used to detect some anomalies. There are a lot of concern, and we have seen that during this conference and also on the Committee of Statistics last week, that many people in NSO wonder about the legal issues about the use of this big data. And so maybe we need some training on that. There are some things that are specific to countries or regions, but there may be some common techniques to anonymize the data that could be shared among NSO. There are also some ethical issues. We know that artificial intelligence is biased by definition by the training data. So we need also maybe to put some practical elements on the training about these issues. In order to be able to have a continuous process that is quite transparent, we need also to build a statistical workflow that starts from data and goes to the report. We know that there are some tools that helps to do that, such as notebooks like Jupyter notebooks or R Markdown. This thing facilitates the integration of the process and the transparency. This also helps collaboration. And we have seen during COVID-19 that many statisticians had to work from home, and maybe they didn't have the practice or the skills to use GitHub, GitLabs, cloud computing, remote access and sharing information together. Of course, it's easier when you have this statistical workflow and the good practical training on that. I also have two remarks about that. I'm focusing here on hardcore training, technical training, but the soft skills are also important because during I said that the NSO have new missions. Within this mission, many statisticians face the fact that they have to do some contracts with some firms, private or firms. So I'm not focusing on soft skills, but I think they are very important. And how to disseminate, how to communicate is also very important. So how to teach now? Of course, we have to teach online, and this is not new, but this will stay, and this is a really serious trend. We have to maybe try with micro-learning, short self-paced learning on specific topics. We can use social learning. Many NSO have provided a lot of information and have done a lot of experiments with their data. So this knowledge should be shared and fertilized among all the other NSO, and we should help in that. So we should help doing learning by doing and engage learner into action. We should also try to do collaborate learning with case studies, peer review, teamwork, and we should also try to innovate on that. And that will be my conclusion, I think. There is right now a hackathon using maritime data, AES data right now. By using this contest, and also by using games, as we used recently at the CIAP, we can innovate in learning, and that will be very interesting in the future for the profit of all our colleagues statisticians. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Christophe, for this presentation. It's a very important point in our panel. We'll discuss it later on. I think that now it's a good time to ask the second panelist to go with the presentation. After that, we'll of course have the discussion, and we'll have a chance to ask the questions for which I ask you to ask on the chat, and we'll further discuss the issues raised also in this presentation. But now I'd like to ask Mrs. Sorry for mispronunciation again, Xiongran Kim for her presentation.
We are pleased to present on Big Data training courses in Statistics Training Institute of Korea at the United Nations Big Data Conference. This is Jonglan Kim and Jaemin Na from Statistics Training Institute. I'd like to present about Statistical Training Institute's Big Data training and our future plans. These are the topics we are going to cover. In Korea, schools, research institutes, and government officials have different interests in big data. The current big data scientist training is shown in the following diagram. Data scientists need systematically organized program covering all areas of statistics, mathematics, software, and hardware related to the subject. So, the systematically organized programs need to be covered in school education. However, it is difficult for only one training institute to train research institutes, statistical workers, and government officials who need knowledge and skills to deal with the latest big data. In the end, training for knowledge and skills need collaboration and communication with each institution of each field. In Korea, it is considered that the core competencies needed in the era of big data are foundation coverage, technology coverage, analysis coverage, and business coverage. Currently, Statistics Training Institute focuses on analytical skills, and in some cases, it includes 3 different coverages. The important point is that in order to improve respective capabilities, case study should be included in the curriculum. The detailed explanation for each essential competencies are here. Here's detailed explanation for foundation and technology competencies. Here's detailed explanation for analysis competency. Here's detailed explanation for business competency. In Korea, professional training institutions for government officials exist for each ministry. For national government officials, there is National Human Resources Development Institute. For local government officials, there is Local Government Officials Development Institute. The Korea Institute of Health and Welfare Human Resources Development will improve the capacity for government officials who is working in health and welfare field. While these 3 institutes covers general topics regarding big data, such as foundation, technology, and businesses, Statistics Training Institute focuses on analysis of big data. Before the era of big data, statistics training had been only focused on the traditional statistical production, but as the data sources differs, the training programs are also covering big data part of data collection, storage, management, processing, and analysis. Previously, we had focused only on survey-based training programs, but now we keep developing big data-based training programs. Now, these are the big data training programs we have developed so far. We have Understanding Big Data and Administrative Data, Statistics Production Using Administrative Data, and Database Policy Making. Also, we have data analysis with Python. In this course, we cover Python data handling application, module utilization, data entry and type, and also case study on marine accident data provided by public data portal. Also, we have Hadoop-based big data statistical analysis, and in this course we cover collecting, storing, processing, and analysis of structured and unstructured data, and working with actual data such as microdata 2015 population census, small business data from Statistics Korea, or small businesses closure forecasting model development. Even though we were confident with experience of this year's Big Data program, the outbreak of COVID-19 brought us new challenges. We came up with plan of 2021 considering challenges we are facing with the new training environment. The difficult part of big data training in the national statistics is that it is difficult to trust big data analysis quality. In particular, the methodology of big data defined by private sector is hard to identify unless it is disclosed. However, the UN Global Working Group provides handbooks on mobile phone data usage, which is very helpful in that each country can have standardized reference. In this regard, I would like to express my appreciation for those who made it available to apply the handbook as a training program in Korea. Through these handbooks, Statistical Training Institute is preparing to provide training by combining the handbook and Korea's analysis cases. The most difficult part is the composition of instructors, data, and textbooks to provide as training. Private sector, university professors, and researchers and government officials are working together to make use of it in training. But still, it would be helpful if data, programs, and guidelines were shared in detail on how mobile data is distributed from base station. COVID-19 has brought both crisis and opportunity to Statistics Training Institute. As face-to-face trainings turn into non-face-to-face trainings, it has become most important in statistics analysis training, whether trainees or instructors have the ICT environment and needed software. Although free tools such as R, Python are possible, paid software such as SAS, SPSS are not owned by trainees. And with that trouble, we came up with the idea of virtual desktop infrastructure. This allows remote access to the server and provides an environment where analysis tools can be used. COVID-19 has become an opportunity to try e-learning and online video training at home. With Server for Big Data Training and Virtual Desktop Infrastructure System, Statistics Training Institute has all the infrastructure needed for non-face-to-face trainings. In old system, the available statistical packages vary depending on which computer lab you're in. Virtual desktop infrastructure made it possible to organize training regardless of place and software. With the infrastructure, online platform, and e-learning, we anticipate success of our big data training programs even under COVID-19. We will also service e-learning program in English for other countries. The English version of e-learning will be on basic statistics, sample theory, and statistical thinking. We would appreciate it if you could have a lot of interest on those programs. This concludes my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Kim. It was another impressive presentation. And now we are quickly moving to David, who will tell us about the ONS experiences and It's David. David, the floor is yours.
Thank you, everyone. I'm David Johnson, and I'm a Deputy Director at the Data Science Campus at the UK's Office for National Statistics. The Data Science Campus is a data science research and development hub, not just for the Office for National Statistics, but also for broader UK government. We undertake short research projects that explore new data sources and new uses for existing data. We develop new methodologies for working with big data and assess their relevance both for official statistics and decision making. Today, I want to share some of our experiences of providing big data training in a post-COVID environment. From our launch 4 years ago, we wanted the campus to be a learning environment, both for our own staff, but also to act as a catalyst to increase the use of data science skills across ONS and government. As the needs of statisticians and other analysts and the departments they work in can vary greatly, we've developed a range of capacity building programs to meet those needs. Now, at first, we reached out to university partners to help meet these demands. We worked with 3 universities to develop an MSc in Data Analytics for Government. This is a part-time program to provide government analysts with advanced statistics and machine learning skills. Analysts can undertake the course at the universities themselves or on site at ONS offices. We also worked with academic partners to deliver the UK's first apprenticeships in data analytics and data science, where we recruit high school graduates directly into the campus, and through practical hands-on work and classroom-based learning, we train them to be junior analysts and data scientists. These programs were augmented by training provided by our data scientists themselves, many of whom came from an academic background. In 2018, the head of the Civil Service gave us the goal of training 500 government analysts in data science by 2021. We quickly realized that to meet this target, we needed to increase the level of training we delivered ourselves. And so we launched our own data science faculty at the campus with full-time data science lecturers. Now, we don't award our own degrees or other academic credits. Rather, our lecturers develop and deliver tailored learning programs to meet the operational needs of ONS and other government departments. These can cover a wide range of data science skills, from basic coding to advanced machine learning techniques. But we also believe that hands-on practical work is often the best way to embed newly developed skills. So we undertake collaborative practical projects and run mentoring programs. The largest of these is our National Accelerator Program, pairing government analysts with experienced data scientists to work on 12-week projects, both at the campus and at government hubs across the UK. How does this all fit together? Well, if we look at a 4-month period last year from April to July, our in-house team delivered over 240 hours of training to almost 300 analysts across ONS, UK government and international partners. Our university partners trained a further 60 or so people on site at ONS in week-long sessions. Our mentoring program spans 7 UK locations with over 20 projects being mentored, and we delivered a range of workshops on demystifying AI to frontline civil servants at 6 national conferences across the UK. So what does this training look like? Well, here we have my colleague Jazz delivering a class on data ethics in our lecture theatre at the Data Science Campus. This photo was taken on March 5th of this year. This was also the last day that I was in the campus. 7 days later, I started 3 weeks of self-isolation with suspected COVID symptoms. While I was in self-isolation, the UK itself moved to lockdown, and the office is actually only due to partially reopen later this month. In response to the pandemic, our data scientists were quickly tasked with providing rapid analysis for the Prime Minister's Office, ONS and other key departments on areas such as the effectiveness of social distancing measures, the economic impact of the pandemic and much more. They worked with colleagues across ONS to identify alternative admin and big data sources for key ONS outputs where survey data was no longer reliably available. Now, this activity was mirrored across government where the need for big data and novel data sources had never been greater, along with analysts with the skills to use them. Now, obviously, during lockdown, on-site training was no longer an option, but as you will have seen, almost all of our training and mentoring programs relied heavily on in-person delivery. It was clear that we couldn't afford to pause our training programs until the pandemic had passed. We needed to transform all of our programs as rapidly as possible for delivery in the new normal. This presented its own set of challenges. The first was to convert all our course materials for delivery online. We decided to make what we thought were highest priority courses immediately available for anyone to download and take themselves, focusing on core coding skills and introductions to machine learning. So we needed to adapt all of these as self-directed text-based tutorials, and our first material was actually available within about 2 weeks on ONS learning platforms. We then focused on adapting our courses for lecturer-facilitated delivery online. Now, the challenge with online delivery and the technology platforms and video conference tools used was that each government department actually uses its own platform, like Skype or Microsoft Teams or Google Meet, etc., and blocks access to all the others. Access to industry standard learning platforms were also frequently blocked by corporate firewalls. No one-size-fits-all solution would work, so we needed to be able to deliver in a platform-agnostic way. Now, what this meant was that all material for our courses also needed to be available outside of Teams and Meets, etc. We decided to upload all our course material as packages to GitHub that students could download on their personal computer or laptop if necessary, and run alongside whatever video platform had to be used with that department. Technology was also the biggest barrier to our mentoring programs. Our National Accelerator program was 2 weeks in when lockdown happened. We gave participants the option of halting until after the lockdown or continuing, and actually over 80% of projects continued. Where a mentor and mentee were from different departments, they often couldn't work on the same platform. So common approaches like pair programming were challenging. In fact, the participants themselves developed workarounds, and this in effect gave us live A/B testing, where we could see the solutions that worked and quickly share those out to the rest of the program. Finally, we turned once again to our university partners. University of Glasgow was preparing to join our MDataGov framework and had already proposed delivering an entirely online MSc. They agreed to launch early, opening up the program 3 months early to deliver short courses catering to high-demand skills. A second university partner also agreed to transform all of the week-long MSc courses they were due to deliver on-site at ONS to online delivery. Now, the greatest challenge of all, of course, was the personal impact of the pandemic, both on our staff and the students themselves, as they all tried to work and learn at home, surrounded by family, unable to leave their homes and uncertain about the future. I am in awe of everyone who managed to find the right balance here and upskill themselves during this time. So, how did this all work out? If you consider it took us 4 weeks before we were able to deliver our first online lecturer-facilitated course. Over the course of the first 4 months of lockdown, we still managed to deliver over 120 hours of training to about 170 analysts. A further 30 people attended online courses from our university partners, some of which were still a week long. Our Accelerator mentoring program finished with 20 projects completed, and we ran 2 virtual half-day mini-conferences, each with around 150 attendees. So overall, our lecturers have actually found the experience to be good. They say that online classes obviously have to be much more structured, and there are less opportunities for going off on what they call chalk and talk tangents. They also had to adapt to new ways of ensuring student engagement and ensuring no one is left behind during the class. Luckily, our first classes understood that this was new for us and approached it with an attitude of co-creation, that they were helping us build a new learning framework for government. The real advantage of online delivery for us, though, was the ability to scale. For example, our virtual conferences have been attended by double the numbers that we could have accommodated in person. But more importantly, instead of being confined to our lecture theatres in Wales and London, we were able to work with departments across the UK and internationally, with training and mentoring programmes supporting colleagues in NSIs and partner governments from Kenya and Rwanda to Paraguay and Vanuatu. For some partners, we were actually able to provide greater support than we ever could have in person. And critically, the feedback from our students has been as positive as for in-person training. In fact, if we look now beyond the pandemic, we see online delivery and self-directed learning as being our primary focus, supported by in-person as the situation allows. We're now heavily investing in online learning resources. Now, it's something we would have done eventually anyway. This has just greatly accelerated our thinking. So what does the future look like? Well, We can't see a time in the near future where analysts from across the country travel to the campus to sit in a packed lecture theatre for a 2-day course. We need to adapt not just to where we deliver our learnings, but the nature of those courses themselves. We need to become more user-centred, adapting our teaching methodologies to the new environments that our students find themselves in. One model that we love, even before the pandemic, is the bus rides program from the Digital Academy at the Canadian School of Public Service. They've produced a range of short courses in digital and data skills that students can take even on their mobile phone while commuting to work. Their idea is to build a digital-first learning offering that is shaped around the student, that can be fitted into whatever space they have available as they balance the many demands of their day job. And I think this learning approach has never been more timely as we all balance working from home, keeping our families safe, and protecting our own mental health. And with that, I will leave you here with links to some of the resources I've mentioned earlier. Over the coming months, the campus will make all of its course material available online at the site for anyone to use. And we are happy to talk to any NSI that wants to use it and work with them to help them adapt it for themselves. The MDataGov online course from University of Glasgow is also open to international students, and more information can be found here. The UN Global Platform is a fantastic resource. We will be uploading some of our course material there as well, and we strongly encourage other NSIs to share their own big data training material and case studies there. Finally, you can take a look at the bus rides program from our colleagues in Canada. It really is fantastic. Thank you all very much for your time, and I look forward to your questions later.
Thank you very much, David. I hope everything goes all right, and we are all now online. But as we planned before, we just thought about stopping here, making a little break, and discussing the 3 presentations that we've had already, which relate to the issue of teaching and training. And there are a few questions already asked online. I think that the very interesting part of all the 3 presentations was actually stressing the fact that COVID-19 situation has its drawbacks and merits, and then concentrating on the merits. I mean, finding the situation in a way that it is not only a challenge, but also an opportunity to actually progress more quickly towards, for example, online training and related issues. That's something very promising, and we see it across statistical systems, not only in the case of training, but the training, I think, is the most important. This is a big opportunity for all of us to actually, develop these programs very quickly during the pandemic, so that we can be more prepared to what happens afterwards, and with our capacities much more increased and so on. So I don't want to take too much time myself, but I would like to give the voice to our audience. And of course, there has been some questions already asked. I will try to keep the sequence. So I'll keep mentioning the first questions first. And of course, there were the questions that has been addressed to Christoph, Kim, and then at the end to you, David. Let me check that again. There was a question in terms of this Asian Pacific Institute is about the experts. Bongo Choi asked, is SIAP is outsourcing experts on big data or just using in-house lecturers? That's I think very interesting question in order to know how this is facilitated in the institute, because it's easy to say that you train all the people in a big data, but how do you actually do that? Do you have to outsource your trainers, or do you have them on site?
That's a very good question. The SIAP has a long experience in collaboration with many experts and also with institutions. So for the latest courses, including some big data chunks, we had experts from World Bank, we have experts from different places there. And we, of course, will collaborate even more for this online training with because it's also an opportunity to have people which are really expert on a specific topic to join in an online program. So no, we're not doing, not teaching and training with only our resource. We are a very small team, but we will collaborate, and we will collaborate with NSO too. As mentioned, that we should use, and it was mentioned also by our partner COSTAT. We have been partnering, doing some partnership with COSTAT on this big data training. So we will use NSO experience also. They did some big data practical during this COVID-19, and we have seen many experience of that in Stats Cafe, for example, that were very good experience. So we should use these experiences, and we should collaborate with NSO to capture this knowledge and pass that to other NSO that probably may have the same need and the same type of data. So we're not doing everything in-house. We collaborate with experts, with NSO, with institutions, to be sure.
Okay, thank you very much. And there's another question to you, I guess. Esperanza, our dear friend from ITU, has asked whether you are, she argues that what is missing in the national statistical offices is the capacity in terms of using Python, R, Tableau, and does your institute provide training on those to NSOs as well?
Yeah, within the courses, of course, we use some programs, and we try to use most of the time open source software such as R and Python. Tableau is really expensive, and I think we can do much more with JavaScript or D3, which are also the tools for visualization. So yes, there are some training on this software within our courses. There are not specific training on R or Python, because you can find many of them really for advanced user elsewhere. We train that for the specific purpose of each course. But yes, there are some training on R and Python within our big data courses.
Okay, thank you very much. And the fact that you've wrote, I have to, let myself to make this point, that you wrote a book in a startup press on using Stata is impressive. For me, who spent most of my own life doing Stata coding, this is very impressive. So thank you very much for that, Anna. I would like to ask Kim now, because there's been asked a question about how are you, I mean, the Bongo Choi means Korea, how are you evaluating the outcomes of trainings and how otherwise training can satisfy lecturers, or whether, what kind of a quality assessment do you have in place? Kim, are you with us?
Yeah.
So how are you evaluating the outcomes of the trainings? The question that has been asked on the chat.
Okay. Also, to measure the satisfaction level for the trainees, after online program, we had an evaluation for trainees, whether they are satisfied with the program. And the result was that their satisfaction were not that low compared with face-to-face training. So we think it's quite successful.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much for the answer. And we have a question to David, actually 2 questions. Does your training programs are available to do your training programs? Oh, I'm sorry for my English. Are your training programs available for the outside audience, as I understand it? Because the question actually points to that.
Yes, they are indeed. We very much want to work with a wide range of NSIs and other statistical organizations to help their own data transformation journeys. Our approach traditionally has been, I suppose, what you could call a train the trainer methodology. Okay, what we prefer to do is work with an NSI and be able to work with a core group of what we call champions, you know, people that want to become expert users in a particular data science or advanced statistical approach. And we work with them to train them directly up to a specific level and then hand all of our training material over to them so they can scale it out across their own organization. What we prefer to do is work in a collaboration in that way. So that way, with a small group of people, you can actually do both direct training, but also collaborative projects and mentoring on work, because as I said in the presentation, it's essential to use the skills in a live environment so that you embed that knowledge and we find working with a small group of these champions that can then scale out the knowledge to the rest of their organization the most effective way. So we have programs in place with a number of partner NSOs ranging from sort of Stats Rwanda and Stats Ghana through to we're collaborating currently with Statistics Canada to roll out a training program in data science and machine learning across CARICOM countries in the Caribbean. So all of our material will be available to any NSO that wants to use it on the website that I shared there, but we're very happy to partner with an NSO and help them customize that material and collaborate with them to help embed it in their own organization.
Oh, thank you very much, David. I have to say that even though I'm not even though, but I'm a chief statistician, I'm heading very often towards web sources from the ONS and the data science campus to learn myself, so that I would encourage everyone to do that. They are very open and transparent, and they're publishing a lot of very good stuff. That's for sure. But there's an avalanche of questions to you, David, on the chat, and the next one, which is pretty interesting as well, and it comes from Alexander, and I take this chance to say hello to Alexander. It's good to see you here and then. How does the ONS or Data Science Campus assess the training outcomes to ensure the courses fulfills the required skills demanded by the government or other stakeholders?
That's a great question. And like our colleagues in Korea, I think that the first place that we started was focusing on evaluations and responses from the participants on the course themselves, to see did it meet their own needs. But our approach within the Data Science Campus has been not just focused on the needs of the individual, but focused on the needs of the organization itself. Okay, so if somebody comes to us and they're looking on their own personal training journey, we tend to direct them towards one of our university partners so they can get accreditation or degrees or something that helps within their own career advancement. We tend to work with different ONS or government departments, and we go in and work with them to assess what they're trying to do with data within their organization and assess their data transformation needs. And so our training programs are tailored to meet the needs of that department. And so we're able to do an impact assessment then to see, well, has that department been able to do what they need to do? I'll give you a concrete example. Our Ministry of Justice approached us. They wanted to roll out what they called an analytical platform for all of their analysts, maybe 250 analysts across their organization, essentially giving them tools like R and R Markdown, so they would be able to do a reproducible analytical output and move away from working in Excel. We rolled out the champion model where we train up a core group of maybe 30 users and help them scale it out across the whole organization. So we were able to see what the department wanted to do, how they were trying to use data and big data within their organization. And then we're able to go back at particular stages, 3 months later, 6 months later, 12 months later, and see, have the skills been embedded in the organization? Are the tools widespread? And if not, how do we adapt our training programs to meet the needs of what that department's evolving needs are? So again, what I would say is this has led to what we've called a maturity matrix tool. And I think Kerry and Dominica are going to talk about this in their presentation coming up. A tool where an organization can essentially assess what they want to do with data science and big data in their organization, where they are today, and help create a roadmap from getting from the here to where they want to be. And we can show where trainings can assist in that journey.
Thank you very much, Dave. And there's one kind of a question, because it appears repeatedly online, and I will address it to all of you. Kabir Ahmed is asking how to replicate the trainings that you are offering, or you're doing, or are you proposing locally in the NSOs? Is there any chance for cooperation, I guess, or maybe just using materials? You have related to that already, David, but I would like to ask this question to all of you. I mean, to Christoph, Kim, and you, David, how to proceed, how to replicate these trainings that you're doing. Is that possible? Are you publishing them? And so this sort of kind of like a question to all of you. Maybe we will start with Christoph.
Well, it's a very difficult question, but I think there are two ways to answer. First, we could have self-paced training that help the learner to really do the training at their own pace, and we have to guide them all along the course. But of course, this is very difficult to construct because it lacks of interactivity and question and answer. Second thing, I think, is what David was mentioning, training the trainers would be a good option. Then you can replicate everywhere if you have a bunch of trainers. And finally, I think also that maybe it's not feasible for a full course, but on specific topics, you could have some micro-learning on one topic with all the materials explained in detail using, worksheets and reproducible that data-driven documents where you explain the code and what the code does and the output. So this kind of materials are really self-explaining and self-explanatory, And so with this variety of approaches, maybe we could have many elements that could be used and reproduced everywhere. But of course, it depends on the needs. If you really need a full curriculum, then you will need probably some supervision on that. But for specific skills where you can cherry pick what you really want on a specific topic, then this micro-learning stuff could be replicated quite easily with down-level code, source, data, and of course, video and materials that people can follow at their own pace.
Thank you very much, Christoph. And now I'd like to address Kim. Kim, what's your reaction to this question?
Like if we have any needs from other corporate or other organization, what we do usually is that we provide customized programs for each organizations if we are asked. So if there are like certain parts of topics that certain organization ask, we try to customize the training program for the organization.
Okay, thank you very much. And again, to you, David, you already had some remarks on that, but please do continue.
Yep, and as I said, all of our material we're happy to share with everybody, and we have a dedicated team that is there to work with other NSOs that are trying to scale out the use and application of data science and big data within their own organizations. But a couple of things that I would say on this. I touched on the UN Global Platform, and there will be another session on this, following on from our session here. This is a fantastic resource here. We will be uploading a lot of our training material and case studies there, and I strongly encourage any NSO that is working in this area to share their material there as well, because no one organization has a monopoly on best practices, far from it, where this is a new field for all of us, and that, we all have sort of unique applications of particular data sources or methodologies within our environment. So we all learn from each other. And I think by sharing these case studies, these materials as widely as possible, it allows us to collaborate and build something jointly together. We're getting huge value from collaborating directly with Statistics Canada on the rollout of a tailored program, and we're seeing things that we wouldn't have done before. And the final thing that I would want to say on this is 4 years ago, we had no data science training program. 4 years ago, we had no data science campus. There was an external review of the Office for National Statistics by and that said, the ONS wasn't capitalizing on new data sources. We weren't providing rapid enough analysis to meet the needs of government and other stakeholders. And so the organization made a decision to put a huge amount of investment into building up its data science knowledge. And I think really we've had sort of a rapid trajectory over the course of 3 to 4 years to be able to do this. And I think any statistics organization can do this, you know, if it wants to, you know, if it sees the value and the potential. The other thing that I would say is that you know, we've been talking a lot about the different big data and data scientists. I would say that while ONS does have dedicated teams of full-time data scientists, that's not what this is about. It's about equipping any statistician, any economist, you know, with the machine learning skills and the coding skills that they need to be able to do their job and capitalize and access new forms of data and do analysis faster. They don't have to become a data scientist. And I would think that, in fact, 4 or 5 years' time, we might not actually be using the phrase data science. It will just be, you know, another tool that's in the tool belt of statisticians. And I think that's really the direction that we want to see ourselves going with our data science training.
Thank you very much, David. You've said something that just goes so much along with my own view about this. That it is like that. You know, everybody has to be some kind of a data scientist. I would claim that the statistician is just a data scientist with the new tools, maybe, but that nothing really changes in the paradigm. But thank you very much for that, and I'll again encourage everyone to go online and check on the resources provided by all the 3 institutions, and it was a very good part of the session. But we have another part of the session as well, so I'm quickly going through to the other presentations as well. But this is so interesting. I would like to stress the fact that, you know, in the business environment, you know, we used to say that the R&D is important. You have to devote some part of your income into research and development in order to sustain your organization in the future. And nowadays, this kind of an R&D for NSOs, for National Statistical Offices, is actually investing in big data and all these new methods, because this is so quickly developing, and this is so important, and it is actually will allow us to sustain our roles in the future. And I would like to encourage everyone to really start with this, and investing into data science means actually, you know, developing our internal training programs and things that have been described in the past 3 presentations. So thank you all for presenting. You know, this was an exceptional experience. Also for me, you know, I'm working with you all the times, but having a chance to actually see each other and discuss that, even briefly, is so great that many thanks to Statistics Korea for organizing that, and also for of course United Nations. It's a great experience. But now we have the other 2 presentations, and I would like to start with the first of the 2, which is going to be provided by Carrie Regan, which we already have seen on one of the photos in Dave's presentation, together with Dominika. Please.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are in the world. Thank you for joining us for this talk today. My name is Kerry Regan. I'm Senior Programme Manager at the Data Science Campus at the Office for National Statistics in the UK. And my colleague Dominika Nowak is Head of Unit Experimental Research at Statistics Poland. Both of us today are going to share with you some of the outputs and activities from the task team on training, skills and capacity development. The overview for this session is, first off, we're going to be looking at some of the highlights, outcomes from the Institutional Readiness for Big Data in Official Statistics that was undertaken last year. Secondly, we're looking at an NSO maturity matrix that is currently in development. Dominika is going to run through the competency framework that is now in place, and also will be sharing with you some of the plans for future training provision that are in development. So let's take a look first at the survey, the UN survey that was put out last year to assess NSO readiness for big data in official statistics. We looked at 4 different areas in the assessment. Questions were, placed around strategic data science coordination. So we were looking for the plans for any big data analytics that were in place or coming. We were interested in the legal framework for data access and sharing. We were also interested in the IT infrastructure, what the capacity at the NSO is for big data storage and analytics, and also human resources. What are the big data science posts that are currently in place? What are the skills that are in place? And is there any recruitment currently taking place? We issued this assessment to 160 NSOs, a response rate of 63%. Thank you to everyone who responded. So if I can just run through some of the high-level outputs that came from the assessment and highlight some of the main challenges that are faced by many NSOs. But on the whole, the picture was positive. Many NSOs are engaged with big data projects, so there is a positive picture out there. But some of the main challenges for NSOs are around these 4 areas. So obtaining big data sources outside of government is a challenge for many. Legal frameworks are in place, but however, they may need to be updated for the regulation of big data applications. Data storage around the IT infrastructure, data storage off-site or on-site, processing power for many was a challenge, and few NSOs at the time of the study were considering secure cloud. On the 4th point, upskilling of analysts, and this is the preferred approach, by the way. In terms of recruitment of data scientists directly into the NSO, it's a difficult task for many because there is not a huge pot to recruit from. But upskilling of analysts is an option, but most are lacking a competency framework in order to know what skills need to be developed to develop their analysts in that way. So what? What are we going to do now? Well, we're in the process of looking at a big data maturity matrix. This is an NSO level assessment. So looking to produce something that helps the NSO understand its strengths and weaknesses, helps it to identify gaps, and possibly develop a roadmap for development. As already mentioned, it came out as an area, a challenge, the lack of a big data competency framework. So our task team has developed one. It has been launched. Dominika is going to run through what this looks like and how you can access it. And also, we're considering what training is required for analysts to upskill them to become data scientists. And again, Dominika will run through the work that is in progress here to think about what training can be put in place. So let me share with you the maturity matrix. This is an NSO level document that will exist. It will be a self-assessment tool for the NSO to determine where it is now and where it wants to be. That should help to inform a plan. The NSO will set its own target. We want to put the power in the hands of the NSO. Not every NSO wants to reach the same level. There will be a set of questions for the NSO to answer, and through answering those, they will be provided with a picture of where it currently is on its big data journey. Any gaps will be identified and should inform an NSO strategic plan. We want to test the maturity matrix before it goes live. We are interested in hearing from NSOs who would like to be part of that test. My email address will be at the end of Dominika's talk. Please get in touch if you'd like to take part. So here's a snapshot of what the maturity matrix will eventually hopefully look like. It's very sparse at the moment. There are 4 dimensions currently contained within the maturity matrix. You can see those down the left-hand side: the legal aspect, IT, human resources, and applications of big data. There are 4 levels identified, currently called pre-foundation, foundation, intermediate, and advanced. And I should say these headings may change. We are still in the process of working through the best format for this. There will be questions within each level and within each cell for the NSO to answer. And once answered, you will be provided with your current level of maturity in big data at your NSO. You set your own target. In this example, I've put it at the intermediate level, and you can then hopefully see some gaps and start planning your way forwards towards your target. That's all I want to say at this stage. I'm going to hand over to Dominika now, who is going to talk through the competency framework and the future training provision. And my email address will be at the end of her talk if you'd like to contact me about the maturity matrix. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will try to give you a short overview of the Big Data Competency Framework, which has been designed as general guidelines on building big data competencies at the NSO. Of course, the term big data competencies might be disputable in the first place, as there doesn't exist a universal set of big data skills. We fully acknowledge that, as well as the fact that there are different types of data specialists, such as data engineer, data analyst, data scientist, and so on. And the skills required in these positions might become even more granular and more specific if referred to different data sources. For instance, it is obvious that processing streaming data entails different skills than processing web script data. The same is true for the skills required at different stages of the statistical production process. Finally, if we look at the NSOs across the UN statistical community, it is apparent that they differ a lot as to big data projects they undertake or big data strategies. So these are just a couple of issues that shape the work on the competency framework. They show how complicated it was to conceptualize and put together the framework in such a way that it is as universal and as useful for a large group of diverse NSOs as possible. Keeping this in mind, it was unavoidable to agree to some simplifications, such as, for example, not going into extreme detail or giving up on addressing each specific data source. So this is just a bit of a background. The competency framework we put out involves two approaches. The first approach structures big data competencies according to general areas of core and generic skills. The second approach matches the identified competency areas to different stages of the simplified statistical production process. Here are the 7 areas of the core competencies delineated in the framework. We can refer to them as technical competencies. They are ethics and privacy, mathematics, data management, statistics, programming, machine learning, and data visualization. Now, it is fully acknowledged that these areas are not exclusive, and most of them inextricably intertwine some, if not most, of the other areas. For example, programming will be part of data management, machine learning, data visualization, and so on. Here you can see the format each competency area was presented in. It includes 4 dimensions. The first dimension is simply the name of the area. The second one is the description of the key competencies in this area. Next dimension specifies 3 proficiency levels related to the competencies. That is foundation, intermediate, and advanced level. And finally, the 4th dimension breaks down the competency area into the knowledge, skills, and attitude, providing their examples. So here, for example, is the description of the competencies related to data management. I will, of course, not go into detail. The document is available on the UN website, and at the end of the presentation, there will be a direct link to it.
So now let's move to the second group of the skills in the competency area approach, which are generic skills. They were definitely recognized as intrinsic to the big data competency landscape. The framework addresses the soft skills, but it should be stressed that due to their nature and a kind of obviousness, they were not the main focus of the framework and are not as much elaborated in the framework as are the core skills. There were distinguished 9 areas of soft skills. Of course, we do not intend to say that this list is exhaustive, and we realize there might be quite a lot of alternatives here, but after a few rounds of consultations across the NSOs and the task team member organizations, these areas were agreed to as the key ones. So here we have agile project management, adaptability, business acumen, communication, critical thinking, curiosity, product understanding, storytelling, and team player. Now, stepping from the competency area approach, we attempted to match the competency blocks, both core and soft ones, with a simplified statistical production process. And here is the outcome of the attempt. What becomes apparent from this graphic representation is that most of the competency areas span various production stages. We believe that this process approach should help discern the complexity and the challenges related to big data competency building across the organization. And I would just like to add that the competency framework is currently going through a 6-month pilot phase. So I would like to invite you to take a look at it. The link to it will be displayed in a moment. And any feedback, comments, and suggestions are very welcome. Now just some final remarks on the future activities the task team on training, competencies, and capacity development is about to undertake in close cooperation with the subject matter task teams of the UN Global Working Group. What awaits us is the development of online training in such domains as Earth observation, AIS, scanner data, and mobile phone data. We are at the initial stage of this endeavor, with some of the products expected to be put out at the end of this year. The training will be accessible globally, most probably through the UN Global Platform. We intend to link the competencies outlined in the competency framework to the skills the trainee will acquire through the training. In addition, we are planning to develop a tool which will map the competencies from the competency framework to the training developed by the UN Global Working Group and hopefully other training available on the market. It is intended to help the learners to select the training most relevant and most adequate to their needs. So these are our very near future plans. All right, so once again, you're very welcome to contact us for comments, suggestions, and testing of the maturity matrix, as well as the feedback and any suggestions regarding the competency framework. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Carrie and Dominika. It is a very interesting presentation. But now, without any delay, I would like to turn over to Alex and Marta and Christina. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thanks for inviting us to be here today. My name is Alex. I'm with the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, and I'm joined today by colleagues and friends Christina and Marta from Statistics Poland. Together, we are part of the machine learning project under the UNECE high-level group on the modernization of official statistics. And we are tasked with, among other things, answering the following questions. Is machine learning useful for official statistics? And if so, how should we do it? If you don't know the answer to the first question, the answer is yes, machine learning is very useful for official statistics. And as part of this project, we have documented a number of examples of this, but let me give you just one. Each year, the Bureau of Labor Statistics collects hundreds of thousands of written descriptions of work-related injury and illness, which we then read through and code to indicate things like the occupation of the worker and the characteristics of the injury or the illness. 7 years ago, we did this coding entirely by hand in a very time-consuming process that took about 12 person years of labor to perform each year. This past year, we did more than 85% of this automatically using machine learning. So machine learning not only allows us to automate this work, but it turns out the machine learning also performs this work more accurately than our trained human staff. And machine learning is useful not just for these coding and classification tasks, but we're now also using machine learning for record matching and automatic error detection. There is a catch, however. If machine learning is so useful for official statistics, where is it? And the reality is that if you look at most statistical agencies, even statistical agencies which are already using machine learning to some degree, there is a lot more talk about machine learning than there is actual production use of machine learning. And one of the reasons for this is that there is a severe lack of skills and knowledge needed to implement these systems into production processes. So a big part of what we're doing with this group is trying to address this skills gap. We're doing this in a number of ways. We've launched a number of pilot projects in different areas of machine learning, including text classification, editing and imputation, and analyzing imagery. We are conducting research on the evaluation and quality metrics for using machine learning in official statistics. And we're also engaging in a number of information sharing activities, including conferences and workshops and tutorials. So you will have to wait probably until later this fall for full reports on all of these activities. But until then, we have a sneak peek, a sneak preview of some of the work that's being done by our friends at Statistics Poland. And I will now turn it over to Christina and Marta to share that work.
I think you have to unmute yourself unless I'm doing something wrong with my...
Okay, so thank you, Alex. Good morning. My name is Krystyna Piątkowska, and I'm working in the Data Engineering Department in the Statistical Office in Poznań. And in this project, I am working on the COICOP classification. I wanted to say a few words about the process of our self-training in the UNIS project and the ideas that we developed that we observed during this project. At the beginning, we had only basic knowledge about machine learning. We knew that this is the situation that computer algorithms learn how to solve problems. We also knew some algorithms, but we had no experience with machine learning classification. And that was when we saw the script shared by Alex, and it was our first inspiration. We could find there the basic few steps how to start with machine learning classification. Then we learned a lot from the internet, from tutorials, courses, and documentations. But we also found that people from many organizations meet the same problems when they start with text classification. We could observe the first steps of the team from Serbia or IMF, and we could notice that the first step can be the most difficult one. We found that every team working on classification problem could be inspired by the same few lines of code. And it was the inspiration to prepare the very basic tutorial on Colab. Only a few steps, the very small data set, 60 sentences in 3 different languages, and everybody can only click some buttons to classify those sentences. It was tested by the people without any experience with programming, and they said that this is very easy. In the tutorial, there is only one method and default hyperparameters, but it is good first step into machine learning algorithm. And now I'm going to show quickly the tool. The first step, you have to import all the Python libraries that you need in your classification, and then read the Excel file to the data frame. In the next step, you have to divide your data set into train and test group and vectorize it. And the next step, you have to choose the classifier. In this case, this is logistic regression, and we train it with our X and Y train data. Now we are ready to test our classifier with the X-test data, and we can save all the results in one data frame to see the sentence, the correct category, predicted category, and the probability of the prediction. We can also see the classification report with precision, recall, F1 score, and accuracy. In this case, accuracy is 61%. It is quite low, but the data set was very small, only 60 sentences, and the test group here in the supported setting, it's only 18 sentences. You can also check it on your own sentence. Then you have to, the written sentence change in the vectorized list, and you can use your classifier to predict the outcome. And we have you have written the sentence, good morning, this is the sentence to test the machine learning algorithm. And we predict that this sentence is in English with the probability 94%. And that's all about the tutorial. We have shared also 4 machine learning methods with hyperparameter tuning and more detailed analysis on the GitHub of Statistics Poland. It can provide some help for people that want to take the next steps in machine learning. We have invented also some other tool to convince people to use machine learning, and my friend Marta is going to describe it. Thank you.
Okay, hello. Thank you, Krystyna, for the introduction. My name is Marta Kruczek-Szepa, and I'm working with Krystyna in data engineering department at the statistical office in Poznań. Yes, as Krystyna mentioned, the whole process of gathering our results was a mix of self-education and gathering information we found into existence. As soon as we received our first satisfying results, we thought what if there was a tool to automate our classification. We knew that somewhere in Poland or even in Europe, there were teams in official statistics who were dealing with this kind of job on a daily basis in a manual way. And this was the moment when we thought that it's a good occasion to invent a tool that can help our colleagues and that can be implemented pretty fast and really easy to serve. And now I'd like to present you, excuse me. I'd like to present to you this very briefly. So this is the main layout of this application. The current version of the application has got several functionalities, like choosing the way of classification. It means that we can download the product name list from the file, or we can just simply classify our product name just by entering the name into this placeholder. The other functionality of this application is choosing the classification method. We used 4 methods in our project, and user can pick one from them, for example, random forest, naive Bayes, etc. And in the output, we receive a result table with the information about category prediction for each product we entered, ECOICOP codes, and the level of probability. The other very important feature of this result table is the possibility to edit our records. So if auto-coded category isn't the proper one, we can change it into another one and save it. And if the user consider that any table row is unnecessary, we can just delete it. And the best and practical aspect of this application is the fact that we can save our results into XLS or CSV file. So in fact, we can share our results in a pretty fast way with anyone who is working on the same project, or leave just our results for our future comparisons. We think that this tool is nice and very easy to use. And the best thing in this is the fact that all the machine learning techniques, all the mathematics are hidden behind a very friendly interface. So actually, anyone with no programming experience can make use of it, and just no coding abilities are required. So it's really easy to learn and to understand it. Yes, so summarizing, all the tools we told you about and realization of such projects like UniSee Machine Learning Project are very important measures to encourage people and institutions to experiment with new technologies and show that using machine learning methods can be quite simple. This is a very first and relevant step into developing modern solutions in official statistics. People are more open to new methods if they know at least if they have at least the basic knowledge about. They know that there's nothing to be scared of. And one more thing we would like to highlight is the fact that here in UniSee Machine Learning Project, we found also an inspiration for sharing our knowledge with other project members. The project leader managed to establish a web page where any member can get familiar with the scripts and reports prepared by other project members. And we did the same. We published our code on GitHub page, and we prepared a detailed report on our work. Yes, so coming to conclusion, we think that, yes, alternately training and sharing are a very core keys of success. Yes, so thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thanks to all of you. And it was a pretty interesting presentation. As we've seen, actually, from both presentations, first, we're trying to do a lot of work in terms of progressing the collective, work on the things that constitutes the fundamentals, like competency frameworks and stuff. And then we have some examples of international cooperation in terms of using these methods actually in something very concrete. And I think that gives us a lot of insight into what can be done. And thank you all for presenting. I think we are in a little bit of time stress, so I would like to extend the time of the session too much. There's been an avalanche of questions and remarks on the chat, which I'll not actually read out here in the presentation. I encourage all of you to see them. There's been some congratulations as well, some questions. For example, our dear friend Mark has asked about the competency framework. Why are we using survey and not just like any other modern techniques? But the issue is that we are using your survey to address the issues of awareness and see the capacity in the offices. Competency framework is a separate thing that has been developed throughout the set of meetings in order to come up with something that will constitute a material that is feasible to be reused in all the NSOs across the world, and so that these two processes were separate. Thank you very much, especially David, for sharing all the links to interesting materials for our audience, and Mark again asked for the opportunities for the private sector to support the training competency building. I think that actually it's my personal opinion. I haven't kind of like discussed it with anyone, but I guess that the space of innovation, the possible space for innovation here is unlimited, and everyone who is interested is very much invited, and actually we lack the resources rather than have too much of them. So also the private sector is very, very well welcomed, and that would be great to have some contributions. We had some initial cooperations with the private sector. COVID-19 has changed it for different reasons, but this is not something that has been closed. It's still open, and we're waiting for all the possible contributions from all around the world and all different contributors. And thank you very much for the compliments for the session. There's one question, very concrete. Do you have any timelines or time frames that are available for our audience in order to make them aware what is going to come up when? And I know the answer to it, but maybe I'll address it to Dominika and Carrie, or Carrie and Dominika. Do we have some kind of a time frames?
Yeah, as far as the competency framework, we're going through a 6-month pilot phase right now. So we will really welcome any comments, any suggestions, any tips on how to further develop it if it's necessary. So that's basically as far as the competency framework. The other deliverables that we're working on, that Carrie was talking about, which is maturity metrics, we are still developing it. So yeah, we believe by the end of the year, probably it'll be put out. Carrie, could you please?
Yeah, thank you, Dominika. We're in the design phase for the maturity matrix within the working group that we've established. We will be pushing out for a test, say in the next 3 months, and we'll be very keen for NSOs to come forward and help us with that testing phase.
So thank you very much. A lot of compliments to the session on the chat, and I will contribute to these compliments. Thank you to all the presenters. You did a great job. I'm really privileged to be a part of this session. In my role, that was awesome. Thank you very much, and I hope that all of you enjoyed it very much. And I'm sure that there's a lot of questions and a lot of issues that we can discuss together. So please get in touch together. Yeah, we can cooperate on a daily basis, and I would really like to encourage you to do so. There's so many things that we can still do, and they're waiting for the support and our engagement. That there are no limits. Thank you very much for the session, and I would like to quickly announce what I've been asked for, that there's going to be a 10 minutes technical break before the next session starts. So that's a little technical announcement. Thank you very much again, and it was a pleasure to be part of that.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everybody from all around the world who is joining us. It is morning where I am in London. My name is Claire Melamed. I'm the CEO of the Global Partnership for Sustainable Development Data, and very happy to welcome you to this closing session of the UN's Big Data Conference, an annual event, which I think has, like everything, looked a little bit different this year, but has not lacked any of the excitement and dynamism and innovation of any of its predecessors. So a very warm welcome to all of you who've been attending previous sessions, or those of you who have just tuned in for this session. I'm excited to have presenters here with me today from all around the world. Many we were just exchanging time zones as we were logging on, and people are calling in from many different parts of the world and many different times of day. The session this morning for me is in three parts. In a moment we'll hear from speakers with different perspectives on the UN's global platform, which, as all of you know, is a data infrastructure which has been created by the UN to serve and support official statistics to adopt and share big data methods and tools. Then we're going to go into a second part, again focusing in on official statistics and the uptake of new methods, but much more from the perspective of collaboration and training, and how to overcome the barrier which we sometimes see, which is caused by the need for increased capacity and training on all sides. And then finally, we will hear from some of the organizers of the conference, some closing remarks, and close our session. So without further ado, let us begin. Let us begin with the first session, and I'm very happy to welcome first Tom Smith, who is the Managing Director at the Data Science Campus at the Office of National Statistics in the UK. He's been there since 2017 and has set up the Data Science Campus, which I've had the privilege to visit. It's an incredibly exciting place full of innovation and the occasional stuffed unicorn, I seem to remember. But Tom, more importantly, is also was one of the sort of leading lights in the creation of the global platform, and is currently the chair of the advisory board, and also a member in the UK government of the Ministerial Advisory Group to the Cabinet Office on Open Data. So looks at this both from a national and an international perspective. Tom, the Office of National Statistics obviously was crucial in the development of the UN Global Platform. You personally and other colleagues I know in the office were very closely involved in the development of the platform, and the commitment remains with you chairing the advisory board. I wonder if you can, to set the scene, just tell us a bit about what the vision was as you conceived and built the platform, and specifically, what was the problem you were trying to solve? What is the fundamental purpose of the platform? Thanks, Tom, over to you.
Thank you, Claire, and good morning, colleagues from the UK and around the world. And just to start with, I think the importance of the community and the global community around using big data for official statistics is really shown by this conference. So the sixth in a series of the Big Data and Official Statistics International Conferences, that's testament, and the number and the quality of speakers and presentations and work that is going on globally is testament to the importance of this community. And that's really where we started from in the UN Global Platform, and the vision that Claire asked about. Statistics and data have never been more important. And certainly right now we're seeing that with the public interest, the media interest, government and company interest in coronavirus and official statistics, accurate, robust, reliable data on the spread of coronavirus. And that really kind of underlines the importance of data and the range also of data sets and data sources that people are interested in. And so this was the starting point for the global platform work, that the data revolution brings us to a position where government probably knows less or has less access to data inside government than is held outside government. So if you think of all of the data sources that are generated by us as users and citizens that are now held by companies. When you think of all of the data streams that companies and organizations are thinking about or developing, when you look at all of the interest in using data from different places, as well as official statistics. So thinking that clearly companies and industry, clearly SDGs and global development, clearly academics and universities, data scientists, and so on. There is just this huge interest in using data and using data well. And big data has to be part of the toolkit for official statistics. And so the problem we were trying to solve with the UN Global Platform was to ensure that official statisticians, that national statistics organizations and agencies around the world had access to the tools and to the data sets in order to really drive value in terms of better, stronger, more repeatable and so on official statistics. So really to basically make use of the sorts of material and tools that other parts of the world are using. So that was the vision. And I really want to kind of highlight the work from the Global Working Group that is running this conference in setting up the UN Global Platform and driving that. First in the ONS with Director General for Data Capability was Heather Savory, but then our co-chair Niels Ploeg in the Global Working Group, and Ronald Janssen, many of you will know, in the Secretariat, and colleagues really drove this as an idea. The UN, so the Global Platform is a pilot to test that proposition that big data can drive value, can improve our understanding of the world through official statistics. So putting in place the tools, so that's the technical pieces, then bringing in the data sources. So I'm thinking here of things like satellite imagery, global shipping GPS, the AIS data sets, plane data on aeroplane movements, and many more. Thinking about those as fundamental sources that official statisticians and other groups should really be able to take advantage of very quickly. So that was the vision and the problem we were trying to solve. The pilot ran out of ONS in terms of the technical work, but it was really a global effort. And I think these conferences and the work by the Global Platform team in terms of the technical group, the supporting group and so on, really was a global effort which ONS was supported in with resources and so on. And I think I saw the campus as an early adopter, a user of the sorts of data sets and the tools and so on that the Global Platform was driving and developing. What I think the real challenge is now is to go from that early adoption stage, proof of concept, and mainstream this. This is the challenge facing the platform and the teams and as a community, because I believe there's huge value here. The discussions and the advisory board and with colleagues globally really show this, that there is value in the UN, in the national statistics organizations across the world and the community in being able to share their good practice and what they have learned in terms of using data sources to improve official statistics. And that community part kind of comes back to the beginning, because I think the platform is often seen as a technical piece. It's a technical piece partly, but most importantly, it's a community and a place and a platform to share information, share resources, share working practices and so on. And so that's why I'm really pleased that Claire and the GPSDD team are involved in helping us scale from the early adoption stage through to the mainstream. And I'll give one example, if I may, just before kind of handing back to Claire. And this is around using shipping GPS data. So what's called the Automatic Identification System, the AIS system. There are many of us around the world who've been using this, thinking about this in pockets of good practice. What the UN Global Platform has enabled us to do is given us a place to collaborate and bring a lot of that work together. So under the Global Working Group, there is the AIS task team led by Ronald's colleagues. And there are many organizations and agencies feeding into that. So it's really great to see global data sources being brought in from companies that collate the shipping data, being used by, in my instance, the campus. We use this for faster economic indicators to give us an early heads up on what's happening in the UK economy. Our colleagues in DFID, Department for International Development in the UK, are using this to look at economic impacts around the world in terms of from COVID, for example, on ODA countries for overseas that are receiving overseas development aid. but there are many more. That's the UK. Really globally, there are people looking at this and using this data set source, which the platform gives us a place to collaborate. And that's why I'm really excited, why I think it is part of the toolkit going forward, and why I think there's a really great place to sort of build on. But there are challenges. We need funding, we need support and sustainable support, we need input. Many of those things are there, but this is the challenge for me getting the next stage. And I think I'm probably out of time with lots more to talk about, but I'm going to hand back to Claire. Thank you very much and look forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Tom, and thank you for that. A really excellent scene setter, I think, setting out exactly why this is so important and so exciting. Let me turn now for a different perspective to Yusuf Murangwa, who is, as I'm sure, known to many of you as the Director General of the National Institute of Statistics of Rwanda, where he's been since 2009, professional statistician with more than 15 years of experience. And going forward, the NISR is particularly focused on developing administrative data systems and, of course, is leading on the use of technology in statistics production and establishing the enabling environment technically, practically, in terms of capacity and training for big data and the data revolution in Rwanda. So Yusuf, obviously you're working in a context in which the government of Rwanda has absolutely embraced the data revolution policy, has the 2017 official publication on the National Data Revolution and Big Data outlined very clearly the core vision and objectives of the policy around harnessing the insights from data analytics. And your Prime Minister opened the Data Science Campus and Training Centre during the 5th International Conference on Big Data for Official Statistics, which you hosted at NISR. Of course, you're also very much involved as a core part of the Global Platform Enterprise, hosting the Regional Hub on Big Data for Africa, where you're working jointly with the UN Economic Commission for Africa to organize activities across the region. So clearly, with this very strong support from your government to modernize, strong support regionally, and the position that you have now as a leader across the region, just tell us a little bit about your priorities for the coming years and how you feel the regional hub can help to drive the modernization that we've seen in Rwanda across the whole of the region. Over to you, Yusuf.
Yeah, thank you very much, Claire. True, the demand for statistics is very high, and the need to use latest technologies and tools is also increasing and very important. In Rwanda, in the next 2 to 3 years, we want to see a major shift in the way we do official statistics. We want to integrate big data as much as possible. We're already using big data in so many aspects. For example, in measuring the information and communication technology sectors, in measuring transport, in measuring the finance sector, and the list is getting longer. Going forward, we want to integrate other major sectors, for example, agriculture, which is very important in our region and other countries in our context. Areas like the environment, areas like urbanization, areas like dealing with the SDGs. So it's very clear going forward, big data will be very important in supporting official statistics and global development efforts. Our priorities going forward are very specific, especially in line with our interests and the interests of the hub. After having good infrastructure that can allow us to do what we want to do in terms of physical infrastructure, we are now installing key connectivity infrastructure. We want to be able to connect to the global platform very effectively and also connect other countries in the region to our hub in a very effective manner. And in the next 2 to 3 months, we want to staff our center, our data science campus, but also the hub, some of the staffing we are going to do for our data science campus should be able to support the hub as much as we can go. And we already have consensus on that. We already have resources on that. It's just a matter of time. We've been slowed down by COVID-19, but we hope now as COVID-19 is loosening up a little bit, we should be able to fast track that. Then we should embark on training of the key staff, especially for the hub. Train them in key analytical skills, both general skills, but also project-specific skills, because it's very important to have project-specific skills in addition to general analytical skills. Train them in data access and connectivity issues, train them in data security and privacy issues, and train them in so many other things. Then we should be able to open up such kinds of trainings to other countries in the region. Working with our partners at the UN Economic Commission for Africa, the African Center of Statistics, working with the UN Statistics Department, working with the Global Platform, working with all other partners. We should be able to open up this kind of capacity building to all countries in the region and even beyond. Whoever is interested should be able to join such kind of trainings. We are also willing, as a country, to open up and volunteer as a proof of concept place where specific case studies of some of these projects that we want to do can happen. And then if they succeed, we open up to the region. In the short run, what we see the hub will do, the hub will be a place to support other countries and to train other countries on use of big data, especially for official statistics. But what we should aim for in the medium to long term is to bridge the gap, the capability gap between the hub and other countries. Everything that we are able to do at the hub, all other countries should be able to do. Countries should not be reliant on the hubs forever. We want to see this gap narrowing down, both in the region, but even globally. And after that, we should only have key services at the hub that facilitate other countries or work on pioneering pilot projects that should be integrated in official statistics. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Yusuf. And I think a really important reminder, the sense you've picked up where Tom left off, that although we think of the platform as a kind of infrastructure and as a very technical enterprise, of course, Yusuf, as you very much pointed out, really this is all about training and capacity and relationships and leadership and those kind of other community building activities which actually will be the determinant of success or failure in this enterprise. So thank you very much indeed, and we'll pick up some, I'm sure we'll pick up some of these thoughts in the questions to follow. Let me turn now to Mr. Mohammed Hassan, who is the Executive Director of the Data and Statistics Sector at the Federal Competitiveness and Statistics Authority of the UAE, where he's been since 2015, and previously worked at Microsoft at the Gulf, focusing on business development and digitizing government services. So he's seen this both from the private and the public sectors. Mohammed, obviously, we know that the UAE also is a leader regionally and globally, and Digital UAE is an initiative of the federal and the local governments to make the UAE into a smart country. And among others, it also includes a national program for artificial intelligence. So we're taking now the uses of big data beyond the realm of analytics and information into artificial intelligence. UAE is obviously the regional and international cooperation in digital transformation, and the smart data framework has been key. And in relation to the official statistics, the EU signed in March 2020 the Memorandum of Understanding with the UN for collaboration, again, on the regional hub of the UN Global Platform in Dubai. So tell me a little bit about the ways in which government policy is helping the FCSA to modernize, and how just some of your thinking and priorities around the how your office is planning to use big data, data science, and artificial intelligence, your priorities, and again, of course, coming back to your planned the way that the global platform integrates in both your national and your regional thinking. Thank you, Mohammed.
Thank you, Claire. Thank you very much. First of all, let me first thank the UN Global Working Group and Statistic Korea for setting up this conference. Being part of the UN Regional Hub, it helped us really as NSO to take a different approach to modernize the country data strategy through policy and societies, and engaging with the private sector. Of course, I have to say that since I came from private sectors, to help us actually modernize the data with the NSO. Learning from the current pandemics, the government took a few steps a few months back by launching, as you mentioned, the new digital government strategies. The goal is to work on comprehensive and complete digital transformation to make sure that the data has actually become part of the economy booster initiatives and actually ensure the business continuities. To support our effort as NSO and the data science with the use of AI, UAE appointed an AI minister who looked at putting the UAE to be a major hub for developing AI technologies and techniques and legislation, which is an important part right now, especially how to govern the data and to make sure that there is a privacy on the data sharing part. One of the major opportunities that the AI minister is looking at is actually data sharing and governance, as I mentioned. And UAE aims to become a faster adopter of the emerging AI technologies across government, as well as experimenting the use of data with new technologies and actually work in a bit of sophisticated way that the regional hub help us on the platform which is available in the regional hub to make sure that the ecosystem actually solves some of the complex problems in government, as Tom mentioned a few of them, which is the shipment logs and others. These are many initiatives being conducted and the UAE, and there are few initiatives came out as part of us being a member of the regional hub is something called Think Data and Think AI. It's a consortium of students, government, private sectors, and data scientists, plus the national statistic offices, all of them in one round table to support building the government new data strategies. Other initiatives we started as part of the regional hub is the collaboration with other entities in the UAE. So we launched the AI Lab, which is the first of its kind lab in the city of Dubai, which works on harnessing the power of machines, learning to integrate the AI into government servicing, and change the experience to improve the citizen overall quality of life and boost happiness. Tom mentioned very important, data is not only for improving government services or for statistics to be provided for decision makers, but actually is to change the societies and you know, boost the happiness of the societies to give them a better experience and to see the use of these data. The last initiatives was the 1 million Arab coders programs. Maybe Yusuf mentioned an important part, which is the regional hub is doing, is actually the trainings and changing the culture of how to learn the new technologies that support data improvements. His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid, the Prime Minister, as part of his global initiatives of the foundation, dedicated to spreading the education and knowledge across the Arab world. So the aim was to empower 1 million Arabs with essential skills required for employment in the future using coding. The program offered many opportunities for students to be involved in many development tasks, but one of the most important things in this program is actually data analysis and how to use the tools to read these data. The last point that I want to mention is that we as NSO, we try to do further development using the regional hub, and we started a department in the NSO called the Future of Data. This department, its core important is to look at data innovation and working toward changing the culture of using the new data sources and new technologies that the regional hub platforms provide and supports, and not only us, is actually provide that and open for all the regions. The focus on enabling the culture of data sharing using public-private partnership recently helped us in many initiatives. The last one was also Data Hackathon. It's where we engaged the students to work on the new data
the new data sources. An important point mentioned by Tom here is also there are new data set that is being generated by the societies. We have more than 2.5 quintillion bytes of data that is being produced daily, which is, if I put it in numbers, is 2.4 and 18 zeros. See the amount of data that society produce becoming more than the statistical data. And the regional hub actually will help us to maximize the use of these data to come up to try and solve society's problems and government's problems, and at the same time to ensure the continuity of the business and the economy of the countries. Back to you, Claire. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I'm so glad that you mentioned culture there, because I think it's absolutely critical that we think about this exactly in those sort of long-term, as a sort of long-term project around really changing the way that we think about data and our assumptions, and particularly, of course, the way that the changes that leads in terms of how people work together across public and private sectors, within different parts of government, and so on. So I think we should definitely come back to that point. I'd be interested to see how others are also thinking about the kind of cultural and institutional changes that this kind of enterprise can bring. But before that, let me turn to Mr. Xian Zude, who is the Deputy Commissioner of the National Bureau of Statistics of China, where he's been since December 2016. The National Bureau of Statistics of China and UNDESA are also close, I believe, to signing an agreement regarding collaboration on the regional hub in Huangzhou in China. The facility is already operational, and the big data center here will host, of course, both national and international experts to work on the projects. And again, as we've heard from others, offer training activities as a really important part of the collaboration. The Huangzhou Big Data Center will also, though, work very closely with Hejiang Province, as well as with Alibaba, which has its headquarters in Huangzhou. So I'm very interested to hear from you, Mr. Xian, how this collaboration between the NBS China at the national level, between the province, and then between Alibaba, how that is arranged with respect to operating, and how you see the benefits of that sort of tripartite collaboration in terms of the future activities, the project and training activities, and some of the plans you're developing as you come close to signing that MOU. Over to you, please.
好，谢谢克莱梅德女士，下午好，各位。
Good afternoon and thank you, Claire.
我们期待着与联合国经社会签署这个合作协议。
We are looking forward to the signing of the MOU with DESA.
虽然没有签协议，正像你刚才说的，实际上这个杭州的中心已经开始投入了使用。
As you have said that the China Regional Hub is already operational, even though we haven't signed the MOU.
这个我们的基础设施的建设已经完成，第一批的工作人员已经进驻。
And we have already finished the infrastructure construction, and the first batch of staff was already there.
对，这个中心呢是中国国家统计局、联合国经社会还有浙江省政府共同来建设的。
Yes, as we all know that the China Regional Hub is jointly constructed by the NBS, UNDESA, and also the Zhejiang Provincial Government.
如果说合作的艺术的话，我们只是一种我们都有个共同的愿望，就是大数据是非常重要的。
Yeah, we share the common view that big data is quite important.
浙江省呢，他们可以在这个资助上面、财政上面帮助解决。
So the Zhejiang Provincial Government will provide some funding to the regional hub.
同时呢，他们也提供了很好的地方，这个地方呢，离阿里巴巴总部也就5公里。
Yeah, and also the Zhejiang province provided us with a very good location of the regional center, which is quite close to the Alibaba headquarters.
5公里。
About 5 kilometers.
在它的10公里以外，就是一个5000年的城堡。 5000年以前的城堡。
So within around 10 kilometers, we can see an old castle with 5,000 years of history.
在它的旁边呢，就是著名的西湖和一个湿地，风景非常好。
So beside the regional center, we can see the West Lake in Hangzhou, and so this center really enjoy good views.
阿里巴巴呢是作为一个可信的合作伙伴，他们将在这个基础架构方面提供技术的支持。
So the Alibaba is really a credible partnership for us. So they will provide some technical assistance in the infrastructure.
同时呢，我们也正在商谈如何利用阿里巴巴的一些交易数据来改进我们的价格统计工作。
So we are also discussing the possibility of using some transaction data of Alibaba to improve our statistics.
杭州中心呢，作为联合国全球平台的一个区域中心，我们将按照全球平台的工作规则，在推进 SDG 监测和大数据创新和培训方面开展国际合作。
So as a regional hub of the UNGP, the China Regional Center will follow the guidelines of the UNGP, and we will promote the work in SDG monitoring, big data innovation, and also trainings.
首先呢，这是一个创新的平台，我们已经在这个卫星和遥感在农作物谷产方面取得了新的进展。
So this platform or this center should first be an innovative platform. So I can tell you that we have already made progress in using the satellite data to do some crop plantation statistics.
在价格和快速经济调查应用电子商务数据方面，我们也正在取得进展。
So we are also making progress in using the e-commerce data to improve our price statistics and also the rapid economic monitoring.
第二呢，我们也希望这个中心呢是一个国际合作的平台。我们希望各国的专家，特别是我们几个区域中心的能够互相交流。
So we also expecting this regional center as a collaborative platform, which means that all international experts are welcomed to communicate, and all the expertise from the UNGP and also the regional hubs can share their views.
我们专门留出了1层楼10多间办公室为国际访问者使用。
So we especially have one floor for international experts to use and to communicate.
第三呢，就是建成一个培训的平台，就像刚才克拉梅德女士说的，这是一个培训的平台。
So thirdly, we would like to make this center as the training platform, as what have mentioned by our colleagues from Rwanda and the UAE.
我们也将利用这个中国和联合国信托基金项目，开展国际培训。特别是为发展中国家提供培训项目。
So we will make full use of the China UN Trust Fund to provide trainings to the expertise from the developing economies.
我最后要强调的是呢，就是在当前这种情况下，特别是我们面对这个新冠疫情，加强国际合作是非常重要的。
So one point to underline is that we need to strengthen the international cooperation, especially facing this complicated international environment.
我们也希望这个杭州中心在这方面发挥更大的作用。谢谢。
So we hope the China Regional Center can play a bigger role in this aspect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Really interesting, and I very much appreciate the reference to history also, and the reminder that while this new world that we're in feels extremely modern and very shiny and new, some of these issues that we're grappling with have been the same for centuries, if not millennia. So very much appreciated the reminder that issues around data and information and the running of governments are as old as governments themselves. So we have time, I think, for one question to you all. I was so interested in what you were saying that I was a little too lenient in the matter of time. But I wonder if we've talked a lot about some of the practicalities around training and technology and so on. I wonder, and just thinking about the Seoul Declaration and the outcome document for this event, in which we are now at the closing stages, I'm interested to know what you see if you imagine to a future where in 5 and 10 years time we are sitting here and some of these techniques of big data have widely used and statisticians everywhere are fully using all of the tools and techniques and data that at this moment we can only dream of. What do you think is the biggest challenge that stands between us and that world? We've heard a lot of things mentioned during the course of this discussion: cultural change, institutional change, technical change, training and capacity, connectivity, and some of the technical infrastructures, at least those 5. And I'm just wondering, what for you is the single biggest challenge that stands between us and this scale, the sort of the use of big data at scale to provide real value for decision making for governments? So let me go back and ask all of you that question in the order in which you first spoke. So Tom, let me invite you first to reflect on that.
Thank you, Claire. Great question. My view is that we need to get beyond thinking about and talking about this as big data. So data is data, and it's material for statistics and analysis and driving those decisions that governments and companies are increasingly dependent on. And I think the big shift is to push that collaboration aspect. And I see the global statistics community and national stats agencies in particular as one part of that community, as one of the most collaborative parts globally of the global government systems. And we need to do that because definitions and things like that are really important. So to have measures of the economy, of trade and so on, and of people and censuses and populations and so on, we need to understand the definitions, the way that we're each working. So that kind of drives a real importance that underlies this, a real importance of the collaborative work. So the sharing aspect here for me is the key hurdle we need to jump over, climb over, scrabble over, in order to drive this use of data and big data. And so from the Seoul, to link back to the Seoul Declaration, we talk about sharing in there as one of the key action points key points coming out. I think that's so important because we need to get to stage, and I used the phrase from early adopter to mainstream in my opening comments. I think that's the critical bit. We need to be at a point where we are confident that data sources have the quality and that our analysis and our methods used to assess those data sources provide quality and robust statistics. So we need to get over the really high hurdle that we set ourselves of what is an official statistic, what is, and in the UK, what is a national statistic. These are serious criteria. It should not be easy to get over those hurdles, and it isn't. So we need to get to the point where we can really drive collaboration, sharing around methods and the community on data sources, so that we are using these sorts of sources day in, day out for official statistics and analysis to drive decisions. So that's my view. If I've got longer, I'll expand, but I'll hand back to you, Claire.
Afraid not. Thank you so much, Tom. And I think that's a really important summary of some of the barriers that exist inside the statistics community and the necessity of collaboration within the community. And as you say, breaking down some of the barriers that exist between types of data, big data, official data, and so on, but with that relentless focus on quality, as you suggest. I hope that some of the others will pick up some of the barriers that exist outside of the data community, of the statistics community as well, and we can think a little bit about political, institutional and social issues. Yusuf, let me invite you now to just reflect very briefly, please, on what you would see as the single biggest challenge in moving towards this sort of world in which big data is a much more common part of policy making. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Claire. This is a very important question. And in fact, depending on how we answer it and fix the issues will determine our success or failure going forward. 6 years ago in China, we were all on the table giving ideas. From then to last year in Kigali, we were trying to set up institutional arrangements on how to move forward. Now, and vis-a-vis
I think we have lost the connection to Yusuf. So perhaps
should start acting. We should.
Yusuf, we are losing you. Perhaps if the Secretariat team could mute Yusuf and just send him a message that we will try to improve the connection. But so as to not lose any time, let me move swiftly now to Mohammed. I want to pick up with you some of the very interesting point that you raised about culture in particular. And if you could just expand on that a little bit and talk us through what you see as some of the cultural barriers, both inside and outside the statistics community, for making full use of the opportunities that are now available to us through technology. And some of your thoughts, again, very briefly, please, about how those could be overcome globally, as well as taking forward what you're doing within the UAE. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you very much, Claire. Let me take it from my experience with the private sectors, and maybe that is to add to what Tom says. The biggest issue is every private sectors, let's put some facts. Governments, they don't own the data. They don't have all the data, especially with the current revolution of the data changes. The sector who has the data is actually the private sectors, if we want to really enrich our statistical data. So unless until we don't come up with a proper governance, a proper policies that ensure there is no competitive gonna happen between data that came up from a private sector A and a private sector B, that is not going to happen. The main reason is that the private sector is always afraid that someone is going to take the business. So where is the differences between Amazon and Alibaba? Why both can't share the data? For a normal reason, is because there is a competitiveness in the markets. So unless until we as a NSO around the world come up with a proper governance that ensure any data that is being shared between private sector and the government are secured and are not shared in a certain way that is not compromising the sales of the private sectors, the people, the privacies, I don't think we're going to go further steps on that. That's in a nutshell my feedback. If we want to change the cultures, that's the culture where we need to fix, is that the owner of the data is not anymore as government, is actually private sectors. Thank you very much, Claire.
Thank you so much. Really, really interesting point. Let me try to go back now to Yusuf. Shall I do that?
Yes. Yeah, sure.
Please,
sure,
Yusuf.
Sure.
Sorry about the drop, and come back to you.
Yeah, as I conclude, I was saying that now it's a call to action, and this time action should be to get the attention of especially politicians and other key stakeholders. We should start producing statistics that are relevant. They should be relevant for development. They should be relevant for national development plans. They should be relevant for regional plans. They should be relevant for the SDGs. This is the time, if we achieve that in the next 1 to 3, 5 years, we should be able to pick the interest of all stakeholders. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A really important point. We can, I think, never talk too much about politics in these technical discussions, and a reminder that politics is absolutely central to this. I think very well taken. And finally, Xian, let me turn back to you, please. What is the one thing that you would like us to prioritize in the coming years?
这是个非常好的问题，也值得我们来讨论和思考。
So, you have raised a very excellent question.
未来的10年确实是充满了挑战，但我认为面临最大的挑战是 SDG 的目标，这些如何有更好的数据来支撑。
So we are really facing many challenges in the coming 10 or even more years. But for me, I think the biggest challenge is how to produce more data to support the SDG monitoring.
就我们现在来看呢，有很多数据我们利用传统的统计方法是收集不到的。
So from my perspective, the traditional way of collecting data cannot satisfy this need.
我们必须要有新的创新的数据。新的数据的创新来支撑我们收集到更多的数据。
So we need to be innovative, and we should collect more new data.
So 这就需要我们进行数据的整合、数据的质量的标准，包括人员的素质，都是面临的挑战。
So in this aspect, we need to do more work in the data integration, or also the data quality guarantee, and also to do capacity building.
同时还要保护这个私营部门和个人信息的隐私。
And at the same time, we need to guarantee the confidentiality of data and to protect the private sector.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much indeed to all of you. I think that was an incredibly stimulating conversation. And I think if I might try to sum up, I think, what we're left with is of course an incredible sense of sort of excitement and momentum around the global platform. And I think this global panel has really demonstrated the extent to which the value of the platform is now being felt around the world, and the many ways in which it's being used. And of course, we're poised, as Tom said, for moving from this pilot phase to scaling up the uses and the users of the platform worldwide. So it's an exciting moment, and of course, I thank you all hugely for your leadership and your energy and commitment in taking us this far. And I'm very much, from the Global Partnerships point of view, looking forward to working with you all on the next stage. I think we're left again with some very clear guidelines for how we move forward and what the priorities are. Of course, the point about collaboration within the statistics community is absolutely central. And then the point about collaboration beyond the statistics community. And I think, as Mohammed said, the critical role of governance in enabling that collaboration and building trust and confidence among all of the partners, public and private. And then, of course, as Yusuf mentioned, absolutely critically, the importance of politics and demonstrating the value always of what is done to politicians to enable the right regulatory frameworks, the resources, and ultimately the use of all of this data which is being produced, which has its value in the use by politicians to make decisions. And then finally, a very critical reminder by Sian that we absolutely have to always return to the Sustainable Development Goals as the framework within which we are operating, and the guiding light, in a sense, which is driving all of these activities towards achieving those goals for ourselves, for our children, for the planet. So I thank you all enormously for your contributions on this panel. I think, as well as contributing hugely and interestingly to the discussion, you very much paved the way for our next panel, who I will now turn to, because I think all of you have raised the importance of training and capacity building, which we're going to now turn to. But first, let's have, please, among the audience, a virtual, at least, I'm sorry, this is very unsatisfying as a reward for all of your hard work, but at least a virtual round of applause to the panel, and we bid you farewell. So at least from me, applause. Thank you very much. Okay. I'm now going to turn our attention to following up on some of those issues of of capacity building and training that we heard so much about in our first panel. I think we all understand the absolutely critical the critical importance of collaboration, training. We've heard about it both nationally and regionally and globally in enabling individuals and institutions to take up all of the opportunities and possibilities that we know are there. So to guide us through this discussion, which will take a similar format as we know to the first discussion, let me first invite Mr. Bert Krooser from the Statistics Netherlands. Bert is a Deputy Director General and the Chief Information Officer at Statistics Netherlands, where he's been since 2013, and is responsible for IT, for data strategy, and for building cooperation across government, which we know is no easy task. Now, you've been the Acting Director General of Statistics Netherlands for the last 5 months, precisely while your country, along with all of the countries around the world, was mitigating the spread and battling the consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic. And of course, this has led to a huge interest in and sort of public concern with data worldwide, and I think really shone a spotlight on the importance of data for decision making and for trust. So just tell us a little bit. I know that Statistics Netherlands has had a Centre for Big Data since 2016, and how the Big Data Centre helped Statistics Netherlands and the government more broadly in this transition to the use of new methods and the response to the pandemic and the urgency that posed to the production of data for decision making and for public communication. But over to you. Hello, Bert.
Okay, thank you, Claire. I think I'm unmuted now. Yes, the Corona COVID period has given rise to a lot of innovations. In the Netherlands, our government has asked more and more for data that underpin their decisions. In uncertain times, there's more and more need for data that give them ground under their feet. So we had a lot of innovations without big data, like with communication with users, methodology for missing data, improving timeliness and frequency of existing statistics. There was a lot of needs to have more timely information to steer on how it is now and not in the past. New statistics based on economic support programs and the introduction of video-assisted interviewing, because we could not go along doors of people. But also big data plays an important role. For example, we published statistics about hoarding in shops, people running to shops to buy toilet paper, all kind of elementaries to hoarding. And we could use Canada to have a very actual picture of that. Mobility data based on public transport data. So people have this public transport card in the Netherlands. Bank transaction data to monitor the shift to online payments. People go away from cash because they have to touch that, they go to online. But also social tensions by social media, how people feel in these specific periods. So we used big data. And what we do is we have the Center of Big Data Statistics, as you mentioned. There are a lot of data scientists there, there's data there, and they make experimental statistics. And then we publish it on our innovation website. They're all there, it's English. And obviously the question came up in the first panel too, when is it going to be official statistics, what it is with quality, there's a cultural aspect there, but we publish it and it is used. So big data plays a role, and it plays a role because you can describe phenomena that you cannot describe otherwise. You can describe it quicker and more in detail. And obviously collaboration is key here. We cannot do it alone. We have to work together with many partners. And for us, the UN work in the Global Working Group helps. Many aspects. One of them is researching together on new things. Getting access to data is key. As a lot of the previous speakers says, a lot of data is either in the hands of private sector or very sensitive. So the work on privacy preserving techniques we're doing together with other colleagues on the UN Global Working Group is very important for us. That has resulted in a manual, a handbook that is more or less an international reference now. So that's one of the important things. And the global platform, for us in the Netherlands, we see two main very important goals. One is the global data sets, and there are data there already, like the AIS shipping data. At CBS, we did research on the cruise ships visiting Bonaire, the island in the Caribbean. And we can use this global available data set to monitor further changes in international shipping. There's also satellite information, flight information, and we feel that the full potential has not been reached there. So if we can do what Mr. Mohammed said, talk to these private companies and see whether we can find business models that we get more data there, that they feel safe, we use it for scientific, statistical purposes, not hampering their commercial interest. I think there's more potential there. In the European Union, there's a deal now with Expedia, Booking.com, Airbnb to get data about these platforms for statistical use in Europe. And I think deals like this can also be made on a global level. In the past, we talked to some of the big companies, Google, Microsoft, and we see that there are openings to get more data there. So more global data sets that can all share, use together, would be an important thing to improve even the value of the global platform. And the second point is algorithms as a service. We're all in a new world. We're all developing new methods to deal with big data, and we want to share our ideas. And obviously we can share methodology papers, but it's even better if you can share the algorithms. So the global platform makes it possible to share algorithms as a service. An example is the new OECD text algorithm for sustainable development goals that can analyze which SDGs a certain text is relevant for. It's a way to share methods, but it's also a way to let it used by everyone. So it might be a very efficient way to work together. So for us, these two things are key global platform contributing things to our own task as CBS. It's important that the global platform is linked to the regional national hubs and to big data centers in every country. In that way, you can work together on data and algorithms. There are different forms for that, technically, but also in programs. We like to keep working together with the people from the platform and the global working group. For training, for us, we not too much involved until now, but obviously it can be used for sharing and using materials. At the Netherlands, we have our own Statistics Netherlands Academy, the training center. We give courses on big data. Obviously, we can share materials on a global platform, but you can also look at the platform, what's there, and use it for our own purposes. So in general, it's an exciting new world, big data. We have to be in there. There's so much data around there. We have to be using it to keep relevant, and we can really improve our services and our roles. And global platform helps. And for me, the main priorities would be the sharing of global data sets, also negotiating with these private partners, show them that we can really do it in a good way that also benefits them as a social good, and algorithms as a service. I guess I used up my time, so thanks, Claire.
Thank you so much. No, I think really useful and great to get that picture of how Statistics Netherlands is using the global platform in a very practical way. So that was incredibly useful. Thank you. Let me turn to now to Dennis Mappa, who is a National Statistician and Civil Registrar General of the Philippines. Welcome. And previously to this appointment was in academia as the Dean and Professor in Statistics of the School of Statistics at the University of the Philippines. So we have an academic perspective on this discussion as well, conducting research in areas such as poverty analysis, household savings, and so on. Now, I know that Dennis, as part of the Statistical Development Plan for 2018 to 23, the Philippines has set midterm goals for strengthening the system to include a number of different sources of data, administrative-based data, big data, and also citizen-generated data, and that the National Statistics Office is really embracing the integration of many of the new data sources into your work on official statistics. So just given this modernization, tell us a little bit about how you're going about building statistical capacity in these new areas. Of course, they're putting new demands on your team of statisticians, and particularly the building on the theme of this session, how international collaboration has helped you to develop the capacity that you need to meet those goals in the Philippines. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Claire. Good day to everyone. The Philippines, through the Philippine Statistics Authority, recognizes the use of big data and non-traditional data sources to complement the production of official statistics. The Philippine Statistics Authority aims to strengthen the data ecosystem to include the enhancement of administrative-based data, as Claire mentioned, and exploration of use of big data and citizen-generated data as possible sources of our official statistics. The PSA commits to exploring these emerging fields in order to address the urgent needs for more timely and relevant statistics in our country, especially in the light of the COVID-19 pandemic. With respect to big data, the Philippines is still in the developmental stage with several government and private sector initiatives in the pipeline. Since 2016, the Philippine Statistics Authority has been conducting and attending various capacity building fora and conferences to slowly build the momentum of big data utilization in our country. At present, we are focusing mainly on projects with readily available data, such as our computation of the Rural Access Index for Sustainable Development Goal Indicator 9.1.1, or the proportion of rural population who live within 2 kilometers of all-season road. This is a joint project with the Asian Development Bank. Together with other development partners like the National Statistical Office of Thailand and the World Data Lab, the Philippine Statistics Authority and the ADB have collaborated on a project which explored how the granularity of poverty estimates can be enhanced by integrating household surveys and censuses with data extracted from satellite imagery. Now, for price collection, the Philippine Statistics Authority started exploring the use of web scraping in collecting prices since January this year. Prices of more than 500 commodities in the market basket of our consumer price index for the National Capital Region have been regularly monitored from selected online stores through a system developed by our Information Technology and Dissemination Service. Movements of these prices are currently being observed and compared with offline prices just to make sure that we are in sync and our data are accurate. Now, our project in the near future, which is actually next year, we are looking at remote sensing in the field of agricultural statistics. And here, the Philippine Statistics Authority have an existing partnership with our Advanced Science and Technology Institute, which is a section of our Department of Science and Technology. The collaboration aims to identify and map aquaculture farms and estimate areas and production of major crops using artificial intelligence and other remote sensing techniques. In addition to these efforts, the Philippine Statistics Authority intends to improve the utility of its Sustainable Development Goals dashboard and explore nowcasting in the area of labor and employment. This will be done as part of our partnership with the United Nations Development Program on the implementation of Data Governance Initiative, where big data plays a central role. Now, with respect to the citizens-generated data, which is a very interesting activity in our country, recognizing that available official statistics data sources might not be sufficient to cope up with our data requirements for the 2030 agenda, the Philippine Statistics Authority explored the use of potential non-traditional data sources such as citizens-generated data for official reporting on the SDGs. This was in collaboration with a partnership in statistics for development in the 21st century, or Paris 21. Just recently, the Philippine Statistics Authority and Paris 21 released the country case study report on the use of citizen-generated data for sustainable development goal reporting in our country. In our report, 81 sustainable development goal indicators can actually be supported by the potential citizen-generated data and civil society organization data holdings. Relative to administrative-based statistics, the Philippine Statistics Authority, together with other key agencies, are currently developing the guidelines and mechanism for the registers and administrative reporting system with the goal of harmonizing administrative forms and registers. The PSA identified the following areas where we can use administrative-based data. One is tourist arrivals, building permit, and trade as our pilot targets for the implementation of the projects. Consultations with concerned agencies will be made for the review and recommendations on the improvement of the administrative forms. Now, in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic, the Philippine Statistics Authority had to cancel or defer scheduled consultations, some workshops, and other collaborative activities with our partners. But the PSA continues to coordinate with our development partners and stakeholders through our online platforms in support of its planned activities. During the recent concluded 7th session of the ESCAP Committee on Statistics, the Philippines supported the proposal to feature big data for official statistics in the future work of the committee and encourages the sharing of experiences, expertise, and best practices among the regions. Thank you very much and good afternoon. Back to you, Claire.
Thank you so much. Obviously, a huge amount of really interesting work going on, and I particularly like those last reflections about sharing knowledge and experience, which again, I think is a real theme of today. Let me turn now to Mr. Luis Kuakuaku, who is the manager of the Economic and Social Statistics Division at the African Development Bank. So we now have the perspective of a multilateral bank. Luis, I know that the African Development Bank is planning to establish a data innovation lab, which I'm sure is welcome news. And the objectives of this lab will include demystifying data science. I'm very something I think we could all agree is much needed. And of course, as the theme of this panel, building competencies within the bank and its regional offices, and building a repository of tested open source tools. So can you, I wonder, explain a little bit more about again, you know, what the vision is here, and how you see this lab working together with some of the other things that we've been hearing about today, the UN Global Platform and the regional hub in Rwanda. And then, of course, particularly the theme of this session, and understanding that capacity is often a huge barrier to the uptake of many of these new tools. Talk us a little bit through your the capacity development strategy that underpins this the new lab. Over to you, Luis.
Okay, thank you, Claire, and to the organizer for inviting the African Development Bank to this conference in this COVID situation, very difficult situation, but we have to change our mind and do the thing differently. So coming back to your question, the era in which we live today requires a paradigm shift and a new business model for national statistical offices to continue providing timely and relevant data. We believe in transforming our continental national statistical offices into innovative statistical producers. That means good at exploiting traditional sources such as surveys and censuses, and good at innovating and using new sources of data and big data to complement the usual sources. We are launching the Data Innovation Lab to develop the skill and capacity to serve the internal need of the bank and support African countries in building their capacities to expand the range of statistics through exploring new data sources and big data using the most updated technologies. The Data Innovation Lab development process will then follow two main axes. First, establishing and developing internal capacity, and second, sharing and disseminating experiences and expertise. During the establishment phase, we plan to achieve some milestones. I'm not going to give a detail now. We have that. Let me also add that the bank as an active member of the advisory board of the UN Global Platform Working Group, and active member as well of the training, skill, and capacity development task team, we will then collaborate with the regional hub in Kigali and the UN Global Platform. Through the Data Innovation Lab, the bank, African Development Bank, will also collaborate with the regional hub to develop curricula that is relevant to the regional needs. That means the bank is available to play a coordinating role between countries and the regional hub to facilitate countries' participation in the capacity building provided through a joint collaboration between the Data Innovation Lab and the hub. You plan also to provide a resource person to conduct some specific training, and we want to follow up with countries to ensure that they implement what they learn during training and provide any subsequent needed assistance to countries to successfully implement some sample project. So that's what I can say in this first question.
Thank you so much indeed. And I think a really nice practical example of some of the steps that need to be taken and the opportunity for joining up initiatives across the region. So thank you. And I apologize, the sun has moved since we started this session and now it's full in my face. So in a minute I will adjust my blind. But let me now just quickly turn to some questions for you all. And I think I'm interested really to focus on the theme of this session around training and capacity development. You've all, I think, presented in different ways some of the incredibly kind of innovative, forward-thinking and inspiring initiatives that you are leading in your respective institutions and some of the successes that you've had. I'd like you all now to just reflect on what is the single capacity, the single piece of capacity development or training or competency that if you had it within your institution would help to make progress faster and more sustainable. So let me turn to you first, Bert. What is the thing that your colleagues really need to be able to do to further this agenda? Thank you. But I think you're still on mute.
Yes, I'm unmuted now, right?
Yeah.
Cool. Well, the second thing is, I think, is more access to data. I think the UN is a strong brand, and if we can talk from that brand to holders of global data sets, that we might be able to have more deals to get data available. For example, Airbnb, Google. And I think trying to negotiate with these companies how we can make a business model, how we can use it for statistics, for scientific use that doesn't interfere with their commercial interest, I think is the main thing we can do more to help us all. And we've done some things already, but I think the full potential have not been met there. So thank you, Claire.
Thank you. And perhaps for that, what you need within statistics offices is people who can help to think about business models and develop those kind of relationships, which I guess is quite a new competency for statisticians. So perhaps that's something that we can be thinking about in the years to come. Thank you, Bert. Dennis, let me turn to you. What is the thing that you wish your colleagues knew or could do that would help you to achieve your ambitions?
Okay, thank you very much, Claire. I think the Philippines, from the Philippine Statistics Authority point of view, we advocate a holistic approach of modernizing the National Statistics Office, such that it does not cover only the technical capacity of its resources. Of course, the technical capacity is important, but also developing soft skills, which are vital to enhance productivity in statistical offices, teamwork, retention rate, employee satisfaction, leadership, and client satisfaction. Technical expertise is, I've said, very important, but the National Statistical Offices also need people who know how to collaborate, how to communicate, and how to understand the needs of the clients and its stakeholders. So I think these are the requirements of National Statistical Offices like the PSA in the context of this big data for official statistics. Thank you very much, Claire.
Thank you so much. I absolutely could not agree more that I think these soft skills are often undervalued, but hugely, hugely important. As you say, leadership, negotiation, collaboration, and so on. Lewis, let me turn to you as you look across the region and the aspiration to develop the Innovation Lab and increase the use of big data across the continent. What do you think is the key skill that is needed to really enable the kind of expansion of this sort of work across the continent? What is it that you think your colleagues really need to know to be able to do their jobs in this new world?
Thank you, Claire. First of all, we first need the resources to implement that. And the first thing we are doing is that the main vehicle of a bank to provide statistical support is to have some resources. And what we are developing is the statistical capacity building program. Since almost 3 years, we couldn't mobilize resources. And but now I'm happy to tell you that currently we are on the approval process, and we are going to our board. We are going to meet our board in October, November and seek the approval for the phase 5 of the capacity building, and it will help us really to work with African countries, and we will have enough resources to develop the innovation lab and the African Information Highway activities and big data issue. And we are ready. We developed a work program on how we are going to work with all African countries in this new and innovative sources. And we are really ready, and we got the informal approval from, and now we are going formally to the board and seek the resources. And I can give more detail if you want.
Thank you. That was great.
But we need to have resources to do that. That's what our main target now, and we will mobilize resources.
Absolutely. Message received and understood, and I hope heard loud and clear to our audience around the world. And I think so. Thank you very, very much. I mean, I think again, this session, following on very neatly from the previous session, has really expanded and inspired our sense of the possibilities that are available here and the ways in which countries already very practically using the insights from combining different data sources, big, small, administrative, citizen generated, and so on, to provide new insights and give politicians the information that they very urgently need to make good decisions. But I think what is revealed to me very clearly from the three of you is that, again, rather like the previous session, these are of course technical questions, but there is a huge range of other things, not just the pure technical competence. So one has to start there, which are needed to achieve our goals here. And of course, the business skills that were mentioned, the soft skills around leadership and collaboration, and of course, the resources that can underpin those that make everything else possible. So I want to again thank all of the three of you for a really interesting and stimulating conversation. Once again, unfortunately, we're not able to give you that global round of applause that your efforts deserve, but I certainly thank you, and I'm sure that our silent global audience does too. So thank you very much indeed. And now, of course, we've come to an important moment, to the concluding remarks and the closing session of this UN conference on big data for official statistics. So to provide us with a perspective of the whole conference and look forward to next time, let me first invite Ms. Gemma van Halderen, who is known to, I'm sure, all of you as the Director of Statistics at UNESCAP and one of our co-hosts. Gemma.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Claire, and thank you very much for a very interesting and continuing to be very inspiring closing session this afternoon. It is my great pleasure to be part of this session and provide a few closing remarks. Dear Commissioner Shinwat Khan, Statistician General Mr. Rasinga, Claire, all my panelists in this closing session, ladies and gentlemen, It is my sincere pleasure to thank you for being at this 6th International Conference on Big Data for Official Statistics. My office, the Statistics Division of the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, is very happy to be partnering with Statistics Korea, the Statistics Division of the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs, and the UN Global Working Group on Big Data for Official Statistics in the organisation and the delivery of this event, and to be sharing the forefront of recognising the potential of big data, or as Tom just said, recognising the potential of any data for official statistics. While the COVID-19 pandemic did not make it possible for all of us to gather in Seoul at this time, our colleagues from Statistics Korea have shown to be excellent hosts in the world of virtual communication by actively helping in the development of the conference program and providing the technical solutions. I'd like to thank the Statistics Korea and the entire Statistics Korea team for all of your support to make this conference successful. I'd also like to thank our panelists, our moderators, our support staff monitoring the chatbots, our program committee for not only developing the program, but also delivering on it. And I'd finally like to thank you, our audience, for being with us, for your insightful and at times very challenging questions, and for joining us wherever you may be, at whatever time of the day or night. It has been a pleasure to have you join us in Asia and the Pacific through Seoul, Korea. Ladies and gentlemen, over the last 3 days, we have traversed the globe virtually, from our friends in Scandinavia and North America, to Latin America and the Caribbean, Africa, Europe, our Arab nations, and to Asia and the Pacific. We've heard from New Zealand in the south, Denmark in the north, everyone in between, and we've heard from countries large and small, developed and developing. We've also traversed topics dear to all of us: official statistics compiled using big data sources, national statistical officers experimenting with big data for official statistics, as well as new data sources and new standards in response to COVID-19. Development partners and countries shared the potential of big data for compiling the SDG indicators. The immense potential and the power of the global statistical community uniting to develop the global platform of data, methods, experiences, and opportunity. A global platform that we've all heard is ready for you globally and through the regional hubs. The COVID-19 pandemic is with us, but for how long we do not know. But we do know that COVID-19 is an opportunity. The statistical community is rich with ideas, rich with solutions. It is bold, it is courageous, and is ready to innovate and rise to whatever challenges we are presented with. And this conference has given us all the opportunity to connect, to hear from each other, to learn, to be inspired. And I have been inspired by all of the speakers and by all of the questions posed by our audience. As we heard from Mr. Stefan Schweinfest at the opening of this session, under the umbrella of the UN Global Working Group on Big Data for Official Statistics, many experts from all stakeholder communities are already working together. Many collaborative data projects are currently being executed on the UN Global Platform, and you're all invited to join this work. We need in-kind contributions of experts in statistics, computer science, machine learning, data engineering. We also need support from the donor community so that we are able to undertake more projects, especially for the benefit of statistical institutes from developing countries. Please, if you have been inspired, as I have during these last 3 days, I urge you to get involved. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, in closing, I'd like to thank Commissioner Shin-Wook Khan for your leadership and for hosting this conference. Your team really have done an excellent job and deserve much praise and a good rest. Statistics General, Mr. Rasinga, thank you, the entire Global Working Group on Big Data for Official Statistics, for your leadership, for your inspiration, and for all of your hard work and collaboration. It is important and it is valued. To the Secretariat, the Program Committee, UNDESA, and my own team at UNESCO, a wonderful job, a wonderful conference. And I'd just like to also thank Mr. Tom Smith for encouraging us to get beyond the word big in big data. It's just data. Let's use it. So all the wishes from day one for a very enjoyable and very fruitful discussion at the 6th International Conference on Big Data for Official Statistics have come true. Thank you very much. Back to you, Claire.
Thank you, Gemma. A wonderful, wonderful set of remarks and thoughts as we close. And I certainly echo your thoughts about the excitement of the conference, and grateful thanks to those who've helped to bring it into being. So let me now, as the second part of this closing panel, introduce Mr. Risenga Maluleke, who's the Statistician General of Statistics South Africa, as we all know, and also, of course, importantly in this context, the co-chair of the UN Global Working Group on Big Data, one of the groups that have worked so hard to bring us here. Risenga, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Program Director, and indeed, let us note all protocols as have been noted by our colleague who spoke before me. There are just a few things that we need to take forward. And one of the things is the issue that she makes of being inspired. We cannot say we didn't hear the tocsin being sounded. So we need to take that inspiration a lot more forward. And for those of us who are on the front line, be it the Global Working Group, be it the platform, we need to take this work forward. And all the colleagues that we've been working with in preparations. It is very critical that those of us who have been in preparations, including the Secretariat, get seized with all the issues that have been raised. Over the last 2 days, we have listened to different speakers. I particularly got interested in one of the presentations in the use of data in mapping issues in relation to crime and the deployment of artificial intelligence, as we have heard in just the previous session that just concluded. So there is a lot of space through which we can cut a niche and play and drive development in the area of big data for sustainable development in the area of official statistics and the like. One of the things that we'll need to do going forward is to strengthen the hubs. There is enough evidence of everyone working out there, but we will not be able to touch everybody's lives within this global working group, within the platform, and making the platform more deployable if we do not strengthen the hubs. The role of the private sector becomes very critical. The private sector should become a partner. And I know when we come to the private sector, there are issues of competitiveness, the edge that they want to put across by keeping certain information to themselves so that they can use it for strategic edge in their business ventures. But there are certain areas and avenues where they could work with us. And I think if we get one or two private sector partners, the others would feel much more encouraged to come and join us, and we take this agenda forward. And in doing that, together with all the key players, the academia and other critical players out there in the world, we will forge a new direction in the access of data, particularly the non-traditional data that we are used ourselves as national statistical offices. The competence of NSOs will not be to have rear view mirrors where we always measure what has happened, connecting the dots from what has happened or from behind. It will require that we start connecting the dots looking forward, not looking backwards. And in this regard, the agility with which we move as NSOs to encompass and work with everyone as equal partners becomes very, very critical. So indeed, colleagues, indeed, members of the global community, indeed, distinguished delegates, this has been a great 3 days well spent in Seoul remotely. Now let us come and appreciate the work of the Statistics Office of the Republic of Korea and the Korean government in general, the Republic of Korea government. Without their support and their work, hard work indeed, to make this possible, that they could connect all of us from all over the world, it wouldn't have worked. Again, the work of the Secretariat, the colleagues led by our director within the United Nations Statistics Commission, their division, as well as higher up in the entire UN echelons of leadership. We have seen on a daily basis working with colleagues like Ronald and others. And indeed, I could see at times that they were putting much more weight in this regard than many of us were putting in preparing for the meetings that we had to put in place for this purpose. Let us hold on steadily, for together as we hold hands, even during trying times like these ones of COVID-19, we will change the world. And indeed, when we have changed the world, we'll shape it in such a way that it will never be the same again. But those who will receive it from us will receive data with enough data for better decisions. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Rasenga. Truly a sort of inspirational idea to hold on to in these sort of sometimes hard and challenging times. Mr. Commissioner Shin-Ruk Kang, you've already been mentioned several times with praise and gratitude for you and your team's hard work in bringing us all together here virtually, if not able to enjoy Seoul in reality. But let me now finally invite you to offer us your closing thoughts as we near the very end of all of your labours. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning and good afternoon. It's nice to see you again. I'm Shin-Ruk Kang, Commissioner of Statistics Korea. Ms. Gemma Halloran, Director of the Statistics Division of UN Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific. Mr. Rasenga Maluleke, Chairperson of the Global Working Group, and all participants from countries and international organizations. It's time to wrap up the Fixed Big Data Conference. First of all, I'd like to thank the chairs and speakers of the conference who led participants in different time zones from all over the world to in-depth discussion despite the virtual conference due to the COVID-19 pandemic. I also extend my special thanks to the staffs of UNSD, UNESCOP, and GWG for their effort to operate the conference successfully and over 1,000 attendees. In spite of the inconvenience caused by time difference, I think this conference has led to a meaningful discussion on various data sources and experience of creative use in each country. Furthermore, one thing that all participants have to come to agree with is that increased accessibility to data through knowledge sharing can help reduce the polarization of economic recovery among countries under the COVID-19 crisis. Data on economics, trade, and migration are interconnected across the world. Therefore, the use of innovative technologies for data collection and analysis will not only affect one country, but also have a ripple effect in the region and even the entire global community. In this regard, I think this conference has provided a valuable opportunity to reassure that the COVID-19 response of international statistical community also should be based on cooperation among countries. In particular, one of the achievements of the conference, the Seoul Declaration, will be a new milestone for international cooperation in the data sector over the next few years. I expect to promote the utilization of the UN Global Platform through sharing, awareness, and cooperation among countries. And I hope our international statistical community will contribute to overcoming the COVID-19 outbreak and achieving SDGs. I appreciate you all once again for attending the conference, and in a year, I look forward to meeting you on face-to-face at the 7th Big Data Conference. Finally, I'd like to finish my closing remark by quoting Peter Drucker, who reminds us of the pristine mission of statisticians during this difficult time. If you cannot measure, you cannot manage. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Commissioner. Thank you, Director. Thank you, Statistician General. Thank you all. We're now at the very last seconds of this conference, so just very much want to echo all of the remarks that have been made. Grateful thanks to all of your teams, to all of the many hundreds of people who have watched these sessions over the last few days, and cannot echo strongly enough the Commissioner's final fervent wish that we should be able to meet together in person next year in the Sultanate of Oman in August 2021 and reconvene these incredibly important discussions. So in the meantime, I wish you all well individually and of course together in all of your endeavors. And with that, the conference on the UN conference on big data and official statistics is closed. Thank you all very, very much indeed. Let's join in now a round of applause for everybody involved.